Chapter 351, One Otsutsuki Inside. The great battle between Nagato and Hoito began. Both of them used cage-level strength to fight fiercely in the wilderness. Pain had surrounded and attacked Hoito, but he was unable to make a decisive progress. It was only because Hoito's Byakugan Jutsu was truly difficult to deal with. On the surface, he was the best at dealing with situations of being surrounded and attacked. 8 trigrams double palms. Bang! Bang! Hoito struck out 2 palms in succession, sending Pain flying with 1 palm. Then, the second palm split the impact force and accurately hit the black stick on the body of the Path of Hell, shattering it. The Path of Hell fell to the ground, motionless. I have seen through you, Pain. As long as you destroy these things to transfer chakra, your 6 puppets will lose their effect. Then he lowered his head, turned his body and kicked, forcing another Pain to retreat. Swoosh! Azura Path flashed a large amount of chakra missiles, and immediately blew up Hoito. However, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Hoito was safe and sound. He used the power brought by his eyes to perfectly protect himself. The hell dog that came out from the animal path fiercely bit down, but was dodged by Hoito nimbly. Crap! Hoito suddenly lowered his head, and his expression changed. An astonishing repulsive force attacked, and after a boom, Hoito was sent flying by Shinra Tensei on the spot. He flipped over twice in the air and landed firmly on the ground, feeling a sharp pain all over his body. Not bad strength. It is beyond my expectations. It is a pity that a talent like you does not join Akatsuki. Heavenly Path Pain opened his arms. I have already figured out your ability, Bansho Tenin. Hoito flew over uncontrollably. Heavenly Path is really troublesome. Hoito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was forced to quickly approach Heavenly Path Pain. He strengthened the vision of his eyes to the extreme. Gravity and repulsive force are not perfect spells. The point is here. Hoito suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed fiercely at a certain point. At the same time, a large amount of chakra gushed out from the acupoints of his body, forcing him to move sideways a bit. That kind of intense suction instantly reduced a lot. Eyes that can see through weaknesses. Heavenly Pain suddenly changed Hitomi's technique and shot out a Shinra Tensei. The fierce confrontation between gravity and repulsive force caused heavy damage to Hoito's body. Before Hoito could recover, the Azura Path skull opened and fired several laser cannons at Hoito. An ear-piercing roar rang out, accompanied by the dust and dirt that soared into the sky. Damn it, isn't your Hitomi technique too shameless? Hoito was covered in wounds, and wounds split open on the surface of his body, and blood flowed out. This was the result of his eyes and gentle fists dodging and precisely defending. Although your eyes are good, they are still not enough in front of my eyes. Rinnegan's vision is not much worse than yours. The insight brought by Sharingan can also capture your actions at the first moment. 3 similarly injured Pain slowly walked over, indifferently looking at Hoito. 6 Path Pain had an advantage, that was that they were all puppets. The fatal injuries to ordinary people were not worth mentioning to them. As long as the black chakra stick was not destroyed, it would be fine. If you lose, I'll give you another chance before I kill you, give me that vehicle, and I might be able to make your death more comfortable. Heavenly Pain said. Hoito spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the 3 Pain before him with a cold smile. He casually tapped his body a few times to stop the bleeding from the wound. You want to kill me? You don't know anything, and you don't know how important the things on the moon are. Hoito sneered. The things on the moon? What is on the moon? Did Otsutsuki's clan do something? Pain asked. Otsutsuki, what an idiot. Where is there any Otsutsuki? Even if I told you, it would be useless. You do not have the ability to get your hands on that power. Hoito extracted more of Hitomi's power from the scroll, looking for an opportunity. There were still 3 Pain left. These Pain body techniques were very strong, but the use of Hitomi techniques seemed to be much weaker than the rumors, and the number of times they were used was very few. Was it because there was only one Rinnegan? Heavenly Pain said, the moon is a planet created by Rikuta Sennin, and I have the same eyes as Rikuta Sennin. If it exists on the moon, I will definitely be able to control it. It does not have a power that I cannot control. Hoito lost interest in talking. This guy in front of him really knew nothing. So what if he had Rinnegan? He still wanted to control the giant Tenseigan? After Tonari attacked Ninja World, Hoito was trapped in the moon. For a full 2 days, Hoito studied the giant Tenseigan and wanted to control this big killing weapon. Unfortunately, after Tonari died, the giant Tenseigan had a slight connection with him, but he could not provide him with substantial power. Otherwise, Hoito would teach Pain a lesson. Without the pure bloodline of Otsutsuki, it was impossible to have the chance to control the giant Tenseigan. Even if Nagato came, he could not. Since you don't want to say it, then there is no need to say it. I will use the human path and the path of hell to obtain the information in your mind. Heavenly Pain had just finished speaking. The other 3 Pain lying on the ground suddenly moved. This included the path of hell that had all its black sticks shattered. What? How could this be? Hoito was shocked. He watched helplessly as those Pain stood up again, and his body regained its vitality. Chakra continuously surged out. The reason is very simple. We are not only Pain, but also White Zetsu. Hell Path and Human Path immediately rushed towards Hoito. At the same time, Heavenly Pain used gravity and repulsive force to restrain Hoito's movements. Azura Pain also suddenly stretched out 2 mechanical arms. As they rapidly extended, they began to split apart. The distance between them became several arms that grabbed towards Hoito. In an instant, Hoito had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. This is troublesome. Hoito's face suddenly sank. Because he did not understand Pain, who was created by White Zetsu, he had led to this kind of passive situation. He could attack these Pain many times, but as long as the other party continued to hurt him, they would walk on the road of victory. After all, these Pain were just puppets. It seems that I can take down this guy without using that technique. Heavenly Pain said in a low voice, satisfied with the current scene. These 6 new Pain were not as strong as the old Pain in the past. Old Pain could easily wipe out a village and kill an old expert like Jiraiya after paying a certain price. In terms of strength, the new Pain was not good. He was much weaker. However, because they were all using White Zetsu's body, the new Pain could not die easily. He could play more tricks in tactics. Under the surprise attack, he had obtained a considerable result. It seemed that there was no way for Hoito to retreat, and the injuries on his body gradually became a burden to him. However, Hoito only had an anxious expression on his face, but he was not afraid. The battle between the 2 sides broke out again, and a hurricane wreaked havoc. The confrontation between the 3 eyes played out at this moment. A few minutes later, Hoito was completely suppressed by the new Pain. This can't go on. Hoito was annoyed and planned to retreat. However, the Heavenly Pain used the 2 abilities of gravity and repulsion to continuously compress Hoito's space of survival, and it was even more impossible for him to let Hoito escape. Accept your fate. Heavenly Pain suddenly threw out a few black sticks, accurately piercing into White Zetsu's body in the path of hell, and once again taking control of the path of hell. The path of hell rushed forward, stopping in mid-range, and summoning the head of Yama to launch an attack. Hell King stretched out a sticky palm from his mouth and quickly attacked, grabbing Hoito's soul. Oh no! Hoito's face turned pale. Hungry Ghost hugged Hoito from behind and absorbed the chakra in Hoito's body. It's over. Give me your memories. The human path walked up and reached out to touch the top of Hoito's head. If he really touched it, Hoito would be completely finished. However, the 2 sides of the battle did not notice that there was a pair of eyes watching them and watching the entire battle. It seems that this is the only step. Nagato's Rinnegan is not completely crippled. Has he recovered a little? Yuuji looked at Hoito, who was in a dead end, and said with a smile. In the face of such a modified version of Pain, Hoito had very few opportunities. With the sealing scroll, it was already quite good for Hoito to be able to survive against so many enemies who had a myriad of tactical systems and were extremely complementary to each other. Yes, by destroying 3 Pain, based purely on this battle record, he could barely match up to Jiraiya in the original timeline. If I don't make a move, Hoito will die in this killing move. Yuuji pondered. It was about time. He pulled out Tonari's soul. You bastard, either kill me directly or let me go directly. What's the point of humiliating me like this? Tonari almost exploded in anger. He had had enough of it. He couldn't even die cleanly. His soul was still under Yuuji's control. This was ridiculous. Yuuji pointed at Hoito for Tonari to see. Did you see that? That guy is going to die. Tonari glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed. He was incomparably anxious. How could this guy go up against Rinnegan? What an idiot! The karma you left on this guy is about to be destroyed. Hurry up and help him. Yuuji said with a low laugh. Tonari looked at Yuuji with a gloomy expression. He felt helpless in his heart and could only unlock a portion of the power of the karma. In the next second, strange lines immediately extended from Hoto's shoulder and covered his face. There was also an unimaginable power emerging. Vitality, spiritual force, chakra, perception, nerve reflex, and self-healing ability, all aspects strengthened. An astonishing fluctuation erupted from Hoto's body, and all of his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? Could it be your Hitomi technique? But it's already too late to use it now. Heavenly Pain was surprised. The human path had already touched Hoto's head. The ability to control the brain and search the memory was activated, it had no effect. Human path was stunned. In his perception, the terrifying power from Hoto shattered his ability. Human path could not even detect the memory of Hoto's brain and was blocked outside. Then, the human path was shattered by Hoto's palm strike. His entire body was shattered. Is this my power? Hoto was a little stunned. He felt the endless powerful power coming from his body and was confused. This power came inexplicably. What was going on? At this time, the continuously extending patterns finally gathered in his eyes. Half of Hoto's face also changed. You were actually forced to this extent by this kind of guy. You really embarrassed me. A different expression suddenly appeared on this side of his face. There was a hint of arrogance in his calmness. Only the pattern that covered this side of his face emitted a faint blue light. You are Tonari. How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? Hoto was greatly shocked. Tonari's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, dead, but not completely dead. I can still struggle for a bit. As for you, if I don't save you, you will be completely dead. As the degree of unlocking the karma deepened, he began to gradually take over control of Hoto's body. The remaining 5 Pain's eyes also focused, carefully watching the strange changes on Hoto's body. Otsutsuki Tonari, he should have been killed by Madara a long time ago. Even his body was taken away by Madara, but now he is in Hoto's body. Soul reincarnation. That guy, Madara, made a mistake. He only focused on killing the body, but he missed the soul. In the distance, Nagato looked at the scene in front of him through pain. He was also very shocked. Beside him, Konan said, this cannot be blamed on Madara. Who would have thought that Otsutsuki would be so strange? Even if he was killed, his soul would be able to escape? In the entire ninja world, there are not many techniques that involve the soul. All those who were related to the soul were Kinjutsu, who was extremely dangerous. A soul of Otsutsuki, this is very good. If we can catch this guy, we will definitely know what happened on the moon. Nagato slowly raised his head. The moon is Rikuta Sennin's creation. This guy lives on the moon, so he must know Rikuta Sennin. The secrets of the ancient times are also very valuable information. Facing Tonari, just Pain's strength was probably not enough. Nagato felt that he could only use that technique. Tonari, what exactly is going on? What did you do to my body? Hoto was furious. He glared at his left eye and stared at the right side of his face. Tonari said, do you really think I will casually choose you as my successor? After accepting my invitation, I naturally have to shoulder the task I gave you. But fortunately, I left a backup plan on you. If you die here, I will feel very uncomfortable. The data sealed in the karma further opened, and Tonari's former strength began to recover. Naturally, his control over the giant Tensagen was also recovering bit by bit. Tonari stared at Pain with Hoto's eyes, using this field of vision ability that he had never used since birth. This was the first time he used his eyes to look at things, and he was really not used to it. So this is how it feels to have eyes. Tonari silently thought about how to escape from the monster Yuuji after killing Pain. Just as Tonari was prepared, Yuuji was monitoring Tonari's every move. Come on, let me see if there is any possibility. Relying on the characteristic of karma, there is a possibility of splitting a Otsutsuki into 2 pieces at the same time. Chapter 352, Pain's Golem. The karma has a characteristic, that is, the data stored in the karma will only be activated after the demise of the main body is confirmed. This mechanism was originally prepared to prevent 2 Otsutsuki from appearing at the same time. But now, Tonari's situation is quite special, he is dead, but not completely dead, his soul is controlled by Yuuji. As long as he thinks about it, he can use some means to resurrect the deceased, whether it is Edo reincarnation, or reincarnation by nature, they are all methods. Yuuji was high above, overlooking the fight between Tonari and Nagato. Nagato was very serious, manipulating the 5 remaining pain, kept backing away, and even picked up the wreckage of the human path pain. The Rinnegan is also scared. Tonari looked at the puppets who retreated. With half of his face, Hoito was completely silent, and did not compete with Tonari for control of his body. He was a little confused about Tonari's state, and he didn't know anything about Karma's characteristics. He just felt that killing Nagato and getting out successfully was the first priority. Tonari controlled Hoito's body, controlled Hoito's eyes, and relied on the unsealed power of Karma to strike quickly. As soon as he touched it, he showed great strength. Both the speed and the attack strength far surpassed Hoito. What's more, when Tonari launches an attack, he doesn't need a seal at all. As long as he wants to, he can complete the instant ninjutsu. Boom boom boom. Tonari shot chakra balls one after another, blasting out one big hole after another on the ground. 6 path pain just kept retreating, with the hungry ghost path stood in front, absorbing Tonari's attack. The ability to absorb chakra is really good. Tonari watched Pain's performance calmly. Pain retreated. We can't go on like this anymore. This guy's strength far exceeds Hoito, so we can only use that technique. Nagato, who was controlling Pain in the distance, frowned slightly, and decided not to be so passive. Konan worried, do you really want to do this? That technique is for emergency use, and even you yourself are not sure if it will be successful. Nagato said decisively, it must be taken out, otherwise I will not be able to defeat the enemy. Although Tonari's strength is not as good as his haki, it is still a strong enemy for me now. If both eyes are sound, Nagato can beat the remnant with his eyes closed. But now, it is very difficult to resist. Nagato stretched out his hand, and slowly closed it. I hope the result won't disappoint me. Spiritual Art Gedo Golem. Heavenly Pain slapped the ground hard. Huge smoke rose suddenly. An incomparably huge and ugly behemoth stood tall, and as soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar. The sense of terror and oppression that hits the face seems to trigger the instinctive fear and trembling of life. Here comes the Gedo Golem. Nagato wants to rely on the golem to make a comeback? But how much power does the current Nagato have to control this riot? Yuuji also watched the battle with great interest. He was very calm. But Tonari immediately exploded. He stared at the ugly thing in front of him with wide eyes, and after seeing the whole figure of the golem with his eyes, he was sure. Could it be a Gedo Golem stolen from our Otsutsuki clan? Bastard, you really took this thing away. Tonari was surprisingly angry. The entire Otsutsuki clan died in the civil war, and the important trigger was the theft of the Gedo Golem. Because the Gedo Golem that their family had guarded for thousands of years was stolen, a fierce dispute broke out between the clan and branch clan, who were extremely frightened. In the end, the branch family destroyed the main family and then self-destroyed, pinning all hopes on Tonari, hoping that Tonari can destroy the ninja world in the future. Your family's Gedo Golem? It's ridiculous, this is obviously a weapon attached to the Rinnegan. Heavenly Pain said. Nonsense. You can say such a thing, it shows that you don't know anything about the Gedo Golem. This is a monster guarded by our Otsutsuki clan for generations. Monster. This thing. Thousands of years ago, the entire ninja world was almost destroyed. It was Sage of the Six Paths and his younger brother who took action to maim the enemy and seal the golem of the Gedo-s on the moon. Having said that, Pain nodded immediately. Yes, that's great. As long as I control this incomparably powerful force, then I can deter the whole world and bring peace to this world. Idiot, this is beyond your control. Tonari was furious, his brain circuits were not on the same level as the opponent's. The key is not the 10 tails, but whether the chakra ancestor will take the opportunity to resurrect. But Pain obviously doesn't care about this, even if he knows everything, he will try to revive 10 tails, because only 10 tails is the clearly visible top power. Tonari was very angry, stretched out his hand, connected to the giant Tenseiken on the moon, and then used the power of the giant Tenseiken to use local materials to create a gigantic statue out of countless rocks. The power from the moon. Sure enough, there is something on it. Is it also some kind of powerful eyes? Heavenly Pain said in a deep voice. You won't see it until you die. I will take away your Gedo Golem and seal it in an absolutely safe place. Tonari jumped onto the statue's shoulder and looked at him indifferently. Tonari has already found out that there seems to be something wrong with the other party's Rinnegan, otherwise he wouldn't have installed an ordinary Rinnegan on pain. This is his chance. Relying on the giant Tensegan, he has every chance to defeat the Rinnegan and take back the Gedo Golem. Rumble. Tonari controlled the huge statue and rushed over, causing the earth to tremble. Do you want to knock me down in one go? Heavenly Pain looked up at the big guy rushing over, without any further hesitation. The 5 Pain, carrying the human path that had just been repaired, jumped onto the golem path behind them. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the 6 Pain began to melt slowly, merging into the Gedo Golem. In the end, at the head position of the Gedo Golem, 6 Path Pain integrated half of his body into it, leaving only the upper body outside. This is quite a strange move. But right now, Nagato can think of the best way to control the golem. Rumble. Gedo Golem suddenly moved. With the fusion of the 6 white Zetsu Pain, and with the combined force of the eyes of reincarnation and the cells of the divine tree, it was finally able to barely control the Gedo Golem. It's actually using this method, not bad. Yuuji raised his eyebrows and praised. Now that the eyes of reincarnation have been weakened, it is the best and only choice at the moment to control the golem by strengthening the divine tree cells. The Gedo Golem roared, rushed towards Tonari, raised his fist and punched him hard. Boom! With one punch, a small half of the statue made by Tonari was already broken. Obviously, in terms of strength, it is impossible for the statue made by Tonari to compete with the Gedo Golem. It's actually using this method to control the golem. Tonari frowned, and used the power of the giant Tensegan to restore the statue in an instant. Hoito, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "It won't work if this continues, the opponent's strength is still very strong, if it doesn't work, we will retreat. Look clearly, it's not us who are pestering the other party, but the other party is pestering us. The enemy is eyeing the moon. If they don't get what they want from us, they won't let it go." Tonari didn't flinch, but rode the statue to fight hard. Moreover, he threw a chakra ball to bomb the golem, trying to kill the 6 Path Pain who had merged into the Gedo Golem. But it was obvious that Nagato had been on guard against this for a long time, blocking all the attacks of the caster. The battle between the two became fierce, and every time they shot, they were extremely violent, splashing out pieces of gravel like shells. It's nothing more than being beaten in all directions. Tonari pointed his palm at the sky, and the next moment, a huge object crashed down, hitting the golem of the Gedo-S hard. The meteorite carrying hundreds of millions of tons of power hit the golem head-on. In an instant, the earth collapsed in front of this huge force, and terrifying cracks spread across the earth, spreading out in all directions. The Gedo Golem suddenly stretched out its hand, and forcibly carried the meteorite down. The huge body crashed into the ground, but did not suffer any actual damage. The art of heavenly obstacle and shocking stars, this is what I left from playing. Heavenly Pain said indifferently, but through this art, one thing can be confirmed. There are indeed powerful eyes on the moon. I am about to need that. The eyes that can activate the sky-shattering star. You know, Nagato has held the Rinnegan for more than 20 years, and the most powerful technique is only the Earth Explosion Star, and he has no ability to use the sky-shocking star at all. It wasn't until later that he desperately tapped the potential of his eyes that he dug out the technique of summoning meteorites. Speaking of which, the first time I saw this technique was 8 years ago, when your father summoned a meteorite to hit the ground. Heavenly Pain looked at Tonari indifferently. Memories came to mind. It was also in that year that Tonari and his son came to Ninja World and met Nagato for the first time when they were wandering around the continent in Ninja World on a wooden platform. So many years have passed in a blink of an eye. The children who didn't have eyes back then have all become like this. As Heavenly Pain said, he suddenly aimed at the meteorite above and sent a Joshinra Tensei. Boom! Under the joint force of the Gedo Golem and Shinra Tensei, the meteorite was crushed. Tonari had already taken the opportunity to rush over, and manipulated the statue to slam into the Gedo Golem. Die! Tonari roared in a low voice, and the giant statue pressed down on the head of the Gedo Golem. A Pain was pressed to death on the spot. The whole outlier golem froze for a moment, but Nagato quickly adjusted. The next moment, the statue of Tonari was destroyed. The confrontation between these two people shook the ground. As a result, those ninjas who found something was wrong, only dared to stand in the distance, looking at the scene in front of them with a broken face. What's going on with these two guys? Why did they appear here? I've never seen these two giants before. Where did these strong men come from? Many people have scalp numbness. This level of fierce fighting, which can destroy towns at every turn and kill countless people, has disappeared for 2 full years. Many people once again recalled the fear of being dominated by those super cage level powerhouses. Facing a battle of this level, ordinary people can only pray for better luck, and if they are even slightly involved, they will die without a place to die. This ninja world has been peaceful for 2 years, is it going to be chaotic again? Go and check, I want to know who these two people are. One of them seems to be White Zetsu from the Akatsuki organization. Is White Zetsu controlling the giant? Nagato and Tonari, who were fighting fiercely, obviously didn't care about the thoughts of these ants. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Tonari is at a disadvantage. Competing with Gedo golems, the statues made by Tonari do not have this strength. If Nagato hadn't stretched his hips himself, Tonari would have been wiped out long ago. Finally, Tonari planned to retreat. Because Hoto's body was a little overwhelmed. The data stored in the karma is constantly being unsealed. Although it can improve Tonari's strength, it also puts an increasing load on Hoto's body. Boom! Tonari controlled the statue and crashed into the Gedo golem, took the opportunity to fly into the sky, and fled quickly. Want to escape? Ask me if you have. Heavenly Pain opened his hand, and used the Bansho Tenin to pull the body of Tonari tightly. Tonari just snorted coldly, flew straight into the sky, and flew towards the starry sky of the universe. Nagato didn't hesitate, and also flew into the sky. That guy wanted to escape to the moon, just right, I also need to go to the moon. Nagato's body was also dispatched and flew into the sky. In midair, he also integrated his lower body into the Gedo golem. The Gedo golem was supported by new power, controlled by Nagato with repulsive force, forced to keep up with the figure of Tonari, and went straight to the moon. This scene was extremely shocking, at least those ninjas who were watching watched with trembling faces. This is rushing into the universe, it's almost time for me to act. Yuuji smiled, opened Rinnegan directly, and used the technique of time and space to appear on the moon first. Appeared in front of the huge golden Tensagen. He rubbed his chin and watched. This thing is still inconvenient to use. This big eyeball is outrageously big. Even if the complete planetary Godzilla is pulled out, the body size of 300 meters cannot be equipped with golden eyes with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. Not to mention, this giant Tensagen, which is regarded as a sacred object by the Otsutsuki clan, is essentially pieced together with all the Byakugan of the clan. If this giant eye is dissected, or even dismembered, the big golden eyeball will immediately become countless white eyes. To be honest, Yuuji is actually not very interested in this thing. Otherwise, as early as the year when Tonari died, he was fully capable of possessing this thing instead of keeping it. The giant Tensagen is still far behind the normal Tensagen. But now things have changed. Naruto and the others are already in the 6th grade, and they will graduate in a short time, and they will officially become genin. In other words, in a few months, Otsutsuki Urashiki will come to the ninja world. Yuuji needs to improve his own strength properly to save himself from being overturned. Chapter 353, Let's Go. Yuuji stood in front of the giant Tensagen before Tonari and Nagato. I didn't intend to use you, but just in case, I will reluctantly control you. Yuuji touched the giant Tensagen with his palm, feeling the power contained in the giant eyeball. At least in terms of body size, the giant Tensagen was very strong. This eye could control the countless meteorites in outer space to hit Ninja World. This was what Tonari had done in the timeline. He wanted to use this method to destroy Ninja World. From now on, you are mine. Yuuji's palm changed. A large number of blue ravines appeared and quickly spread to the giant Tensagen. He began to invade the giant Tensagen and eroded it at an astonishing speed. Soon, this eye opened the book and erupted with a shocking golden light. In an instant, it radiated outwards, almost illuminating the pitch-black space. The people in Ninja World looked up and were shocked to find that the moon had already turned into a resplendent golden color. No one saw this as a good thing. Instead, they were all terrified and uneasy, suspecting that there was another supreme expert doing something, or directly attacking the moon. Tonari and Nagato, who were flying quickly in the sky, also discovered the abnormality at this time. No. That's my eyes, the most precious treasure of Otsutsuki's clan. You can't touch it. Tonari was about to go crazy from anger. Half of his face was twisted as he looked at the golden moon in exasperation. However, Hoito had a clear look on his face as he said to Tonari, "You should have guessed long ago that this guy would not casually give up something that he obtained. Back then, when you died in battle, he actually had the ability to take away Tensagen. It was just that he didn't do so." Tonari was furious. "I won't let him succeed." Tonari once again unsealed the power within the karma, causing Hoito's body to be even more overwhelmed. However, Hoito did not say anything and just silently endured it. Not far behind them, Nagato and the Five Pain merged their lower bodies into the Gedo statue. They were controlling the Gedo statue to charge towards the moon. This kind of change was made by Tonari. But it doesn't look like it. Nagato was shocked. He felt that something was wrong with the moon. At the same time, it meant that there were indeed powerful eyes on the moon. Even though they were far away, Nagato could still feel the astonishing power of Hitomi, who was exploding on the moon. He was determined to win. "Ha, did you notice it? But it's useless." Yuuji looked up at the sky and chuckled. At this time, the giant Tensagen also began to erupt with a shocking repulsive force. It was obvious that Tonari was controlling it to expel Yuuji. However, Yuuji only smiled and shook his head. His body did not move at all. He was the main body, not a clone. It was really easy for him to resist this level of pressure. The entire giant Tensagen began to tremble and emit buzzing sounds. The countless Byakugan that formed this eye also began to become restless at this time. However, Yuuji obviously would not allow the giant Tensagen to disintegrate. He would be at a loss. Layers of blue substance began to cover the giant Tensagen. Yuuji began to suppress and devour power of this eye. At this time, Tonari finally came. "Bastard, what are you trying to do to my eyes?" Tonari roared. "You came at the right time. I need your genes." Yuuji extended his hand towards Tonari. Ethereal Bansho Tenin. In the next moment, Tonari's soul had already been stripped away by Yuuji and was directly grabbed in his hand. "How could it be?" Tonari cried out in shock. "It's very simple. I understand karma more than you do. Only when you are completely dead will karma take the initiative to unseal it. Your soul is still alive, and karma will fall into a deep sleep. As long as I control your soul, you will be able to control karma." The purple flower pattern in Yuuji's eyes flashed. Rin-Egan had a great restraint over the soul, and he had already arranged for Tonari to do so. Yuuji didn't wait for Tonari to struggle, and immediately began to forcibly snatch the DNA information from Tonari's soul. Chakra itself carries the DNA information of a specific individual. As long as the chakra can be captured and the soul of Tonari is added, Yuuji can reversely spy on the gene of Tonari. Soon, Tonari's soul began to weaken rapidly, and the chakra fluctuation also continuously weakened. His soul was being continuously absorbed by Yuuji. Hoito touched the right side of his face and carefully came in front of Yuuji. "Hoito, quickly attack this guy!" Tonari screamed. However, Hoito only said to Yuuji respectfully, "Sir, do you need me to do anything?" "No need. Just stand there, lest I accidentally kill Tonari. He won't even have the chance to resurrect." Yuuji smiled. Hoito was a little puzzled. "Resurrect? So, Tonari can resurrect through me? The normal situation is like that. The pure-blooded Otsutsuki has surpassed the concept of life and death that we ninjas know. As long as we do something, death is just another kind of new life for them." The Otsutsuki clan was indeed blessed to a certain extent. It was fine if they could find God Tree and control him, but the key was that their own lifespan was incomparably long. Kagaya, Izhiki, Momoshiki and the others had been away from Itsutsuki's mother planet for 1,000 years, and they still had not shown any signs of aging. Originally, on the timeline, Tonari was sealed by Urashiki for 10,000 years, which in itself meant that Tonari could live for 10,000 years. If he really wanted to kill the pure-blooded Tonari, he could have done it directly without the need to seal it. At that time, Tonari did not have the giant Tensagen, nor did he have eyes. His strength was not strong. Not to mention, even if the pure-blooded Otsutsuki was killed, he would be able to revive again and again. Tonari left a karma on your body. This is the innate ability of Itsutsuki's clan. Once the main body dies, they can revive through the karma. Yuuji said. Hoito thought for a moment, and soon his face changed. "If Tonari is resurrected, then I will." "Yes, you will become Tonari's new body and be completely erased by Tonari. This sounds very similar to Orochimaru's undead reincarnation. Hoito looked at Tonari's soul with a gloomy face and subconsciously touched the right side of his face. This side of his face, apart from the strange patterns on it, had basically returned to normal. Along with the patterns emerged the power stored in the wedge, or more precisely, Tonari's power. Hoito was full of desire for this kind of superpower. If he could take it for himself, he would jump to the top of Ninja World. As for Tonari, he might as well die. He only needed to leave his strength behind. Thank you, Lord Yuuji. If not for you, I wouldn't even know how I died. Hoito said sincerely. You two knew each other long ago? You were already prepared to deal with me. Tonari's spirit body was getting weaker and weaker, and his expression was extremely ugly. You think too highly of yourself. To me, you are just a disposable item that can be easily used up, Yuuji said indifferently. If not for the fact that the soul of the pure-blooded Otsutsuki was extremely rare, he would not have wasted his time on Tonari. In just a few seconds, Tonari clearly sensed the aura of death. What was even more terrifying was that when he was being rapidly absorbed by a black hole, he had come into contact with a mighty existence that couldn't be described with words. What is that? Tonari felt with shock. A monster that was like a world was standing tall, devouring all of his strength in its mouth. Moreover, it was analyzing and cracking. As time passed, Tonari could clearly sense a trace of his own aura from the other party, yet it seemed to be the same. This fellow is assimilating my power. Tonari trembled all over. However, he no longer had a chance to take another step forward. The terrifying pressure that assaulted his face almost caused his fragile soul to collapse. At this moment, Tonari immediately understood a lot of things. I understand. The rise of this guy is like entering a mode similar to Bijuu. He also has Rinnegan. How can a person without Otsutsuki's bloodline have Rinnegan? So the key is here, through cracking and assimilating. Tonari had a look of despair on his face. This monster in front of him could only be resisted by the appearance of a 10-tailed beast. Finally, Yuuji had already grasped Tonari's gene sequence. He used it on the giant Tensagen. Thank you, Tonari. You no longer have any value for me. Yuuji said with a smile. Feeling the echo from the giant Tensagen, he smiled. From now on, the giant Tensagen belonged to him and became his personal possession. However, there was no way to directly devour giant Tensagen and forcibly absorb it. It would only be equivalent to absorbing a pile of Byakugan. It seems that it is impossible for my right eye to transform for the time being. I need a complete Otsutsuki as a sacrifice. Yuuji felt the connection between him and the giant Tensagen and nodded slightly. It could be considered a good help. Then, let me see the power of this eye. There is no problem sealing the entire moon. Yuuji was moved. Then, the giant Tensagen erupted with a terrifying golden light, instantly protecting the entire moon. This light was so dazzling that it was unimaginable. It was brewing a terrifying power, transforming into a shocking repulsive force that attached itself to the surface. The entire moon floated in the sky of the universe, actually turning into a dazzling golden planet. Looking up from Ninja World, the golden moon hung high in the sky, incomparably resplendent. Lord Yuuji, that guy Nagato is here. Hoito looked in a certain direction in the sky. A black dot was constantly enlarging. Ignore him. He's just a pitiful bug. Without the complete Rinnegan, he is destined to be a supporting character in this world. Yuuji casually glanced at him and then placed his hand on Hoito. A time and space fluctuation spread out. The two entered the space-time tunnel and disappeared. In outer space, Nagato was impatiently controlling the Gedo statue to fly over. Soon, we will arrive at the moon soon. Nagato was extremely excited. This was a planet created by Rikuta Sennin. The closer Nagato got, the more he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. It was a kind of reverence for his ancestors. Not to mention, there were still powerful eyes on the moon that he urgently needed. Nagato's heart was filled with passion and rare nervousness. However, just as he was about to land on the moon, the entire moon instantly erupted with a powerful golden brilliance. Then, a violent repulsive force erupted. This is the Shinra Tensei. Damn it, it's actually at this time. Nagato was both shocked and furious, almost falling to the surface of the moon. Vaguely, Nagato saw an unbelievably large golden eyeball. Is that it? Although it's a bit big, this power is indeed comparable to Rinnegan. A trace of hostility appeared on Nagato's face, and he immediately used all his strength to combine White Zetsu's body with the Gedo statue. Nagato brought 5 pain, a total of 6 bodies to increase the vitality of the Gedo statue, and was about to forcibly break through the barrier of this golden repulsive force. However, the Gedo statue roared and rushed forward, and was immediately sent flying. I failed. With my current strength, I still can't break this barrier. Nagato's mentality exploded. If he was at his peak, he had absolute confidence that he could break through, but not now. Seeing that he was only one step away from success, Nagato almost went crazy with anger. The huge Gedo statue also opened its mouth in the air and let out a silent roar. Ninja World. Everyone witnessed the drastic changes in the moon and felt uneasy. The moon is so big, yet it is emitting a golden light. This must be done by a human. It can control the power of the moon. Could it be that Rikuta Sennin is still alive? The entire ninja world once again fell into a great restlessness. When faced with the unknown, fear could only instinctively react. Some people used binoculars to try to see the scene on the moon's surface. Of course, this was impossible. In this era, Ninja World's astronomy, science and technology was almost a desert. It did not have many people studying this thing. Astronomy, normally speaking, it was only after 4 battles that it began. Yuuji and Hoito had already returned to Ninja World. This guy is not dead yet. He has to be given to you for safekeeping. Yuuji conveniently pulled out Tonari's soul that was on the verge of dissipating. This guy wants to occupy my body. I want to kill him directly. But since you said so, I will carry out your orders. Hoito was very obedient, staring at Tonari's soul with hatred. Stupid, if Tonari really dies, it will be the beginning of your death. Yuuji glanced at Hoito. Hoito's small thoughts can't be hidden from him at all. Hoito had never been a quiet person. It was only because Yuuji was too strong that he forced him to stay obedient. You are the safest when Tonari is alive. When he dies, he will enter the resurrection stage. You will become a vessel for his resurrection soon. Yuuji stuffed Tonari's soul into Hoito's body and casually placed a bagua seal on it. In the short term, Hoito was safe. Use this power well and divide Tonari and karma. You will be able to grasp the power of Otsutsuki Tonari when he was alive, Yuuji said lightly. Chapter 354, The Strongest Pinch Hitter. Yuuji was also very clear that this method could only contain the time of Tonari's resurrection, and become stronger to extend Hoito's life. As time went on, Tonari would gradually break open the 8 trigram seal and reconnect with the power of the karma. It would be a complete reincarnation for Hoito. But at least for now, in a short period of time, Tonari's soul would be sealed, ensuring that Tonari was alive, so that the karma would not spontaneously activate. But because Tonari was alive in Hoito's body, Hoito had the opportunity to use a part of the power of the karma. Yuuji was trying to imitate the relationship between Boruto and Momoshiki. Originally, after Momoshiki arrogantly descended on Ninja World, he went everywhere to snatch Bijuu. In the end, he was surrounded and killed by Naruto and the other 4 Kage. Before he died, Momoshiki used the last of his remaining strength to mark Boruto's body, officially entering the preparation of possession and resurrection. However, this required a certain amount of time, so Momoshiki had to find ways to ensure that Boruto would not die. Therefore, as long as Boruto was in danger, Momoshiki could not help but jump out and kill the enemy with his body. Boruto, what? Why is the enemy so strong? I am not a match in the first place. Am I going to die here? Enemy, that's right, you have no way to escape. Boruto, hey, Otsutsuki, it's time for you to pay the rent. Therefore, Boruto hung up and Momoshiki went up at the speed of light. Don't get too carried away. Low-level creature. Whoa, 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 whoa. The enemy fell to the ground. Strongest pinch hitter. Generally speaking, karma will only start after the main body dies. This is to prevent two same Otsutsuki from appearing. Yuuji looked at Hoito and said lightly, but I have lowered the risk to the maximum. You can use Otsutsuki's power without worry. In other words, from now on, you have become stronger, very strong, and will become stronger and stronger. I see. Thank you, sir. Please rest assured that no matter what you want to do in the future, I will follow you. Hoito was respectful and excited. When Tonari controlled him just now, he deeply felt Otsutsuki's power. With Tonari here, Hoito felt that his eyes had become stronger. This was the change brought about by the pure-blood Otsutsuki. To some extent, it had temporarily changed Hoto's genes. My lord, I am applying to join the I organization, and I will act for your ideals even if the leader of the I organization issues orders to me. I will follow your will first. Hoto said obediently. Yuuji glanced at him. Do you know what I am going to do? Do you think this world is safe? Hoto was stunned. Yuuji said, it won't take long for you to understand. Moreover, you won't be able to get rid of the Hyuga clan, and it will only cause meaningless trouble for the I organization. Let's talk about it after you solve the matter of the Hyuga clan. After saying that, Yuuji disappeared. Hyuga. Hoto's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He did not understand what Yuuji was paying attention to, but it was clear that the danger of this world was much higher than he had expected. But, what exactly was going on? Forget it, I really have to deal with the matters of Hyuga's clan first. If it is because of this clan, it is also very reasonable. The I organization will not spread their power to meaningless things. Hoto quickly analyzed the information. First of all, he had already completely confirmed the close relationship between Yuuji and the I organization. From the looks of it, Yuuji seemed to be able to decide whether or not he could join the I organization. Yuuji's Rinnegan could not fool people. Secondly, if Yuuji and Hitomi, these two super experts, joined hands, even Akatsuki would definitely not be able to fight back. Only when Nagato, Hashirama and Madara worked together at their peak would they be able to form a balance. Moreover, Yuuji was born from Konoha, and he was a super expert that Konoha had nurtured. It was reasonable for him to consider more for Konohagakuer. To solve the problem of Hyuga's clan, this is precisely the most difficult thing for me, to exterminate Hyuga? Maybe Yuuji will destroy me. Hoto's face darkened. Moreover, he had never considered killing the entire Hyuga clan. This was too crazy. He was more willing to remove the restriction on the branch family. Anyway, let's go back to Konoha first and see if we can find any clues from the branch family. Hoto said in a low voice. He turned around and headed towards Konohagakuer. As he traveled, his consciousness sank and entered the sealed space. He looked at Tonari, who was bound by layers of cages. Are you happy to see me like this? I didn't expect that I would end up like this. Tonari sneered. Hoto nodded calmly. If we look at the result alone, I am indeed very happy because I have obtained the power that belongs to you. I will become stronger and stronger. Humph, even if this is the case, you must not become Otsutsuki. You cannot become the next me. Father and the others are right. Ninja World's world is wrong. The humans born in Ninja World are also failures. Tonari raised his head with difficulty, staring at Hoto through the cage. Hoto said, I don't need to be the next you. In the end, I came from Hyuga, not Otsutsuki. I only need your strength. Tonari had a sullen and resentful expression. After a while, Tonari said, that guy is using you to crack our Otsutsuki's secret. Although I don't know what he is doing, he obviously treats you as an experimental subject. Trying to drive a wedge between us? It's useless. Of course I thought of this, but I don't care. Even if I care, it's useless. I can't beat him, my mind has been very clear from beginning to end, and I haven't been affected by the illusion. Hoto patiently observed Tonari and confirmed that he could not move. Only then did he feel at ease. After knowing that Otsutsuki had resurrected through the karma, Hoto felt worried. He was really worried that one day he would not pay attention and completely dissipate, becoming Tonari's vessel. In this world, is there anything that even monsters like Yuuji have to be wary of? Hoto thought for a moment and asked. Tonari gave him a cold look, but he still replied, no, if there is, then there is only Rikuta Sennin in the Pure Land. Pure Land? Rikuta Sennin? Have you seen him before? Humph, how else do you think my soul fell into that bastard's hands? I've been living a life worse than death for the past few years. I should have entered the Pure Land and met up with Rikuta Sennin. Tonari flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was full of contempt for the world created by Rikuta Sennin, but he admitted the greatness of Rikuta Sennin and also that Rikuta Sennin was one of his ancestors. But who would have thought that before he even entered the Pure Land, he would be intercepted by that damned Yuuji using Rinnegan? Preposterous. Rikuta Sennin, that is a dead man. Is it because of this? Hoto was very puzzled, his heart heavy. Rikuta Sennin was also Otsutsuki. Naturally, he could surpass the concept of life and death. Hoito was not surprised about this. Death was another form of rebirth. An existence like Yuuji was probably no worse than Rikuta Sennin. While the two of them were talking, Hoito had already arrived not far from Konoha. We're here. Konoha hasn't returned for a few years. Hoito looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Then, he quickly disappeared and began to ponder how to sneak into the village. His eyes could see the barrier, and he could easily find the gap in the barrier. In the evening, in the territory of Hyuga, Hinata was silently training, using her finger to cut off the threads in front of her. Immediately after, a large number of kunao and the sword in her hand came from all directions. Hinata immediately used Soft Fist and Byakugan to face this concentrated attack. If there was even a slight mistake, they would be nailed into a sieve and die on the spot. However, Hinata obviously did not care about this result. She only tried her best to find an opportunity to improve her strength. Bang! 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 Hinata used her fingertips to send kunao flying several times in a row at an astonishing speed. She was so tired that she was panting and sweating. In a moment of carelessness, kunao was directly nailed to her chest. After hastily dodging, Hinata was hit in the shoulder. She squatted on the ground in pain and trembled all over. After a while, she pulled out kunao and pressed her acupoints to stop the bleeding from her wound. She planned to continue cultivating. The task she assigned to herself had not been completed yet. Even if your body is injured, you have to train forcefully. It will only greatly reduce the effect of cultivation. This kind of self-moving effort is meaningless. A voice was heard. Hinata didn't even raise his head, subconsciously thinking that this was an adult in the clan. Perhaps it was a guard or something. I'm not a guard, but don't worry, I won't harm you either. I didn't expect that the little girl from back then had already grown so big, and even had very beautiful eyes. Hoito walked out from the darkness. It's you. Hinata was stunned. She immediately turned around and looked at Hoito warily. She recognized him. Back then, it was this guy who incited a group of branch family members to start a rebellion and even dug out her father's eyes. That's right. It seems that you remember it very clearly. But it's no wonder. For a little girl like you, that scene is too cruel. Hoito said. Hinata suddenly struck out with his palm, sending a strike towards Hoito. However, Hoito merely tapped lightly against the air in front of him, breaking this palm strike. Not bad, to have already grasped this kind of high-level body technique at the age of 11. This is beyond my expectations. Hoito praised. At this age, it was already a genius to be able to learn physical skills such as the heavenly reversal. Hoito was surprised that Hinata could actually use 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Everyone says that you are trash. They say that you are not qualified to inherit clansman's position. The facts prove that they are wrong. Hoito came in front of Hinata and looked down at her. This little girl changed so much after clansman fell into the family. What do you want to do? Kill me. Hinata did not retreat. She suppressed the fear in her heart and looked cold. Hoito shook his head. I had no reason to kill you. When I attacked you back then, it was also because I took a fancy to your high-purity Byakugan. I did this for the sake of the entire family. It was just that in the end, you escaped a calamity by accident and I obtained your father's eyes. Hoito pointed at his own eyes. His father's eyes met his daughter's eyes, but he did not see any warmth, only unspeakable silence and hatred. Hoito continued, it is indeed a good idea for Byakugan to use X-ray vision and use a lot of methods to train his eyes. However, it is still too late. If you are injured, don't practice anymore. After saying that, Hoito left. Hinata said, why did you come back again? Do you want to incite the branch family to start a rebellion? I don't know either. In order to complete a certain person's order, I'm trying my best to find a suitable solution. If necessary, I might even kill all of clansman's people. That person. It's a very scary guy. You should know him too. Hoito's figure gradually drifted away. During this period of time, I will stay here. I will not leave until I find a suitable method. If you need anything, you can come to me. I can guide you in your cultivation. Regardless of whether you are Shin or not, the increase in strength will not lie to you. Why? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you to avenge my father? Hinata looked at the other person's back. Revenge. That fellow Hayashi is not dead. In fact, I only killed a branch family member who betrayed me. I only transplanted Hayashi's eyes. Do you want to take revenge on me for a pair of eyes? Is this how you use the word revenge? Or do you want to redig these eyes? Hoto's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. If you really want me to give you a reason, it's probably because I'm bored. I have to find something to do anyway. You've changed a lot, a little like what I did back then. I'm very interested in your future. Hinata stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She used to be a Kugan to check, but she could not find any trace of Hoto. However, her intuition told her that Hoto was somewhere and was also observing her. Hinata stood there, her whole body stiff. After a long time, a Hyuga clansman came to find her. Miss Hinata, the chief asked you to go home for dinner. Got it, leave. Hinata's voice was a little hoarse. The clansman felt strange, but after looking around and finding no problems, he respectfully retreated. Since Miss Hinata joined the branch family, she finally showed the characteristics of a leader. Unfortunately, this clansman regretted that if Miss Hinata had been enlightened earlier, she would not have been branded in the cage. Hinata returned home with a heavy heart. After hesitating for a long time, she still did not reveal the news of Hoto's return. On the table, the atmosphere was oppressive. I remember there will be an exam tomorrow. How are the preparations? Hayashi put down the bowl and chopsticks and asked. I will do my best, Hinata said. Hayashi looked at Hinata with his empty eyes. After a long time, he nodded. There's something wrong with your condition today. I'm a little worried, put in more effort. It hasn't been long since you graduated. Try to defeat those two people before graduation, once. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were simply the nightmares of these students. No matter what, they could not catch up with the results created by the two of them. They could only sigh in despair. This was both luck and misfortune. Many people discussed in private that even if Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were not as strong as Yuuji and Kazue when they were 11 years old, they should not be too far off. Chapter 355, Sasuke's S-Rank Forbidden Technique. The actual combat lesson on the second day, as expected, it was the two people who took first and second place again. Hinata got the third place, which was good enough, but compared with Naruto, it was obviously much worse. Hey, it is indeed the two of them who are the strongest. I really have no choice. Hinata, what do you think? It is not that you are not strong, but they are too abnormal. Sakura took the initiative to walk to Hinata and comforted him. Hinata looked at Sakura in surprise. She had never interacted with this Fang girl with pink hair and a white forehead. Yes, in my heart, Naruto is the strongest. No matter what kind of difficulty it is, there is no way to defeat him. Hinata replied. Sakura's face turned pale, and she could not help but take 2 steps back. Sure enough, such an outstanding member of the Hyuga clan had also become his competitor, damn it. Sakura evaluated the gap between her and Hinata in her heart. After thinking about it, she felt that she could not win against Hinata. She was more adept at theory classes, and she really did not show any outstanding talent in the actual combat lesson. As for Hinata, he was known as a genius who was second only to the two of them, defeating her in minutes. What Sakura did not know was that this was the result of Hinata hiding a part of his strength and deliberately keeping a low profile. Hinata's gaze passed Sakura and fell on Naruto. Ha! I won this time. Sasuke, suffer, wail, admit your fate. You absolutely cannot beat me. Naruto had his hands on his waist. He had just fought a bloody battle with Sasuke. He was covered in dust and looked a little embarrassed. But his actions clearly caused bursts of screams. Sasuke also had a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. His clothes were tattered. As always, he lost again. The more he lost, the more chakra he had, and the more he could heal Naruto in a few seconds. With Nine-Tailed to cheat Naruto, it would be strange if Sasuke could win just by relying on Sharingan. Don't be too arrogant, this situation will soon change. Sasuke ground his teeth crazily. Facing Naruto's posture, he was so angry that he wanted to die, but he really didn't know what to say. Was it too much to accuse Naruto of cheating and publicly reveal that Naruto had 9 tails? No, Sasuke would not do that. He was very smart, rational, and conceited. Even if many people knew that Naruto had the 9 tails sealed inside his body, Sasuke would not reveal this secret. Moreover, since Naruto was a container for the Kyuubi, and could use the power of the Kyuubi, this was Naruto's strength in itself. If it was anyone else, at Naruto's age, they would have probably already been scared witless by the Kyuubi. Sasuke had heard from Fugaku that the Kyuubi of Suna Ninja Village would go berserk at any time. It was either that Suna Ninja Village had not found a suitable container for Jinchuriki, and his method of sealing was too crude. It was more likely that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki that he had found was not very qualified. In comparison, Naruto was too terrifying, actually taming the most brutal Bijuu. It won't be long. Once I finish developing that forbidden technique, I'll be able to defeat you. Sasuke gritted his teeth in hatred. Oh? So you're cultivating the forbidden technique. No wonder I feel like your physical skills have slowed down. Naruto looked at Sasuke arrogantly. His words made people vomit blood. Sasuke's progress in physical skills has slowed down? Why didn't I feel it? Kaiba and Akamaru's mentality had collapsed. The speed of progress had slowed down, and it had actually become an angle for these two fellows to ridicule each other. It was simply too. In the surroundings, there were many students who were calm. They were used to the contest between these two freaks, and that was not a domain that normal people could participate in. After I learned the S-rank forbidden technique that sensei taught me, and then grasped the other S-rank ninjutsu, all of your advantages will cease to exist for me. Sasuke patted the dust off his body and patted out a pile of dust. As soon as he thought of the lightning Godzilla technique that he had constantly mastered, his heart surged. Although, mastery were completely different concepts. Even if he learned it, the damage caused by the attack would definitely not be too exaggerated. After all, Sasuke was too young, only 11 years old. However, it was not a problem to defeat Jounin with this technique. In addition to some external factors, Sasuke actually had more chakra than Ren, and if he really wanted to explode, he could dig out even more. Sasuke's face once again showed an expression of self-satisfaction from Shin, and he looked around from the corner of his eye. The layers were stacked, and the students of every grade were surrounding them, including Anbu and the ninja school sensei. Sure enough, he opened his mouth to speak 2S class forbidden arts, shocking everyone, causing a burst of exclamations. S. Rank forbidden arts. Idiot, it's not 2S rank forbidden techniques. It's clear that one of them is an S rank kinjutsu, and the other is a normal S rank ninjutsu. Is there a difference? You are also a 6th grade senior. Have you mastered a B grade ninjutsu? This is Konoha's super genius. He has already mastered the S-class forbidden technique even before graduation. Many students couldn't even tell the difference between S-rank kinjutsu and S-rank ninjutsu. However, many ninjas understood the difference, and their faces inevitably changed. S-rank forbidden art. Even if the Hokage wants to master this kind of dangerous thing, he will have to spend a lot of effort. This is kinjutsu, the highest level forbidden art. Sasuke is actually learning this? It's too reckless. If there is any accident, he will die. No, don't forget that Sasuke's sensei is that one. With that lord keeping an eye on him, there won't be any problems with Sasuke. But then again, I'm afraid only the disciple of Lord Yuuji has this kind of terrifying talent. Many ninjas had serious expressions on their faces. Generally speaking, if it was only an S-class technique, whether it was the difficulty of learning or the danger in the learning process, it would reach a terrifying peak. Therefore, most people tacitly agreed that the S-class ninjutsu was basically kinjutsu. But as the disciple of that person, Sasuke specifically emphasized the difference between these two S-class kinjutsu. This caused them to be extremely curious and envious. That is to say, as long as you master the mysterious S-rank forbidden technique, you can take advantage of the opportunity to master this relatively low-risk S-rank ninjutsu. Well, Spiritism itself is not an S-level ninjutsu, but if Sasuke learns it, the big guy who comes out of the psychic will undoubtedly have the power of an S-level, so Sasuke insists that it is an S-level ninjutsu, and considering the skill very low risk and no problem. This kind of terrifying talent and extravagant style was really hard to learn. Sasuke looked around with satisfaction and looked at Naruto disdainfully. Naruto slightly frowned, but soon relaxed and snorted, "Smelly guy, you are learning forbidden arts. Don't tell me I haven't learned them? Speaking of which, I am also practicing 2S level forbidden arts at the same time. I am much stronger than you." Yes, the power of Nine Tails was one, and Mokuton, who was steadily adapting and developing, was another. Yes, Ever since he was stimulated his bloodline, Naruto had gradually felt the new power in his body. Although he still needed to spend some energy to completely use it, it was only a matter of time. Naruto, you. Sasuke's face was dark. This bastard was always like this, always jumping out when he was acting tough, throwing out a big force no less than him, breaking the atmosphere he created. Damn Naruto! However, Naruto is also learning two kinds of forbidden arts. Sasuke suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The surrounding students and ninjas were so shocked that they could not speak. They looked at Sasuke, then at Naruto, and could only sigh. They are only 11 years old. One is Yuuji's disciple, the other is the son of the Hokage, and it is said that there is also a mysterious sensei. 11 years old Great Lord Yuuji and Great Lord Kazue, none of them have their unique conditions. That's different. Those two went to the battlefield at the age of 10 to fight the enemy. Who knows how many enemies they killed at the age of 11. At the age of 13, they already had the strength of a cage. At this time, some people also recalled that it seemed that Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, had opened up Mangekyo Sharingan in the battle 2 years ago. He was also 13 years old. The young people nowadays were really terrifying. This kind of talent made people's heads numb. But then again, Konoha's foundation was getting stronger and stronger. Just you wait, I will beat you up before graduation. Humph, what a joke. You will never win against me. Sasuke and Naruto talked to each other and left. Sasuke walked directly to the school gate, and the crowd gave him a path. Although Sasuke lost, and had been suppressed by Naruto in the actual combat lesson for so many years, this did not mean that Sasuke was very weak. No one would look down on Sasuke, but looked at him with admiration and appreciation. Some jounin would have to think twice if they met Sasuke. After leaving the school, the anxious Sasuke quickly returned to the training ground in the clan, intending to continue to practice the forbidden technique. Itachi was already sparring with Shisui here. So anxious. Looks like he was provoked by Naruto again. Itachi looked at Sasuke helplessly. "Nai-san, that guy said that he is cultivating 2 forbidden techniques. I absolutely cannot lose to him. After I cultivate this technique, even if he has 9 tails, he will definitely not be my match." Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his face full of unwillingness. Itachi helplessly rubbed Sasuke's head, but was unexpectedly dodged by Sasuke. Obviously, Sasuke was really angry. He aimed at an empty space and continuously used the lightning evasion. Occasionally, a large amount of thunder rumbled out, rushing into the sky, and the movement was quite astonishing. Itachi and Shisui left the training ground very tacitly, guarding outside. After all, this kinjutsu was taught by Yuuji, and the two of them consciously did not look on. "Itachi, have you discovered a strange thing? Sasuke has a lot of chakra," Shisui suddenly said. Itachi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I also noticed it. Even you and I were far from Sasuke at this age." The two looked at each other suspiciously. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Although having a lot of chakra was also a type of talent, Sasuke had too many of them, just like the descendants of Uzumaki clan. Not to mention, Itachi and Shisui were also rare super geniuses, so they naturally had their own understanding of the scope of geniuses. However, they could not understand Sasuke's situation. Itachi's expression changed slightly. He thought of the inexplicable hostility between Sasuke and Elder Setsuna. Could it be because of Indra, this enigmatic existence? Even Uchiha's clan had no record of this ancestor. Was there really some kind of connection between them? It was too absurd. Rumble. At this time, there was another terrifying roar. The two of them hurriedly looked over and saw the sky full of lightning crazily gathering. Just this level of chakra consumption was very terrifying, and even if it was superior ninja, he would be emptied out in just a few moments. But Sasuke could use it 2 to 3 times before he needed to rest for a while. It's different this time. Look, these lightning movements are gathering together. Shisui exclaimed in shock. Under the control of Sasuke, the raging blue lightning gradually gathered together. "Condense for me." Sasuke had a ferocious look on his face as he crazily squandered the chakra within his body. He even tried his best to squeeze out the amount of his body and spiritual force to crazily create new chakra. This time, he had broken through his limit, and all the power within his body was mobilized. Finally, under the gaze of several people, countless lightning converged together, and barely condensed into the shape of a Godzilla. The moment this Godzilla was born, it was as if he had come to life. In his sinister and terrifying state, he stretched out his claws and roared towards the sky. Of course, this roar was a sharp roar that was transformed from lightning. The lightning that spread out was like an iron whip that fiercely lashed out in all directions, leaving deep ravines in the ground. It was just a little small, barely 3 meters tall. This was already Sasuke's limit. In the next moment, Sasuke was exhausted. With a presumptuous smile on his face, he fell to the ground and panted heavily. I did it, I succeeded. Sasuke couldn't even move a finger, and his thoughts became somewhat sluggish. But his heart was incomparably excited. His mind was filled with joy. Sasuke! Itachi and Shisui hurried over. A figure appeared before the two of them and pulled Sasuke up. Lord Yuuji! Senior, why are you here as well? Ah, he's my disciple after all. This kid has caused so much commotion in his forbidden technique, so of course I paid attention to him. Moreover, this technique is extremely dangerous. I have to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, he can save his life when something happens to him. Yuuji placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and directly transmitted his chakra over, greatly alleviating Sasuke's exhaustion. Sensei, I did it. I used that technique. The moment Sasuke saw Yuuji, he immediately took credit for it. Yes, I have already seen it. Your progress is beyond my expectations. Yuuji was not stingy with his appreciation and praise. Because, he really didn't expect that Sasuke could actually master this kind of difficult ninjutsu at this age. Probably, Asura's cells also played an auxiliary role, more chakra, stronger recovery ability. You rest for a few days. According to our agreement, I will take you to that place. Yuuji smiled. Chapter 356, The Birth of Mechagodzilla. 5 days later. Sasuke tried several times, and after confirming that he had grasped the first step of the Lightning Godzilla art and could use it with a higher success rate, he went to Godzilla's territory. Yuuji fulfilled his promise and went directly to Uchiha's territory to take Sasuke away. Fugaku's family attached great importance to Yuuji's visit, and their whole family came out to welcome him. Lord Yuuji, you have spent a lot of effort on Sasuke. Sorry to trouble you. Fugaku was very polite. When the two met for the first time in the Three Battles arena, Yuuji still called him Lord. However, after so many years, Yuuji had completely crushed Fugaku in terms of strength, reputation, and status. It was Fugaku's turn to call Yuuji Lord. No one felt that this was wrong. No, if the Lord himself is also very hardworking, talented, and diligent, coupled with my guidance, it is only natural for him to have this kind of result. Yuuji smiled. It could be seen that Fugaku was very satisfied with Sasuke. Fugaku had originally placed most of his energy and expectations on Itachi. Because of his identity as the eldest son, he was naturally one of the candidates for the next clan leader. When he opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13, Itachi did not disappoint Fugaku. However, who would have thought that Sasuke, who had originally considered it as a political consideration, was not as talented as Itachi in terms of talent. He had actually caught up and displayed talent that was not inferior to Itachi at all. He was only 11 years old, yet he was actually able to use a dangerous S-class forbidden technique. This kind of achievement was even more astonishing than the 11-year-old Itachi. Fugaku knew that Sasuke's talent was far inferior to Itachi's. This was also one of the reasons why he gave Sasuke to Yuuji as a disciple. Therefore, naturally, Fugaku attributed Sasuke's results to Yuuji. He felt that this was because of Yuuji's meritorious teaching. Looking at the other two disciples of Yuuji, there was no need to talk about Yamato following them. Yamato joined Anbu and became the youngest team leader. After graduation, he entered Roots department and disappeared without a trace. But because of this, it showed that he had a very important secret position. Lord Yuuji, please take care of yourself. Itachi bowed deeply and was very respectful. Don't worry. I think highly of Sasuke. Maybe his final achievements will surpass Yamato and Kabuto. Yuuji said, and you don't have to worry. I didn't take Sasuke away for some cruel secret training. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I want to take Sasuke to Godzilla's Holy Land. What? It's actually that Holy Land. For so many years, it seems that only you have obtained the recognition of that Holy Land. Itachi was pleasantly surprised. That's right. I think that Sasuke is very talented. He is completely qualified to inherit my mantle and make contact with that holy land. Yuuji nodded. Fugaku and his family all revealed surprised expressions. Sasuke even raised his chin, revealing an incomparably proud expression. Well done, as expected of my son. Fugaku had a face full of praise. Hehe, thank goodness sensei and brother taught me well. Sasuke grinned red and scratched his head. Mikoto was a little worried. Sir Yuuji, I shouldn't have asked about this. You brought Sasuke to the most mysterious and powerful holy land, are you going to learn from Senjutsu? I heard that Senjutsu is very dangerous. Enough. This kind of thing is not something we can ask, let alone prevent. Fugaku frowned. This kind of question was very rude. In Ninja World, the inheritance between master and disciple, especially the only precious inheritance, no matter what kind of development it developed in the end, outsiders should not ask about the details. The disciple failed to learn it and even ended up in a miserable state after failing in his cultivation. Senjutsu? Sasuke is still unable to learn Senjutsu. This is not what I want to teach him. Yuuji shook his head, I just want to pass on the spiritual contract of Godzilla's sacred land to him. After saying that, Yuuji nodded at them. Let's go, Sasuke. With a bang, the two of them turned into smoke and disappeared from where they were. So that's how it is. The second S-rank ninjutsu that Sasuke spoke of was actually summoning technique A. Itachi was the first to react. The psychic spell itself is not an S-class, but the thing that can be summoned can be considered S-class. I just don't know what kind of contract Sasuke will sign with Godzilla in the end. Fugaku said. They did not expect that Sasuke could sign a monster comparable to Godzilla, which was unrealistic. Sasuke said that he will soon be able to defeat the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that he is referring to summoning technique instead of the Thunderbolt Godzilla spell? It seems that he already has a goal. Can he defeat the nine-tailed Godzilla? Is there a second terrifying beast like this in this world? Itachi recalled Yuji's Godzilla mode. That terrifying monster that seemed to pierce through the sky, emitting blue light from its entire body. Godzilla Holy Land. Bang! Yuuji and Sasuke had already left this place. This is the most powerful Holy Land. Sasuke looked over in shock. It was lush and green. Large patches of primeval forest rose and fell, and it was shockingly dense. Huge trees that were 100 meters tall could be seen everywhere. Vaguely, one could see huge shadows shuttling through the forest. Be careful, don't directly touch the air and matter here. Remember to use chakra and nuclear releases ability to protect yourself. Yuuji reminded. These Godzilla had lived here for a long time, and the giant turtle under his feet was constantly spewing out clouds, causing the faint radiation here. Sasuke quickly activated his chakra, and fine lightning and flames gushed out from the surface of his body. This was Sasuke's super-castrated version of nuclear release. Relying on the collision and consumption of lightning chakra with fire releases chakra, he was able to obtain power far beyond that of a single style technique. If he wanted to possess the real nuclear release, Sasuke was still far from being able to develop the most basic nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Moreover, without Godzilla, without the special physique of Godzilla, it was absolutely impossible for him to use the complete nuclear release. Sasuke, it is time for you to choose. I will leave the rest of the time to you. Yuuji directly jumped onto a big tree, found a branch and sat down. Sensei, I want the strongest Godzilla. The strongest one can't. He is in my stomach. Then he must be the second strongest. As long as he can defeat the Kyuubi, it is enough. Then only sub-body Godzilla. You have to understand that Nine Tails is the most powerful Bijuu in the world. He has lived for over 1,000 years and can defeat 8 other Bijuu by himself. Sub-body Godzilla. Sasuke remembered this name and looked at the dense forest with a burning gaze. He directly took action, leaped, and began to shuttle through the dense forest. He is really energetic. Yuuji leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes and rested, waiting patiently. In fact, as long as he wanted to, he only needed one word to make sub-body Godzilla submit to Sasuke, but that would completely not have the effect of training. That brat Sasuke must be willing to suffer a lot. Only by relying on his own hard work would he truly understand the value of it. Therefore, Yuuji did not intend to interfere. Even if Sasuke did not get the approval of the sub-body Godzilla in the end and only signed some of the weaker Godzilla, Yuuji would not interfere. The few Godzilla in the middle grade could also contend with the weakest Bijuu, 3-tail and 2-tail for a while, which was definitely stronger than Manda. The next step was to wait patiently. Oh, there seems to be a breakthrough in Orochimaru's research. The progress is very fast. Suddenly, Yuuji's eyelids trembled. He clearly sensed something and immediately became interested. In a vast mountain range somewhere in the Thunder Country, Orochimaru spent many years digging up a mountain here and secretly built a huge laboratory in the mountain. In order to ensure success, Orochimaru exhausted all his efforts. Why did it fail again? Damn it, what went wrong? Orochimaru stared at a pair of snake eyes, looking forward unwillingly. There was a strange-looking monster standing there with a loud bang. Moreover, it was still squirming, but it seemed to be caused by two distinct substances, clashing with each other. Orochimaru finally cultivated the Gedo statue fragment in Godzilla's cells to a large enough degree, and after cutting off a part of them, he tried to fuse them. However, after many experiments, the result was only failure, and he fell to the last stage of formation. As long as the Gedo statue and Godzilla's life tissues met, they would attack and devour each other like crazy, as if the existence of the other party was a mistake for him, and he had to destroy it. Where was the problem? Orochimaru asked himself that his biological attainments were also the best, and no one knew biology better than him. What's more, he controlled the second-generation Hokage, and the second generation also participated in a part of the research and development process. Although it was mainly focused on ninja, the most important aspect of plant fusion and logic, Orochimaru and Root did not allow the second generation to participate. This kind of confrontation instinct is very wrong. I must have overlooked something. Orochimaru's expression was cloudy and uncertain. It was normal for devouring to happen in ordinary things, but he had never heard of this kind of hysterical situation where he would go berserk as soon as they met. But I also confirmed one thing. Godzilla is a plant, and the fragments of Gedo statue show the characteristics of plants. Orochimaru was a little confused. Could it be that Gedo statue and Godzilla were both plants? The fusion between plants should be simpler than that of animals. Even if it could not be perfectly fused, it should not be so crazy as to attack each other. Try again. Orochimaru made a decision. He cast a spell on the wriggling monster in front of him, and a large amount of chakra was transmitted out. The seal he cast on the monster appeared one after another. The situation seems to be better. This time, Orochimaru keenly noticed the change. Because Yuuji secretly interfered. He secretly controlled Godzilla's cells and increased the pressure on the Gedo golem. Under such a high pressure, he began to devour and merge the fragments of the golems. After a while, the conflict between the two substances finally stopped. Very good, that's it. That's right. Orochimaru looked fanatical and immediately summoned a large number of snakes. Through these snakes, he gathered countless ninjas into this monster. Orochimaru, on the other hand, maintained his control over this monster. Biological cloning technology, fusion method, sealing technique, expensive ninja tools, and the charm I prepared for the Edo ninjas. Hoo, don't disappoint me with this thing. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. He had poured too much effort into this thing. Finally, when all the snakes trembled and scattered in fear, a huge monster with a strange luster was born. Even if it just stood there motionless, it exuded a strong sense of suppression. It succeeded. Finally succeeded. Even if he was as calm as Orochimaru, he was excited by his favorite work at this time. The monster in front of him was about 50 meters tall, and part of its body was emitting a terrifying metallic luster. Then, let me see your strength. The work that represents my highest achievement. Mechanical Godzilla. Orochimaru made a series of hand seals, and in the next moment, the curse seals on the mechanical Godzilla's body slowly faded away. The power that bound the monster began to disappear. Chi. A burst of electric sound rang out, and the grey eyes suddenly lit up with crimson light. His huge body also began to tremble. The mechanical Godzilla was activated. It came from the life tissues of God Tree and Godzilla, providing it with a powerful life energy, which could then be converted into chakra. All kinds of precious ninja tools were used as its shell and armor, and as they moved, they made a dull sound. The mechanical Godzilla lowered his head at the first moment, silently watching Orochimaru. Are you identifying and judging? After all, you are a newborn, and you don't know anything about this world yet. Orochimaru had a wicked smile on his face. He was the one who created it, so of course, he knew what the other party was doing. The mechanical Godzilla was scanning and recording him. The mechanical Godzilla let out a burst of electricity. Orochimaru nodded repeatedly, "That's right, I can roughly guess what you are confused about. I am your father." Mechanical Godzilla observed for a while, then made his move decisively. He stretched out his steel claws and slapped down. Rumble. A huge crater was created on the ground. Still out of control? Fortunately, I was already prepared. Since I can't communicate normally, then I'll forcibly control you. Orochimaru had already dodged, and his gaze towards the mechanical Godzilla became cold. At the same time, he was even more confused. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. He had already set up a large number of logical programs for Godzilla, so why was he still out of control? The key was that he lost control so easily. From the beginning, the mechanical Godzilla was created, but now that it was completed, it brought Orochimaru too many questions. I can even control a dead person from Edo Tensei, let alone you. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and suddenly changed his hand seal. The charm planted in the head of the mechanical Godzilla was activated. The seal scattered all over the body of the mechanical Godzilla was about to be activated one by one. But at this moment, the mechanical Godzilla also sensed danger. Before losing control of his body, the light in his eyes became more and more dazzling, and it kept flashing as if he was angry. Roar! 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 A roar! The mechanical Godzilla suddenly opened his mouth, and the dazzling crimson light ball was brewing in his mouth. This is... Orochimaru's expression changed. Atomic breath! Boom! Atomic breath blasted out and pierced through the entire mountain on the spot. Red-colored light beam shot into the sky, causing the entire Thunder Kingdom to shake. Chapter 357, SHH, Here's a Wild Godzilla. The red light beam was too eye-catching. Hey? What is this? From the looks of it, it looks like an atomic breath. But why is it red? The people of the Thunder Country immediately looked up and recognized this red light. The bright color lit up the sky, giving off an ominous feeling, making people extremely terrified. The first thing that many people thought of was that terrifying man. Lord Raikage, under the circumstances that the situation is unknown, I do not recommend you to move out. Mabi said anxiously. However, it was clear that the fourth Raikage would not listen to him. In the home of this old man, the power of that guy actually appeared. This is simply unforgivable. How could this old man, as Raikage, retreat at a time like this? Raikage smashed the wall with a punch, leaped up, and was already the first to charge out of the village, heading straight for the destination. Yo, big brother is so impatient. Killer Bee also wanted to follow, but Raikage's roar came, "Bee, if you dare to leave the village, I will twist your head off." Killer Bee's body froze, his face was depressed. Mabi was sweating profusely. Lord Killer Bee, Lord Raikage is also thinking about your safety. We have already lost Yujito. We cannot lose you again. The other ninjas of Kumigakure were helpless and could only hastily mobilize their troops. In fact, everyone was very clear that if that man really came to the borders of the Thunder Country, it would be useless even if so many of them came together. Moreover, red atomic breath, they have never heard of it before. As the chief secretary, Mabi racked his brains but could not find any useful information. The one who can launch the atomic breath is either Yuuji himself, or those Godzilla. I heard that when Godzilla attacked Ryuuka Cave, he also displayed the ability of the atomic breath. So, either the best result or the worst result. Mabi looked anxious. With Yuuji here, it would be difficult for the entire Thunder Country to stop him. Yuuji did not come, but the appearance of a lone Godzilla was the best result. If that was the case, Kumigakure might have a chance to control Godzilla and sign a spiritual contract with him. The powerful Godzilla might be able to match the weaker Bijuu in a short period of time. I hope everything goes well, Mabi prayed in a low voice. The Thunder Country mountain range. Orochimaru rushed out from the broken mountain range with a gloomy face. He's just a newborn, so lively. Orochimaru maintained his hand seal posture, looking at the mechanical monster that stood tall. His attack speed was still a step too slow, allowing the mechanical Godzilla to release an atomic breath in his berserk state. Fortunately, before he completely went berserk, Orochimaru firmly controlled him. Heh, what a powerful beast. It's much stronger than Manda. Maybe it really has the strength to fight with the tail. Orochimaru kept sizing up the mechanical Godzilla's combat strength, assessing it. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even compared to those Godzilla from Godzilla's Holy Land, mechanical Godzilla's strength was absolutely first-rate. 50 meters in size was similar to many Bijuu, and could be considered big in Godzilla's Holy Land. Although it was far inferior to the one controlled by Yuuji. Strong, it would take some effort to control, but this kind of effort was worth it. The only thing I have to worry about is that the atomic breath that destroyed the entire mountain must have alerted many experts of the Kingdom of Thunder. I have to leave as soon as possible before they arrive. Orochimaru was about to seize the time to leave. Whoosh! A burst of thunder roared from afar, and as fast as lightning, the biting cold thunder tore a crack in the ground. You came to my territory, and you still want to leave? Orochimaru, you think too simply. The fourth Raikage roared loudly as he rushed over, his entire body covered in violent lightning. As he crashed into the ground, he made an explosive sound like a cannonball. The first one to arrive is actually you, Your Excellency Raikage. As expected, you are as impatient as the rumors say. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little irritated. The fourth Raikage was a strong man who was not much weaker than him. He did not expect this guy to come so quickly. Raikage was also looking at this strange Godzilla. With his experience, he knew what was going on at first glance. Godzilla made from all kinds of ninja tools? It looks like he used other strange materials. The moment fourth Raikage saw the mechanical Godzilla, he had already decided to take this thing for himself. It was already fortunate that the one who was causing trouble was not Yuuji but Orochimaru. Orochimaru also had a strange Godzilla, so there was no reason to let him go. Your Excellency Raikage, how about we discuss it? I have no intention of becoming enemies with Kumigakure. Why don't you let me go? I promise I won't do anything to you. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Raikage snorted with contempt. You are Konoha's traitor. Even if we meet at other times, I have absolute reasons to kill you. Moreover, you actually did such a thing in the Thunder Country. Ha, what did I do? You actually stole our Kumigakure's ninja tools and precious materials, using man-made methods to create Godzilla. Ha, 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 ha. Your Excellency Raikage is young, but I didn't expect you to be blind long ago. Orochimaru let out a terrible laugh. Shut up. Orochimaru, you have ulterior motives. You want to use the method of creating Godzilla to spy on Godzilla's secret to trigger the war between Kumigakure and Konoha. As Raikage, I will never allow this to happen. I will also confiscate your murder weapon. Raikage's beard trembled, and he revealed a ferocious expression that was filled with killing intent. The two of them looked at each other, and they could see the other's dangerous expression. Whatever he said was an excuse, just to fight for the mechanical Godzilla. Alright, I thought that this thing would cause a sensation, but I didn't expect that the first one who heard the wind to come was not Yuuji, but you. Orochimaru laughed. He still wanted to use mechanical Godzilla to give Yuuji a surprise. But now, it seemed that letting mechanical Godzilla take Raikage's head was also a good result. Die! Raikage rushed to Orochimaru at the first moment. His speed was fast to the extreme, and from the beginning, he had already developed ninja secret technique to the extreme, and his movement speed was even comparable to a short-distance space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru's face changed, and he only saw a flash of blue lightning start to move. In the next moment, he was already punched in the chest by Raikage. His entire chest was pierced through, and a large part of his body tissues were shattered on the spot. Tisk, substitute. Raikage felt the touch of his fist. Everyone knows that your speed is terrifying. In the 3 battles, you are the only one who can fight with Yondaime. How can I not be prepared? Orochimaru showed the metal claws of Godzilla. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. If not for the fact that his life-saving method could be said to be number 1 in Ninja World, he really would have been killed in one move just now. Even if he died, he could still be resurrected, but this possessed White Zetsu's body was about to be crippled. He couldn't bear to part with it. Not to mention, once he died, the mechanical Godzilla would lose control. He would either beat Raikage to death and run away, or he would be beaten by Raikage and then dragged back to Kumigakure. A loss of blood. I'll let you see my mechanical Godzilla. Orochimaru changed the seal. The eyes of the silent mechanical Godzilla shone again. I'm not your enemy. I created you, and that guy is the real enemy. Orochimaru said to the mechanical Godzilla as he made a series of hand seals and changed the mechanical Godzilla's program. This unexpected strain was like brainwashing an adult with a strong will of his own, and there were many obstacles. The mechanical Godzilla seemed to have a set of immature, but extremely stubborn, specific behavior logic from the moment he was born. He basically followed this set of logic to easily control the mechanical Godzilla. He did not know what was going on. Roar! The mechanical Godzilla let out a silent roar. He stretched out his sharp and long metal claws and ruthlessly slapped towards the fourth Raikage. However, the fourth Raikage easily dodged it. He looked at the ground that had been smashed into a deep pit. He is very strong, and his speed is not inferior to that of the Nibi. Orochimaru, it is beyond my expectations that you can develop this thing. From the very beginning, Raikage had compared the mechanical Godzilla with Bijuu. In fact, the flexibility and strength index that the mechanical Godzilla displayed surprised Raikage. This was man-made, not the real Godzilla. Then, let this old man see the internal structure of this damn thing. Raikage went up and punched, breaking the armor on Godzilla's chest on the spot. After taking a look at the internal structure of the body, he was stunned. The internal part was not entirely made of ninja constructs. How does it look? Like a combination of a mutilated strange creature and ninja tools. Orochimaru, could it be that you killed Godzilla? Raikage shouted. Who knows? I'll tell you when you survive first. Orochimaru sneered. Mechanical Godzilla aimed at Raikage and slowly opened his mouth. Red-colored light beam suddenly converged, brewing a terrifying high temperature. This is red atomic breath. Raikage's expression turned solemn. Your Excellency Raikage, how about it? It's impossible for you to block the atomic's breath. If you don't want to die, get out of here as soon as possible. Orochimaru said. What a joke. You just want to provoke me to block it head-on. Raikage had a disdainful look on his face. In the next moment, it spat out its red atomic breath, directly attacking Raikage. Raikage really did not dodge. His hair and beard stood up straight, and the thunder all over his body welcomed another wave of explosive attacks. It was as if he had pushed his thunder escape armor to its maximum power. Boom! Red-colored light beam directly hit the blue ball of thunder. The moment the two were shot out, they immediately surged. Red light beam began to disperse, bringing with it a boundless amount of lightning as it shot out in all directions, tearing apart the mountains. The boulders crumbled one after another, tumbling and falling. After a portion of the flying stone dust that obscured his vision had dispersed, it revealed Raikage's charred body. Cough cough, the power of this atom breath is no less than that of Bijuudama. Orochimaru, you really created a powerful monster. Raikage coughed, and his hair was burned away. He felt the necrotic skin on his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a wild grin. However, although the power of this Godzilla is still unable to kill me, it has successfully attracted my interest. Raikage began to look forward, wanting to completely kill Orochimaru and capture the mechanical Godzilla. This was a battle power that was no weaker than Bijuu's. Raikage vaguely felt that something was wrong. He suddenly punched forward. After sprinting for dozens of meters, he suddenly looked up at the sky. In the dust that filled the sky, mechanical Godzilla had already flown up, and on the dorsal fin on his back, he was ejecting chakra to fly. Ah, thank you for testing the strength of mechanical Godzilla for me. You are useless now. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he controlled mechanical Godzilla to fly higher and higher, finally whistling toward the eastern sea. It was difficult for him to have a chance to kill a ninja like the fourth Raikage, so he simply did not waste time. Just the fact that he was able to survive an atomic breath gave Orochimaru a headache. Only the charcoal-like Raikage stood in place, as if he had been petrified. This beast can actually fly. Orochimaru, how dare you fool me like this? I swear I'll kill you. Raikage clenched his fists in anger, and lightning flashed in his palms. He was obviously going mad. Mechagodzilla didn't get it. Orochimaru didn't kill either. After busying himself, he could only watch as the other party left. At this time, Kumigakure's team leader arrived late. Lord Raikage, are you all right? How did you become like this? You are even darker than Lord Killer Bee. Yes, yes, and this place is spread with radiation. It is very dangerous. Shut up, quickly search this ruin for me. That bastard left in a hurry, so he definitely did not have the time to destroy the traces of the experiments. Raikage was furious. The numerous Kumigakure ninjas immediately took action. After a few busy days, they finally found a large number of pieces of equipment and placed them in front of Raikage. How is it? I am very sorry, Lord Raikage. We did not find any valuable materials. Even this large laboratory, the other party cleaned it up very cleanly. Perhaps the other party came here to conduct experiments in order to carry out the final step of research. One of the cloud ninjas said. Raikage was furious. Then mobilize all the ships you have and go to the sea to search for the whereabouts of that guy. If I'm not wrong, Orochimaru must have found the location of Godzilla's holy land, so he made that thing. The flying Godzilla made Raikage helpless. Above the vast sea, mechanical Godzilla quickly flew over, stirring up waves on the surface of the sea. Oh, the consumption of chakra is a bit big. It seems that I can't fly for a long time. Orochimaru felt the change of mechanical Godzilla. What made Orochimaru even more surprised was that the direction that mechanical Godzilla chose seemed to be where Godzilla's holy land was located. Is the holy land naturally attractive to Godzilla? It's amazing. Orochimaru felt that there were more and more mysteries about the mechanical Godzilla. However, as long as he could control the mechanical Godzilla, he would be able to solve his confusion sooner or later. Humph, I've developed such an amazing thing. It's definitely the best in the Holy Land. In this way, I can probably let Godzilla Sage meet me. After I meet Godzilla Sage and obtain the stronger Senjutsu, I will even be fortunate enough to obtain the genes of Godzilla Sage. He had the ability to make the mechanical Godzilla stronger, the kind that would be strong enough to beat Yuuji sooner or later. Heh, wait, Shiranui Yuuji. I really hope to see your frightened expression as soon as possible. Orochimaru looked at the giant island in front of him and smiled evilly. Chapter 358, Do You Have the Strength? Sasuke had been busy here for a while. During this period, he tried to contact many Godzilla, but unfortunately, most of the situations were ignored. In fact, Sasuke did not want to communicate with the weak Godzilla at all. He had been eyeing the strongest few from the beginning. Damn it, these guys actually don't like me at all. Sasuke had a face full of unwillingness. He waved and shouted at the 40-meter-tall Godzilla in front of him, but the other party only glanced at him. The light in his eyes seemed to be looking at a little bug, and after a glance, he looked away. Other Godzilla ignored him like this, let alone the sub-body Godzilla. What should I do? I definitely can't beat these guys, so I definitely won't use force to gain their recognition. Then what should I do? Sasuke sat on a tree, thinking hard, and constantly observing these big guys. Then, what was on him that could attract these big guys? Innate talent? Chakra? Bloodline? Appearance? Sasuke listed many possibilities and finally thought of a more reliable one. Thunder escape forbidden art, thunder, Godzilla. Sasuke gritted his teeth, aimed at a little Godzilla and cast a thunder Godzilla art. Sure enough, this successfully attracted the attention of the other party. Ow! The 10-meter-tall little Godzilla rushed over excitedly, staring at the 3-meter-tall lightning Godzilla. As expected, this is enough. So, the reason why Sensei let me learn this technique to come to this holy land is because only this technique can attract me to Godzilla. Sasuke was shocked. Only by mastering an S-class forbidden technique would one be qualified to receive the attention of Godzilla. This condition was too harsh. However, it was precisely because it was harsh that it could prove the extraordinariness of this strongest holy land. Sasuke quickly dispelled this technique. Godzilla, who was formed from lightning, disappeared on the spot. However, little Godzilla did not leave immediately. Instead, he stared at Sasuke and observed him curiously. Sorry, you are interested in me, but I am not interested in you. You are too small. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Sasuke looked around with ambition. Without a doubt, he was going to find the strongest sub-body Godzilla. In the next second, he moved and disappeared into the dense forest. Not long after, a series of ear-piercing thunder and lightning sounds rang out in the vast primeval forest. Not bad, a very smart young man. On the branch, Yuuji's eyes opened slightly, smiling as he watched Sasuke's every move. If he wanted to obtain recognition, the first step was to attract the attention of Godzilla. If he were to jump around like a little ox, it would only be futile. As for whether Sasuke could sign a contract with the sub-body Godzilla, that was not something that Yuuji had to care about. It was all up to Sasuke himself. To sign a contract with the sub-body Godzilla who can fight with the nine-tailed fox, this difficulty. Yuuji shook his head with a smile. No matter what the result was, he had an encouraging attitude. And what really attracted Yuuji's attention was not Sasuke, but Orochimaru, who was rushing over here. Through interfering with the birth of mechanical Godzilla, Yuuji learned about what happened to Orochimaru. This was interesting. Orochimaru, that guy, wanted to use mechanical Godzilla as a means to verify his own talent, so that he could see Godzilla Sage, who had no use. Well, only Orochimaru, who was not afraid of death, could do this. If it was anyone else, they would not dare to do this, because no one was sure whether the so-called Godzilla Sage would tear them apart in anger. It was very risky to use human means to create Godzilla. Not long after, a huge figure flew over. It was the mechanical Godzilla. We're finally here. I should be able to see Godzilla and Sage this time. I must learn from Senjutsu of Godzilla's faction. Orochimaru looked at the numerous huge figures on the island and was very excited. Senjutsu of Godzilla's lineage. By absorbing vitality to extract natural energy, this deeply attracted Orochimaru. This involved the secret relationship between vitality and natural energy, and even involved the birth principle of natural energy. Orochimaru was determined to win. Boom! The mechanical Godzilla landed and stared at the shining eyes of the mechanical monster, scanning the surroundings. Humph, you should be excited. This is one of the sources of your life. Orochimaru had a strange smile on his face. The arrival of the mechanical Godzilla also attracted some of Godzilla's attention. They rushed over one after another and surrounded the mechanical Godzilla in the middle, observing him vigilantly. This strange outsider had the aura of the same kind, but also an indescribable thing that made them instinctively disgusted. These Godzilla were very puzzled. It did not attack immediately. Very good, this means that I have succeeded. Orochimaru looked around with satisfaction. Some of Godzilla had already recognized Orochimaru. This little bug had repeatedly climbed the island, and had even sprinkled a lot of useless vipers on the island. I want to meet Godzilla Sage. Can anyone introduce me? Orochimaru said. Ignoring him, they focused on Godzilla and carefully approached him, sniffing around. They were hesitating whether they should attack this strange creature. Orochimaru waited for a while, but when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he frowned. Or do you refuse to communicate with me? You might give the Holy Land a chance. I can already create your own kind, but I don't even have the qualifications to meet Godzilla Sage. Orochimaru felt that it was very difficult. He had never heard of any Holy Land being so harsh. As for the other 3 Holy Lands, Ryuuka Cave's White Snake Sage, as long as he was not afraid of death and survived the test of 3 Snake Princess, he would be able to see White Snake Sage. Mount Mayuboku was relatively easy to deal with. There was no need to mention the Shikotsu forest. There was only one living creature in the entire Holy Land, the Sage. Any small talking slug that he saw would definitely be a slug sage. Only Godzilla's Holy Land made Orochimaru feel at a loss. Not to mention the chance to meet Godzilla Sage, he didn't even know how to see Godzilla Sage. Since you still refuse to introduce me, then I can only go to the island myself. I can't find it if I don't. Orochimaru's face sank, and he immediately ordered Mechanical Godzilla to enter the core area of the island. He had never truly explored that place before. Even the poisonous snakes he had sprinkled down could not spread. The Mechanical Godzilla began to move. Facing the siege of other Godzilla, the Mechanical Godzilla directly smashed out a path. This made the other Godzilla even more confused and provoked them. At the same time, the Mechanical Godzilla emitted an aura that made them feel close and disgusted. Now, he took the initiative to move. Then there was no reason for him not to make a move. Bang! A Godzilla slammed into him, causing him to stagger. This is troublesome, but I have no other choice. I can only rush over. Orochimaru braced himself. The Mechanical Godzilla's eyes flashed, and all the mechanical devices on his body moved. In the face of the other Godzilla's provocation, he ignored them and just charged in a straight line. This infuriated even more Godzilla. They surrounded him one after another and collided with the Mechanical Godzilla. Every collision would produce a series of ear-piercing loud noises. Obviously, these Godzilla were also maintaining their restraint. They didn't use any moves like the tail whip or the breath of atoms, mainly to block and resist the body as the main attack. Because these Godzilla really couldn't figure out the situation of the Mechanical Godzilla. This time, the Mechanical Godzilla fell into a bitter battle. Facing so many Godzilla, even if its size was huge, it was temporarily passive. It was constantly shaken by the successive collisions of Godzilla. This series of strange loud noises also attracted the attention of Shizuke. Shizuke hurried over and looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. What happened? Why are there so many Godzilla attacking that? Godzilla? This thing is also Godzilla? I've never seen it before. Orochimaru immediately looked at Shizuke and said in surprise, how can there be children here? Look at this kid's clothes. He is actually from Uchiha's clan. Hey, who are you? Why did you break into the Holy Land without permission? Shizuke stood on the branch and asked coldly. This kind of behavior of the protagonist made Orochimaru unhappy. I've been busy for so many years, but I only dare to wander around the periphery. I still have to rely on mechanical Godzilla to have the confidence to enter the island. What was going on with this little brat that suddenly appeared? Why was he able to openly run out of the island and use this kind of arrogant manner to question him? This kind of innate conceit is indeed the real Uchiha. I guess, to be able to leave the Holy Land now, and not be attacked by those Godzilla. You are Yuuji's disciple, Uchiha Shizuke, right? Orochimaru sneered. Shizuke looked at Orochimaru and saw that he had to constantly adjust his position on the mechanical Godzilla. After pondering for a while, Shizuke revealed a surprised expression. With this appearance, are you the village's S-class traitor, Orochimaru? Oh? The little brat now is really amazing. He even remembered my appearance. Well then, little brat from Uchiha's family, how about we talk? How did you get out of here and how long have you been here? Is Yuuji there? Orochimaru asked. Humph, I have no reason to reveal the information to a guy like you. You are just a stray dog who betrayed the village. Are you coveting the power of the Holy Land now? Shizuke snorted. A sharp-tongued little brat. You will die if you speak nonsense to someone of my level, even if you are a disciple of Yuuji. Orochimaru's eyes became cold, and he kept looking at Sasuke's young body. If he hadn't possessed White Zetsu's body, Sasuke's body with Uchiha's blood would be the most suitable for him. Especially when he knew that Sharingan's final stage of advancement was Rinnegan. Shizuke said disdainfully, you can't even protect yourself. Sooner or later, you will be killed by these Godzilla, and you are still pointing fingers at me. That is not necessarily the case. But something is going to happen soon. Orochimaru tried his best to sense the situation around him, but he did not find any trace of Yuuji. The best result was that Yuuji threw Shizuke here to accept the test of the Holy Land, and he was not in the Holy Land. Orochimaru stared at Shizuke, his eyes becoming more and more dangerous. In the end, he chose to take action. Even if not for the sake of Uchiha's bloodline, he could at least get information about the Holy Land from Shizuke. What Orochimaru lacked the most was information. Rumble. Orochimaru quickly made a series of hand seals, and controlled the mechanical Godzilla to burst out with powerful chakra and a large number of bombs, temporarily repelling the other Godzilla. He immediately rushed towards Shizuke. The strange and huge body of the mechanical Godzilla, which was emitting a metallic luster, indeed had a huge visual impact. If it was an ordinary youth, he would have been scared silly. However, Shizuke was not ordinary. Not only was he not afraid, he even wanted to laugh. Strange Godzilla, I remember the Azura Path pain. His entire body was transformed from flesh and blood and various kinds of ninja tools. Shizuke silently pondered and pondered. In his speculation, the mechanical Godzilla should be similar to the Azura Path. Both of them were made from tools. He was a super scholar. He had rich knowledge and strong logic. Since he had figured out the general situation, there was nothing to be afraid of. Facing the ferocious mechanical Godzilla, Shizuke leaped up and jumped onto another tree. The giant tree that he was standing on was broken by the mechanical Godzilla on the spot. Very good speed, but it is impossible for you to escape my pursuit. Orochimaru's eyes turned into a needle. Can't you just tell me what you know? I really don't want to kill the disciples of my old friend. Although he said that, he was extremely fierce and showed no signs of holding back. The numerous Godzilla also roared and charged at Godzilla. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Shizuke opened Sharingan and looked coldly at Orochimaru. Immediately, he revealed an arrogant smile. Do you really think you have me? Just relying on the imitation that you don't know how to make. Isn't that so? Could it be that Shizuke-kun has more power than my mechanical Godzilla? Orochimaru was startled. Humph, of course. Your field of vision limited your knowledge. That's why you betrayed the village back then. Shizuke formed a seal with both hands and slapped the ground. This is the seal of the psychic spell. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. That shouldn't be the case. How could a mere brat like him have the qualifications to obtain such results? Even if Shizuke was that person's disciple. Along with the huge smoke rising up, a huge existence no less than mechanical Godzilla appeared, and as soon as he walked out, a violent aura rushed over, causing the other Godzilla to stop and become restless. Orochimaru's expression completely changed, and a complicated expression of jealousy and shock emerged on his face. Do you have the strength to fight with me, Shizuke? Shizuke had one hand on his waist, and the other was leaning against Godzilla's rough skin, his expression becoming more and more proud. Chapter 359, I Am Strong. Shizuke had summoned the most powerful sub-body Godzilla on the island, shocking everyone. Even Godzilla, who had been attacked by many machines, became restless, staring at their boss being summoned by a human brat. Their face was full of question marks. Orochimaru stared at the behemoth that walked out of the smoke step by step. Just by looking at his body size, he was even taller and stronger than the mechanical Godzilla. You little brat, you actually signed a contract with this holy land. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with jealousy. Moreover, this huge Godzilla is not far away. At such a close distance, you could have called it over with just a shout. Why do you have to specially show me the psychic skill? Orochimaru said hatefully. This little brat, he was clearly showing off, right? He must have done this on purpose, right? Shizuke stood on the sub-body Godzilla, his mind swelling to the point of exploding. He said coldly, that's not important, Orochimaru. The point is you. You will be the first enemy I kill after I become stronger. A mere Orochimaru-like cage level is not even half a match for me, Uchiha Shizuke, the second young master. Is it Yuuji? It was Yuuji who paved the way for you, so you little brat can do this. Orochimaru's eyes were cold and gloomy. Sensei is my guide, but for me to be able to get its approval, it all depends on my own efforts. You are a short-sighted fool, choosing an idiot who betrayed the village. You don't have to worry so much, because you are going to die soon. Shizuke looked disdainful. In his opinion, Orochimaru was definitely a fool. Konoha was Ninja World's strongest village, the oldest family with the most population, and the most numerous secret arts forbidden arts. As the village's cage level, Orochimaru's status was revered, and he actually defected. It was simply unreasonable. Then, let me, Uchiha Shizuke, be the strongest genius, and get rid of the rebellion. Arrogant to the extreme. The people of your Uchiha clan are always like this. Orochimaru's face was gloomy. Facing the huge strides of the sub-Godzilla, he directly commanded mechanical Godzilla to rush forward. The two behemoths looked at each other. The sub-body Godzilla was the first to roar, and his expression became ferocious, as if he was angry with the appearance of mechanical Godzilla. Hey, we better attack Orochimaru first. As long as we kill him, the Godzilla he created will not be a threat to us. Shizuke shouted loudly. However, the sub-body Godzilla acted as if he did not hear anything and directly charged at the mechanical Godzilla. Shizuke had a helpless expression. This big guy did not listen to him. Wahaha, Shizuke, your psychic beast actually does not listen to you. You are more like a psychic beast. When Orochimaru saw this scene, he was immediately delighted. At this time, the two Godzilla had already pulled the distance and collided with each other. Rumble. It was as if two mountains had crashed into each other after a high-speed sprint. A deafening sound spread out and turned into a terrifying sound wave attack visible to the naked eye. It carried a shock wave that could tear apart a human body and wreaked havoc. In the surroundings, a large number of giant trees were pulled up by it, or broken in half at the waist, flying straight out. The ground collapsed with a loud bang. Roar. The sub-body Godzilla swung the tail behind him and fiercely whipped it over. Not only that, at this moment, the dorsal fin lit up with blue light and finally converged on the tail, increasing the attack power of the tail whip. The mechanical Godzilla quickly collected the data and followed suit, whipping out the tail as well. Pa! The two tails clashed. From the very beginning, the mechanical Godzilla was knocked back, his body staggering. Roar! The sub-body Godzilla waved his claws, and with a swipe of his claws, he tore a ferocious wound on the mechanical Godzilla's body. The metal armor on the surface of the mechanical Godzilla's body had a certain protective effect, but it was obvious that it was not that effective. Along with the shell being torn apart, the flesh and blood inside the mechanical Godzilla was torn apart. Fragments flew everywhere. Yay! Sasuke clenched his fists. His face was full of excitement. Too strong. As expected of Godzilla, who was favored by Sensei to be able to fight the nine-tailed fox. It was just an ordinary physical attack, but it managed to injure the enemy's puppet in 2 rounds. Damn it! Orochimaru's face sank. His mechanical Godzilla was definitely not weak, but his opponent was too strong. In Godzilla's clan, there were many problems with the size itself. The big ones had stronger physical qualities and more vitality. However, it was not like there was no chance for mechanical Godzilla. Because this was mechanical Godzilla, there was no pain or fear. Sasuke, you are happy too early, atomic breath. Orochimaru said darkly. Phew. The mechanical Godzilla opened his mouth, and red light gathered. Humph, you even stole this move, but the ones on my side will only be stronger than your inferior ones. Sub-body Godzilla, we will also use atomic breath. Sasuke shouted. This time, the sub-body Godzilla gave Sasuke face. Or perhaps, the sub-body Godzilla had intended to use the atomic breath to exchange blows. Blue light gathered in its mouth. In the distance, Yuuji watched this scene with interest. Godzilla and mechanical Godzilla's confrontation? This is a famous scene. Unfortunately, it will be mechanical Godzilla who loses this time. Yuuji laughed. Although mechanical Godzilla was not bad, it still depended on who he faced. Against the strongest sub-body Godzilla on the island, it was obviously not a good choice. Boom! Boom! 2 different colored atomic breaths erupted at the same time, and when they came into contact with each other in the air, terrifying circular ripples instantly erupted. Zi, zi, zi. The ground was flattened, the clouds were scattered, the mountains were pierced through, and the primeval forest was seriously injured. Even the giant island beneath their feet stretched out its head at this time, letting out a painful hiss. An ear-piercing sound filled the air, making one's scalp numb. As far as the eye could see, there was only the terrifying aftermath of the collision between the blue and blue colors. Sasuke was shocked by this unprecedented attack. His eyes were wide open as he watched this kind of battle from a close distance. The earth under his feet was violently shaking. The distant sea was even more turbulent, stormy waves surging, and tsunamis that were dozens of meters high appeared one after another, shocking everyone. This is the peak strength. With this strength, I will definitely be able to defeat Naruto and Kyuubi. Sasuke's heart was stirred, and his eyes were blazing as he looked at this natural disaster-like scene. Last time, when he had a preliminary understanding of the domain of the strong, it was more than 2 years ago. When Nagato invaded Konoha, he released a complete Susanoo that was 200 meters tall, making the entire Konohagakure tremble in front of him. With a casual slash of his sword, the shockwave could destroy dozens of streets. Later on, his sensei was crowned as the peak existence of Ninja World by many people. He used Godzilla mode to turn into Godzilla, who was 200 meters tall, and fought Nagato head-on. That battle left a deep impression on the young Sasuke. Unfortunately, he did not see the later scene and was controlled by Hiriko, almost losing his life. The only good thing about this was that he had seen his brother awaken Mangekyo Sharingan with his own eyes, and he himself had opened a Megatama under the stimulation of death. Sasuke stared straight ahead, unwilling to even blink his eyes. Gradually, his eyes changed. The third Megatama appeared. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 11-year-old Sasuke had developed his own Sharingan to the extreme of a single stage. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Sasuke. He keenly noticed the changes in Sasuke. The bloodline of this clan is really too excessive. The more intense the stimulation, the more powerful the power will be. Orochimaru licked his lips. This was ridiculous. To be able to crazily dig out the hidden power in one's blood in a life and death situation, it really made people jealous. But the problem is, Sasuke, the weakest link in the power you have is yourself. Orochimaru laughed deeply, but his laughter had long been covered by the ear-piercing sound of impact. As time passed, the outcome of the 2 atomic blasts gradually came to an end. The mechanical Godzilla was once again suppressed. His entire body began to show signs of red. Some of the metal parts of his body either broke or began to melt bit by bit. The energy device is overloaded. It has far exceeded the maximum limit I designed. Orochimaru glanced at the other side. The sub-body Godzilla had a fierce and cruel expression on his face. He opened his mouth and spat out a big move, but at the same time, he was able to walk forward step by step. He forced the mechanical Godzilla to continuously retreat. What an amazing creature! Mechanical Godzilla can't beat you, but there's still me. Summoning technique. Orochimaru suddenly summoned several huge snakes. Orochimaru, don't summon us anymore. We, Ryuuka Cave, don't have many snakes in the first place. Hey! The giant snakes wanted to throw a tantrum as soon as they appeared, but when they saw the scene clearly, they were immediately dumbfounded. The two Godzilla were facing each other. There was also a bunch of Godzilla who had bathed Ryuuka Cave in blood time and time again. Attack the other party! Hurry up, the opportunity for revenge is here. Orochimaru ordered. Sasuke was furious. Orochimaru, you're shameless. Ha, I'm just using the psychic spell. This is also a part of my power. It's no different from what you did. Orochimaru sneered. Several large snakes rushed up to entangle Godzilla, trying to interfere with him. However, Godzilla grabbed them and tore the two snakes apart. The other snakes bit Godzilla's legs and suddenly exerted force. Still, he could not trip the sub-Godzilla. However, this indeed distracted the sub-Godzilla. Orochimaru took the opportunity to move, and his figure quickly elongated, directly pouncing towards Sasuke. The weakest link on the sub-Godzilla side was Sasuke himself. You bastard! Sasuke's expression changed. Looking at Orochimaru, who was crazily attacking him, he was extremely nervous. He glared at him with a pair of Sharingan eyes. Illusion? It's useless. Orochimaru instantly broke through Sasuke's childish illusion. 3 Magadama's illusion is also shameless to use against a strong man like him. Hey, is it useful? At this moment, sub-body Godzilla turned his terrifying pupils and stared straight at Orochimaru. This made Orochimaru shiver all over. The next second, the huge tail swung over, breaking Orochimaru's 10-meter-long body at the waist. Damn it! Orochimaru cursed, and a new Orochimaru immediately emerged from the remaining half of his body. He turned around and ran. The sub-body Godzilla obviously paid great attention to protecting Sasuke. This kind of situation was no longer something he could solve. Retreat! Orochimaru shouted at the mechanical Godzilla. But at this time, the sub-body Godzilla suddenly took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the mechanical Godzilla. His 2 claws grabbed the upper and lower jaw of the mechanical Godzilla. Roar! The sub-Godzilla had a tyrannical look on his face as he slowly exerted his strength, tearing off the mechanical Godzilla's mouth bit by bit. Seeing that the situation was not good, Orochimaru ran away like a madman and plunged into the ground, planning to find a chance to escape. However, how could the giant turtle Godzilla, who was in pain and rage, let Orochimaru escape so easily? The whole island trembled again, and the earth began to compress. Finally, Orochimaru's body was crushed bit by bit. I actually died in such a place, damn it, damn it. Orochimaru's body was being squeezed bit by bit, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was unwilling. It wasn't easy for him to seize White Zetsu's body, but he actually lost it under such circumstances. It was really hateful. He only wanted to meet Godzilla Sage, but it was actually so difficult. Just as Orochimaru fell into despair, his consciousness began to fade away along with his body. Yuuji, who had been watching the show, finally made his move. The karma of Otsutsuki's clan will only start to unseal itself after the original body is completely dead. This is to prevent 2 Otsutsuki appearing at the same time. Then, Orochimaru's undead reincarnation and the curse seal of heaven will definitely not be more perfect than the karma. I can give it a try. Yuuji had a deep malice on his face as he attacked Orochimaru's soul that was about to be thrown into the Pure Land. After his body died, Orochimaru's soul became muddled. Without Rikuta Sennin's power, he could not keep his soul clear, and it was even more impossible for him to have memories of the Pure Land when he retained his self-consciousness. Yuuji took the initiative and harvested Orochimaru's soul. When Orochimaru used the last bit of his consciousness, he was filled with anger and unwillingness to plan the next rebirth plan. There was no next time. His soul was suppressed by Yuuji. On the other side, Sasuke still did not know the news of Orochimaru's death. He only thought that Orochimaru had drilled into the ground and escaped. Sasuke looked at the heavily injured mechanical Godzilla. He was sweating all over and almost collapsed to the ground. He could not even stand stably. The second time, he was so close to death. The first time, he personally participated in other super battles, and to a certain extent, he was the one who led this battle. 4 against 5, it was equivalent to defeating Orochimaru. Sasuke's breathing was rapid, and there was both fear and indescribable excitement and fanaticism. I have become stronger. Sasuke lowered his head and looked at his palm. He slowly clenched his fists. There was nothing that was satisfying to see the increase in strength. Only true strength would not lie. I saw it all. Well done. Yuuji appeared in front of Sasuke and praised. Sensei, it's a pity that Orochimaru escaped. It's really hateful. Sasuke was unwilling, as if he was very dissatisfied with himself. Yuuji was speechless and said, "You have done well enough. To be able to defeat Orochimaru at this age, you are definitely the best among your peers." Sasuke said, "Sensei, I plan to return to the village and continue to cultivate. When the graduation exam is over, I will completely defeat him. I will announce to everyone that I, Uchiha Sasuke, am the strongest." Chapter 360, 5 Sense Blood Succession in Izanagi. Sasuke is now more confident than ever before. He had already defeated Orochimaru, causing Konoha's S-class rebelling ninja to flee in panic like a stray dog. What else could he not do? No matter how strong Naruto was, no matter how powerful the Kyuubi in his body was, it would not be stronger than his own sub-body Godzilla. Sasuke looked up at his psychic beast, his heart swelling. It's a good thing to have confidence, but remember, don't be blinded by conceit. Yuuji looked at Sasuke, who had stopped the rain after the sky had cleared up. He smiled slightly and said, "It's good that you can get the recognition of sub-body Godzilla, but I have to make it clear that your chakra is actually not enough to summon sub-body Godzilla." Sasuke was startled, "But I clearly... You just succeeded in channeling your spirit. It's only because the distance is too short that you managed to channel the sub-body Godzilla from 1,000 meters away. Of course, the consumption will be even lower. If you were to summon the sub-body Godzilla from the sacred land of Godzilla from hundreds of miles away or even thousands of miles away, you wouldn't be able to do it with your current strength." Yuuji continued, "Even if you used all your strength to dig out the chakra within your body, you barely managed to do it. How much strength do you have left to fight? Could it be that after summoning your sub-body Godzilla, you will be completely safe? All you have to do is rely on sub-body Godzilla to deal with the enemy?" Sasuke fell into deep thought. Yuuji looked at Sasuke. The current Sasuke had more chakra than ordinary superior ninja. Normally, it was impossible for an 11-year-old Sasuke to have such a level of chakra. On one hand, Yuuji had been training Sasuke strictly for many years, and on the other hand, Asura's cells. In these 11 years, Yuuji had filled up a large amount of Naruto's cells in Sasuke's body, causing his vitality and chakra to far exceed that of ordinary people. In addition, as Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke had a strong spiritual force. With the combination of many factors, Sasuke was qualified for medium-level Godzilla at this age. But Sasuke thought about it and looked at the damage caused by the battle just now. No matter what, he still felt that he was too awesome. As long as I have sub-body Godzilla. Sasuke looked at his psychic beast. However, the sub-body Godzilla stared at the remains of the mechanical Godzilla for a while and snorted. He didn't even look at Sasuke and walked away. "Sensei is right. I am still far from being able to defeat Naruto completely." Sasuke's expression turned solemn. "You have 2 S-class techniques in your hands. If you spend some more time, you will become an expert that will shock the entire ninja world." Yuuji shook his head and ignored Sasuke's stubbornness. He came in front of mechanical Godzilla and began to observe. "Sensei, how did Orochimaru create this thing? It seems to be somewhat similar to Nagato's Asura path, but it doesn't seem to be a collection of ninja tools." Sasuke said. "Of course it doesn't rely on ninja tools. Even if it is Asura path, it uses human corpses as the main body to transform." Yuuji looked at it for a while. The key was the combination of the Gedo statue fragment and Godzilla's clone. In the process, without Yuuji's help, Orochimaru would not have been able to complete it even if he was beaten to death. However, this mechanical Godzilla was a little interesting. He might be able to use it after repairing it. Not long after, Yuuji let his clone, who was in Konoha's position, activate the spirit reversal technique to send Sasuke back to Konoha. He stayed on the giant island. The matter of mechanical Godzilla was not urgent, and splitting Orochimaru's soul was obviously more important. Yuuji opened his own Rinnegan, and at the same time, opened his palm, revealing an illusory shadow. A part of Orochimaru's soul fell into his hand. In this world, if two identical Orochimaru appeared at the same time, it would be very interesting. Yuuji's expression was full of malice. Not long after, Orochimaru's subordinates were unable to receive any news about Orochimaru, so they would probably use the curse to resurrect him. Each of the curse seals contained Orochimaru's soul fragments, and they were all used by Orochimaru to resurrect him. Konoha. Sasuke walked on the street arrogantly, his dusty body and confident face exuded the aura of a strong man. It made everyone who looked at him exclaim in admiration. Hey, is that person the legendary Uchiha Sasuke? Ah, Uchiha's family at this age, this kind of beauty, it seems to be him. It is said that he is the second strongest in the new generation. The villagers pointed and praised. In the beginning, Sasuke still had a proud smile on the corner of his mouth, showing his attitude from confidence, but listening to it, he broke the defense. Damn it, these ignorant guys, what is called second strongest? That is already in the past, I am the strongest one. Sasuke was so angry that he gritted his teeth, wishing he could find trouble with Naruto right now. But in the end, he endured it, he wanted to put the final battle on the graduation exam. Ever since Yuuji became the teaching director, he had set up a more meticulous system for the evaluation of the student ability. He even made the annual graduation exam incomparably solemn and grand, no longer like the past years, more of it was just a formality. The 6th-year graduates were more like a large talent show scene. Every ninja clan and the various departments of the village would send people to the scene to watch the whole process, and evaluate the abilities of each candidate more directly. The most outstanding ones would even receive invitations from Anbu and Root. When Sasuke remembered that he had defeated Naruto under the watch of so many big shots in the village, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. At that time, his father and brother will definitely be proud of his performance. Sasuke walked on the street with a cold expression, causing a group of little girls to call him so handsome, while thinking about their own advantages and poor quality. The only disadvantage was the amount of chakra. Naruto had 9 tails. No matter when, the chakra was almost full. Even if it was time to call out the 9 tails assisting battle, Naruto's chakra must be more than Sasuke. As for Sasuke, after he developed sub-body Godzilla, his foundation was already crippled, and he had little chakra left. His body was severely depleted. There is a high probability that he would not fight to this extent, especially when it comes to the Kyuubi. If Naruto enters Bijuu's transformation, the village might directly intervene and take Naruto away for inspection. Sasuke's mind was very clear, and he knew the significance of Kyuubi to Konoha. Although the deterrent force was far less than before, there were too many experts among Konoha, and there was absolutely no lack of experts to suppress Kyuubi. However, he would never allow the Kyuubi to go berserk, and he would never allow Naruto's will to be controlled by the Kyuubi. So, the place I can improve is the illusion. Sasuke's eyes burst with light. He used 3 Tomo Sharingan to cast an illusion on Orochimaru, but Orochimaru instantly broke it. His Hitomi's strength and attainments in illusions were still far from enough. This could become a sharp weapon to deal with Naruto. Naruto's theory class is not as good as mine, which means his IQ is not as high as mine. Using illusions to deal with him is very targeted. I have to spend some time on illusions. Sasuke immediately went to look for Itachi. Everyone knew that among the experts of Uchiha's clan, Itachi and Shisui were the best at illusions. The other Fugaku, Setsuna, Kazue and the others did not display their unparalleled talents in illusions. Oh? Sasuke is back. Itachi had just finished his mission and took off his military uniform. He looked at Sasuke who had returned with surprise. Fugaku, who was reading the report, could not help but raise his head with a dignified face. It's only been a few days and you're already back? I thought Lord Yuuji would take you to cultivate for a few months. Mikoto scolded. Someone like Lord Yuuji is probably very busy. It's already very difficult to take Sasuke away and teach him for a few days. Fugaku and Itachi looked at each other, wanting to say something, but in the end, they did not refute. Lord Yuuji is very busy? Just based on his perfect clone technique, he doesn't need to personally attend to everything. Moreover, those super experts were even more idle than them, because the road ahead was getting narrower and narrower, and there weren't many methods that could increase his strength. Then, Sasuke, how is the progress of your cultivation? Did you obtain the approval of the Holy Land? Itachi asked. Sasuke had a proud look on his face. Not only did I get approval, I got the spiritual contract of the Holy Land of Godzilla and perfectly mastered the second S-level ninjutsu. Oh! Really amazing, worthy of being my son. Fugaku was also very happy, not stingy with his praise. Sasuke proudly puffed out his chest. Then, can you summon Godzilla already? That's very good. If you have a strong helper in battle, it will greatly increase your strength. Fugaku said. Father, the Godzilla I chose is the strongest one in the Holy Land. Sensei said that it can fight the nine-tailed. Sasuke said confidently. This time, the entire family was moved. Fugaku and Itachi's expressions became incomparably serious. They knew better than anyone what nine tails meant. The strongest Bijuu, the most terrifying natural disaster in the past 1,000 years. 11 years ago, Yondaime and his wife fought with the nine-tailed fox. Uzumaki Kushina had to sacrifice his own life to seal the nine-tailed fox again. Godzilla, who was no less than the nine-tailed fox. The impact was too great. According to their speculation, Sasuke was lucky to get the psychic contract, and after a few more years of practice, he might be able to summon super psychic beasts of the level of Bunta and Wanda. But no one expected that Sasuke signed a contract with Godzilla at the Kyuubi level in one step. In other words, Konoha would have another nine-tailed combat unit. Not only that, I also defeated Orochimaru in the Holy Land. That guy sneaked into the Holy Land and was chased away by me. Sasuke sat down and said. The family fell silent again, not knowing what to say. This is Sasuke? The 11-year-old Sasuke defeated the old Kage level like Orochimaru? He relied on Godzilla's strength, and it's already very exaggerated. Sasuke, you've grown up. Itachi touched Sasuke's head and sighed in surprise. This method of defeating Orochimaru was indeed a bit tricky. However, only by following Lord Yuuji would Sasuke be able to achieve such amazing results. Fugaku and Itachi were very clear that if they were to fight with Orochimaru, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him, and there was even the possibility of them losing. Father, Enai-san, I want to improve my illusion skills. This is my biggest weakness. Sasuke said seriously. Illusion skills? That's true. Itachi, you are better at illusion skills. Teach Sasuke well. It won't be long before the name of our Uchiha clan will be heard again because of Sasuke, Itachi said. Fugaku said. Itachi agreed. The two brothers left the house and came to a training ground. Where is brother Shisui? Has he left the village to carry out a mission? Sasuke looked left and right, wanting to pull Shisui over. Do you want me and Shisui to teach you a person at the same time? You are really greedy. Let's talk about it when your mastery of illusion arts exceeds most people. Itachi directly knocked on Sasuke's head and explained, it doesn't matter if I tell you. He didn't carry out a secret mission, but was ordered to go to the Kurama clan. Kurama clan? Sasuke was stunned, and he was extremely surprised. Is it the blood inheritance family that is extremely good at illusion techniques and is known to be able to control human five senses? But that family doesn't seem to have many people anymore, and they didn't send the children to the ninja school. The Kurama family was strong for a period of time, and the blood limit of their family was terrifying. Unfortunately, in the past few decades, the people of the Kurama family were thin, and the blood limit that no one had awakened in gradually declined. Now, it had become a family that could not be any smaller in the village. His reputation fell to the bottom of the valley. Sasuke was able to remember the deeds of this clan because he was diligent and eager to learn. In order to defeat Naruto in the exam, he had gone crazy to learn all kinds of theoretical knowledge. Itachi said, that's right, it's that powerful clan. In theory, if this clan's blood limit can stabilize the inheritance, and every generation can awaken, they might truly be the #1 illusionary clan in name. How is that possible? It's just controlling five senses. It's impossible for it to compare with our Uchiha clan. Our clan still has Izanagi. Sasuke immediately retorted. Itachi did not continue to talk about this topic. He said, in this generation of the Kurama clan, there is actually a child who awakened the blood limit. However, it seems that there is a problem with his body because of this blood, so he did not go to the ninja academy to study. Shisui just received a temporary task and went to the Kurama clan. He is responsible for teaching Kurama Yakumo. What kind of child needs someone as strong as brother Shisui to teach them? Can't the others teach instead? Sasuke was keenly aware of the crux of the problem. Shisui was cage level. The Kurama family did not fall to this state. Are you sure you can take out 1,000,000 taels of money to hire cage level in the village? The others are really not good, because Yakumo has a big problem, and even the Ui family who is very good at illusion can't do anything about Yakumo, so the fourth generation decided to send Shisui to Kurama's house to take a look. Itachi said. He recalled what Shisui had told him. Yakumo's blood circulation ability could be said to be the most terrifying in history. Not only could it control the five senses, but it could also turn illusory into reality. This was somewhat similar to Izanagi, but it was completely different from Izanagi's conversion mechanism. Izanagi turned reality into illusion, while Yakumo's blood circulation turned illusory into reality. It was said that Senior Kazue also had a strong interest in Yakumo's ability. Chapter 361, Are you interested in being my student? The family was a declining family, so small that it could not be any smaller. At this time, Shisui came to visit. Is this Yakumo? It is indeed very special. Shisui looked at the girl who was reading through the window. That's right. I was helpless before I asked the village for help. I didn't expect someone like you to come. Kurane stood by Shisui and looked at the young man who was younger than him. Please don't say that, Senior Kurane. We are all companions in the same village. It is only right for us to help each other. Shisui paused. The more he looked at Yakumo, the more awkward he felt. This kind of feeling was very inexplicable, but his intuition was indeed conveying an unusual touch to him. Shisui decisively opened Mangekyo Sharingan and carefully stared at Yakumo. As he watched, his brow slowly wrinkled. Kurane was at the side, observing this Shisui who had an instantaneous body and was also called Konoha's #1 illusion master. He was handsome, powerful, and had a distinguished background. More importantly, Shisui did not have Uchiha's arrogant character at all. Instead, he was extremely humble, trying to reconcile the relationship between Uchiha and the village. He was really a perfect person. With such a strong person standing beside her, she felt very safe. After observing for a while, they slowly left and came to the reception room. Lord Shisui, please help us. We really have no other way. Our clan, every few generations, there will be a genius that surpasses our peers. Yakumo is the super genius of this generation, but her condition. Don't do such a big thing. I will do my best. Shisui frowned as if he was thinking about something. Is her situation getting worse and worse in the past 2 years? Shisui asked. Yes, this is very strange. A body is so weak that she can't even become a ninja's child. I don't know why her illusion technique is getting stronger and stronger, so much so that she can casually cast an illusion on people. Kurane said. This was not what a little girl should have. This was not normal. She wants to become a ninja. Shisui suddenly asked. Kurane was startled, then nodded, and said, yes, but I got the approval of Hokage-sama to stop her. Her body is not suitable for her to become a ninja. Moreover, Yandere also gave me a secret mission, which is to find an opportunity to eliminate the monster in the heart of Yakumo. Yakumo's body was too weak, even inferior to an ordinary person's physical fitness. However, this kind of Yakumo hid a dangerous dark side in her heart. Does Yakumo know about this matter? Yes, I talked to her and she agreed. On the surface, she agreed, but in her heart, she might not agree. A girl at this age is sensitive. Does she know that she is hiding another thing in her heart? I don't know. I was looking for an opportunity to secretly eliminate the dark personality. Shisui recalled the information about Yakumo and the blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. The blood inheritance ability that controlled 5 senses was only the basic ability of the clan blood limit, but this was enough to push the level of illusion to an extremely terrifying level. And this clan had one characteristic, which was that every few generations, they would give birth to a special blood inheritor whose talent and potential far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yakumo was once regarded by this clan as a genius who supported the rise of the clan. It was even possible to become a super genius like Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. But unfortunately, the powerful blood inheritance made Yakumo have extraordinary attainments in illusion techniques, but it also dragged down Yakumo's body, cutting off her possibility of becoming a ninja. Legend has it that the ability to transform illusions into reality. If there is no problem with the history record given to me by the Kurama clan. Kurama Yakumo, is this level of blood inheritance awakened? The few of them were talking. Suddenly, a strange scream came out and easily penetrated the wall. It sounded in their ears, extremely clear. Then, before they could react, the house they were in immediately began to burn for no reason. It seems that we didn't gain Yakumo's trust at all, and we were attacked. Shisui slowly stood up and used Mangekyo Sharingan to observe the surroundings. There were no traces of ninjutsu. Flames that burned for no reason. The worst result was that this was Yakumo's illusion technique. Moreover, it turned the illusion into reality. Yakumo did this? She wanted to kill us? Why did this happen? We always wanted to help her. Kurane couldn't believe it. What's more, her parents are also here. Does she want to kill her own biological parents? Shisui stood up, his expression very calm. Yakumo is a gentle but sensitive child. She is not going to do such a thing. I'm afraid another Yakumo is leading. Just as he finished speaking, the fire suddenly rose and turned into streams of whirlpool that swept into the room, eager to burn these people to death. It was as if an invisible wall was controlling these flames. Just as they were being swallowed by the flames that filled the sky. Rumble. A green giant easily destroyed this house, protecting several people, blocking all the flames outside. If Shisui was alone, he could easily protect himself with a flash technique, but considering that there were still Yakumo's parents, he simply used Susanoo. Moreover, Shisui was somewhat afraid of Yakumo's blood inheritance ability. He was not sure what kind of illusion technique Yakumo would turn into reality. He had never come into contact with this ability, he had never even heard of it before. To a certain extent, this is a technique that is even more bizarre than Izanagi. Shisui used Mangekyo Sharingan to look at Yakumo's room. At this time, Yakumo was wearing pajamas. She staggered out and lowered her head deeply. Yakumo, what are you doing? Do you want to kill your parents? Yakumo, wake up! Yakumo's parents shouted, but it was clear that this was useless. Back off! Remember not to let the other clansmen come over. If they were swept in, I might not be able to save you in time. Yakumo has already lost control. Shisui's voice was calm, revealing a kind of calm that calmed the hearts of people. Very quickly, the few dozen or so clansmen of the Kurama clan fled in panic and shock. Only Shisui and Kurane remained, facing off against Yakumo. Ku! Yakumo let out a strange sound and staggered over. When she raised her head, her eyes were filled with blood, filled with tyranny. It really isn't Yakumo. Who exactly are you? What did you do to her? Kurane gritted her teeth. The corners of Yakumo's mouth twitched, and her expression became increasingly malevolent. In the next moment, flames inexplicably burned on Shisui and Kurane. This is also an illusion? Aren't we in Susanoo? How did she? Kurane's complexion changed. But Shisui only patted Kurane once. Kurane immediately woke up. All of the flames disappeared. You were hit by an illusion just now. Senior Kurane, it seems that even you, who is best at illusion, cannot resist her illusion. Shisui said. Kurane felt a chill in his heart. She was Yui Kurane, born in Yui's clan, and was a rare family of illusion techniques. She, who was proficient in illusion techniques, was actually cast by Yakumo in a single move? Immediately after, Kurane saw flames spreading wildly on her body. That feeling of true burning made Kurane feel endless pain. Another illusion technique? I'll break it. Wait, it's not an illusion technique this time, it's real. Shisui raised his hand and sprayed out water release technique, extinguishing the flames on their bodies. His expression was grave. This is troublesome, really troublesome. It can instantly cast an illusion technique without the need for eye contact or body movement. It can also turn the scene in the illusion technique into reality according to reality, making it impossible to guard against. Even Shisui felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. Was this blood limit of the Kurama clan? Controlling the five senses made it impossible for him to distinguish which was the illusion and which was the reality. Even if the illusion was broken, he had no means to determine if he had entered a new illusion technique. This was only the normal blood circulation ability. When it came to Yakumo, if one could instantly turn illusion into reality, then it would be even more impossible to tell if it was real or fake. This method that was almost like a fairy tale. As the number one illusion master of Konoha, Shisui felt a headache coming on. If it was an enemy, he would have already used Susanoo to smash down. But the other party is Yakumo. Shisui moved and instantly appeared behind Yakumo. He took out kunao and stabbed her. but it directly passed through her body. As expected, this is also an illusion? The real body is over there. Shisui turned his head and saw another Yakumo staggering out. This ability was truly shocking. To subdue Yakumo without killing her, true or false, it was extremely troublesome. The commotion that erupted here immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some of Anbu immediately rushed over and isolated this place, evacuating the surrounding people, and then they paid close attention to this otherworldly battle. Even Susanoo is unable to resist the illusion of Yakumo. In other words, if Shisui doesn't regard it as a harmful thing, then he will not be rejected by Susanoo, such as the sand and stones on the ground. But Yakumo can turn illusion into reality, and easily break through the absolute defense of Susanoo. These few elite Anbu were communicating, and the expression under the mask was very serious. They knew about Yakumo's intelligence. At that moment, they could only watch as Shisui and Yakumo engaged in a battle. In their field of vision, a new power would always appear, but it would disappear very quickly, making it impossible for them to know which was real and which was fake. If even Shisui can't do anything to the other party, then it is even more impossible for us to wait patiently for the result. Pa! Shisui destroyed a flying boulder with one move, patiently looking for an opportunity. The pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan was already ready to attack, only missing an opportunity. I didn't expect that I would need to use Hitomi's technique to deal with this little girl. Shisui sighed. The battle would naturally end once Kota Amatsukami erased Yakumo's short-term memories. Although this was clearly a method to treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Swish! Shisui suddenly glared, about to use Kota Amatsukami on Yakumo. Stop, Shisui! There is no use even if you use Kota Amatsukami. What you erase may not be the memories of Yakumo. A figure slowly walked into the battlefield. The surrounding Anbu wanted to stop him, but they immediately stopped. They quietly watched this person pass through them. Senior Kazue, why are you here? Shisui was surprised. There is such an interesting little girl, of course I have to come, and in the whole village, no one knows the transformation of illusion and reality better than me. With Kusanagi sword hanging on his waist, Kazue walked into the ruins with a warm smile on his face. But if anyone really thought this was a gentle person, they must be crazy. Kazue was fiercer than anyone else. Who? Numerous flames swept over, surrounding Kazue. Able to break through the flames of Susanoo, not bad. Kazue nodded. Feeling the burning sensation, she praised. Then, she was really burned to death. Who is the next one? Yakumo immediately became excited. It's a little too early to be happy now. Kazue appeared behind Yakumo without any injuries. You are not Yakumo right now. Do you have your own name? Yakumo's expression changed. He suddenly turned his head and revealed his ghost-like face in front of Kazue. Yakumo shouted, "Die!" The entire space seemed to change, becoming blurry and dense. Strange claws stretched out, binding Kazue. It was as if the normal space had been transferred to another time in the air. A large number of kunao also appeared strangely, looking like they were going to be nailed to Kazue. However, with just a glance from Kazue, he had already distorted these kunao who had turned from reality to reality into an illusion. Yakumo expression changed. Looks like you don't understand my ability. It's probably because you have been locked up at home all this time, revealing your true body. Izanagi. Kazue opened her left eye, and Yakumo body began to distort. In the distance, Kurane hurriedly said, "Senior Kazue, please spare her life. I have my own way of doing things. I don't need you to teach me." Kazue looked coldly at Yakumo in front of her, twisting it bit by bit. If Yakumo only had this kind of strength, then without a doubt, it would be completely erased from this world by Kazue, turning into an illusory part. A crazy roar came from the mouth of Yakumo, dull and low. Yakumo's body also changed. One of its spikes extended from his head and limbs. "No one can kill me, Ito. Is your name Ito? I didn't have it before, but now I have it." A trace of interest appeared in Kazue's eyes. The two opposing forces collided. The boundary between illusion and reality was blurred. One side had to erase the other, while the other side desperately tried to stop himself from being erased. Ito let out an ear-piercing scream. Obviously, its strength was not enough for it to match Kazue. Ito's body was disappearing bit by bit. If this continued, Yakumo would also be killed. Ito was terrified and instinctively chose to retreat back into her heart. Yakumo knelt on the ground, fear still lingering on her face. I saw it. The other me, Ito. She watched as Kazue approached her. Knowing fear is good. Fear is the best medicine to tame a beast. Kazue looked at Yakumo with satisfaction. Your ability is somewhat similar to mine. Are you interested in being my disciple? But Ito. Don't bother with it. It's just a wild dog that broke free from the chain. I will teach you how to train a dog. If you learn it, you can control it. If it doesn't obey, then beat it half to death. Remember, it is just a dog that you raised from nothing. Kazue did not put Ito in her eyes at all. Chapter 362, The Perfect Closed Loop of Immortality. Yakumo trembled. She did not dare to look at the ruins in front of him. Her eyes were filled with confusion. This is... I made it. That's right. In the entire village, only I am most suitable to be your sensei. I will teach you how to tame Ito. Kazue said calmly. Yakumo bit her lips and immediately took Kazue as her master. This was her chance. Yakumo was resentful because she couldn't be a ninja. This was one of the reasons why she finally urged Ito to be born. A person who was recognized as a genius by her clansmen was unable to become a ninja. This was the source of Yakumo's resentment. Kazue was able to teach her and let her control Ito step by step. There was no better result than this. Phew, as expected of Senior Kazue. What a straightforward solution. At the side, Shisui also breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. He was really worried that Kazue would kill Yakumo with one move. With Senior Kazue taking action, even if Ito continued to revive, he would not be able to stir up any waves. No matter how strong Ito was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Kazue's Izanagi. Kurane looked at Yakumo with a complicated expression, her heart full of frustration. She was clearly the first one to take charge of Yakumo, and she was the one to shoulder the heavy responsibility of eliminating Ito. However, she did not think that in the end, she was unable to do anything. Senior Kurane, don't blame yourself too much. We doesn't blame you for this matter, Shisui comforted. Kurane had a bitter expression. I know, but I failed in succession in serving as sensei and the illusion. The part that she was most proud of in her life was ruthlessly humiliated by a little girl. The storm came to an end. This allowed more people to see how strange and terrifying Yakumo talents were. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on whether Yakumo could control the devil in her heart. Can control it. Yakumo had enough talent to catch up with Naruto and Sasuke, and if she couldn't control them, the village could only kill them. Since she is the one who has taken a fancy of Yakumo Kurama, then there will be no problem. Let's retreat and report the news to the Hokage. Captain Yamato, who was in charge of guarding, said to his subordinates in a low voice. Soon, the news that Kazue had accepted a new disciple was sent out, causing a commotion. An expert like Lord Kazue actually recruited a child from a small clan as a disciple. I thought she would accept a person from the Uchiha clan as a disciple. Kurama clan? This clan is nothing special. Since the founding of the village, there hasn't been any outstanding accomplishments. Lord Kazue actually took a fancy to this clan's child. This was not a small matter. If it was before the end of the 3 battles, one of the 3 ninjas announced that they accepted a disciple, it would definitely be a hot topic in the entire village. Kazue was no less powerful than Sunin, and to a certain extent, he was even more difficult to deal with than the 3 ninjas. Many people were very curious. The children of the Kurama family seemed to have never been to the ninja school. Would there be any special talent that Kazue liked? More and more people were looking forward to seeing Yakumo show extraordinary talent and increase the foundation and prestige of the new generation of the village. Is that so? In the end, it was actually Kazue who made a move. I thought that Shisui would solve the problem very well. When Minato received the news, he was slightly surprised. In his thinking, as the number 1 illusion master, Shisui should be able to handle Yakumo well no matter what. Unexpectedly, it was Kazue who stopped Shisui from using Manjakyu's Hitomi technique. He used such a rough method to temporarily suppress Ito. However, Yakumo actually still hides such a terrifying talent. If we can control it well, there will be another genius in the village. Minato looked at the report in his hand and repeatedly praised. Every time he saw the rise of the new generation in the village, as the Hokage of Yondame, he felt a burst of joy. This was the proof that the village was flourishing. Konoha was not lacking in experts right now. Naturally, the more talented new generations that represented the next generation, the better. As for whether Kazue could solve the problem with Yakumo, Minato was not worried. As long as he could maintain absolute force suppression, Ito would not be able to jump around. Speaking of which, what is Yuuji doing now? He has always been mysterious these past 2 years. I don't know what he is busy with. Minato suddenly remembered. Was Yuuji simply enjoying life? Was that why he kept such a low profile? Or could it be that there were things in this world that even Yuuji had to carefully prepare? At the base of Root's headquarters, Kazue brought Yakumo and walked straight into this place. She easily turned around corners and continued to go deeper. Along the way, the Root ninjas who were in charge of guarding acted as if they didn't see anything. Sensei, where is this? Yakumo looked at this dark underground base and felt uneasy. The construction style of Root's base was simple and crude. Everything was for the sake of the truth. This is the base of Root. It is also one of the most heavily guarded and mysterious places in Konoha. It is very rare for you to enter here at this age. Kazue walked in front and glanced back at Yakumo. The other one is clearly so violent and cold. Why is your main personality so timid? Sorry, Sensei. I am not blaming you. I just want you to recognize your current position. You are different from the past. You are no longer an insignificant fringe member of a small family. Kazue said coldly, as my disciple, there are not many people in the entire Konoha who have a higher status than you. As my disciple, I do not allow you to be so weak. Yakumo lowered her head. Kazue secretly shook his head, somewhat helpless. Was the difference between the main personality and the dark personality so great? It was completely the same as two people. To a certain extent, Kazue admired the imposing manner that Ito showed, even if it was brainless arrogance, there was a rare presence that people would not ignore. Then he looked at Yakumo, a soft and weak girl who spoke softly. After walking for a while, the two of them stopped. Lord Kazue. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and bowed respectfully. In terms of etiquette, Kabuto was always tightly clenched. Kazue did not take this lying down. She frowned and said, in front of me, there is no need for you to put on such a boring disguise. I still don't know what kind of character you have. Aya, I feel very hurt when Lord Kazue says that. So in Lord Kazue's eyes, I actually have this kind of image. Kazue snorted coldly. She knew very well what Kabuto was. Yuuji had a total of 3 disciples. Yamato had entered Anbu, and Suzuki had not graduated yet. Only Kabuto, who had the best reputation in the ninja school, was the most humble and polite, and disappeared after graduation. After joining Root's department, he had been nameless for several years. Yakumo looked at Kabuto with curiosity. Kabuto looked at Yakumo with an extremely friendly gaze. You must be Kurama Yakumo. To be able to become the disciple of Kazue, you are really lucky. Speaking of which, we can be considered as one of our own. If you have any problems in the future, you can come and find me. Yes, yes. Thank you, senior. Yakumo hurriedly bowed. Kazue asked, where is Yuuji? I don't know. Ni-san is the same as always. He locked himself up. I don't know what he is doing. As they spoke, they were a little suspicious. Because in the past 2 years, Yuuji's condition had indeed been very strange. He had been keeping a low profile. Kazue said, there are already people outside. Is there a problem with his body? Perhaps, some fools in other villages really believed the reason Ni-san threw out casually back then. Kabuto said strangely. Using the blood inheritance forbidden technique would consume one's lifespan. This excuse seemed to be very reasonable back then because Yuuji had performed brilliantly in the 3 battles. But after so many years, Yuuji had already stood at the level that surpassed cage level. There were still some people who were unwilling to give up and once again dug out this so-called hope from the trash heap to comfort themselves. Kazue no longer paid attention to Kabuto and brought Yakumo to find Yuuji, who was resting with his eyes closed. I brought her here. With your ability, you should be able to tell. Kazue said. Yuuji sat in his seat and slowly opened his eyes. He casually glanced at Yakumo. However, Yakumo seemed to be struck by lightning. All the blood in her body seemed to freeze, and her heart beat wildly. In front of Yuuji's eyes, she seemed to have nowhere to hide, not even her soul could escape. Was this terrifying might of Konoha, the number one person? It was just a look. Yakumo's face turned pale, her mind in a mess. At the same time, Ito, who was hiding in the depths of her heart, screamed and was terrified. She's just a second personality who has absorbed all negative emotions and blood energy. In essence, it's because Yakumo is too weak, and her blood ability is too strong. Yuuji said. Yakumo blood energy could be said to be the strongest in the history of the Kurama clan. It could easily turn illusory into reality. Yakumo, who was not happy in reality, was at a sensitive age. Under unwillingness and resentment, the blood energy that could not be controlled perfectly began to play a role, creating Ito out of nowhere. Ito was also one of the products of her blood inheritance ability. She had created it subconsciously, the other self that desired to have no scruples. The simplest solution is to merge the two personalities into one again. But now, it seems that Yakumo will be swallowed by Ito after the fusion. The key part of Ito contained was the one that Yakumo longed to become and embrace. I will train Yakumo to make her a person no less than Naruto and Sasuke. Her ability is very strong. As long as she can ensure that Ito will not go berserk, Yakumo will soon catch up with the pace of Naruto and Sasuke. Kazue said. It couldn't be helped, the ability of Yakumo was too outrageous. She could easily destroy 99% of the people, and even Jounin would be killed. If she upgraded her illusion and turned it into reality, it would be even more difficult to deal with. If she could learn how to use dream and multi-illusion, the elite Jounin would accidentally lose. Yakumo's blood support ability was too strong. As long as Yakumo's body could match the average level of her peers, Kazue believed that she had the ability to compete with Naruto and Sasuke. Kazue was equivalent to teaching a super genius. It's not a problem for Yakumo to fight against Naruto Sasuke a few months ago. Yuuji smiled. But if she fought against the current Naruto, Yakumo would fall to the ground. She could defeat both Naruto and Sasuke, but what about the berserk sub-body Godzilla and Nine-Tailed? That's not what you want to ask, right? You want to know how to have the ability of Yakumo. Yuuji smiled. Kazue nodded calmly. There was nothing hard to admit. She was too familiar with Yuuji. In terms of pursuing strength, Kazue had never concealed it from Yuuji. The reason why she was able to achieve what she had today was also because of Yuuji's help. Kazue said. My Izanaga can turn things that exist in reality into illusions. If I can master Yakumo blood inheritance ability and turn the illusion into reality. In the entire ninja world, there was almost no one who could completely kill her. Her life-saving means were even more outrageous than Orochimaru. Do you think Kazue is dead? No, she has rewritten the reality of her death. Do you think that by exhausting Kazue's Hitomi's strength, you can cripple Izanagi and let Kazue die completely? Kazue can be resurrected from the false illusion in minutes, and maybe he can also repair his blind eyes. As long as she had enough chakra, it would be perfect. This kind of Kazue, even if she didn't activate Rinnegan, he might be able to play a role in the battle not long after. Kazue, you might be able to help me. When dealing with that troublesome fellow, you might be able to play a harassment role. Although I might not be able to use you. Yuuji smiled. Kazue raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuuji in shock. Who is the enemy that made you so cautious? Kazue finally knew that Yuuji had been calm for the past 2 years. He was preparing for a more troublesome enemy. But, who was it? Oh, to put it simply, he's an expert on the same level as Rikuta Sennin. I've been preparing for this all along, Yuuji said. In terms of strength, Urashiki was definitely not a match for Rikuta Sennin. Rikuta Sennin was an existence that could fight Kaguya for 3 days and 3 nights. He was definitely not weak among Rikuta Sennin level experts. Like Rikuta Sennin, also at Satsuki's clan? And a new Otsutsuki came from the universe to Ninja World. Kazue's expression changed slightly. Rikuta Sennin was also at Satsuki's clan. This was no longer a secret among them. Kazue also knew Otsutsuki Tonari, but she knew with her butt that Tonari could not be Rikuta Sennin's match. Yakumo was so scared that she did not dare to speak. The things that the two people were talking about far exceeded her understanding. When will the other party come? Or are you already here? Are you investigating the whereabouts of the other party? Kazue said solemnly. It hasn't appeared yet, but it will be soon, Yuuji said. Kazue fell into deep thought. After a while, she looked directly at Yakumo. Yuuji said, if you want to grasp Yakumo blood inheritance ability, you either have her bloodline. This is not realistic, or you can only use another method, but it is a bit dangerous. Yuuji reached out his hand. Rin-Egan opened it and directly pulled out Kazue's soul. Then, he stuffed Kazue's soul into Yakumo's body. Chapter 363, Unusual Graduation Season. The forbidden technique of the soul category was famous for the spiritualization secret technique of Kato break. It could directly attack the enemy in the form of a soul and was impossible to guard against. Yuuji had Rin-Egan and it was easy for him to play with the soul. How could I see sensei in my own body? Yakumo was stunned. From her soul perspective, she saw Kazue standing in front of her. After Kazue got used to it, she immediately understood what Yuuji was doing. Let me directly use Yakumo's body to feel the blood inheritance ability. Kazue tried to control Yakumo's body, staggering, very uncomfortable. After a while, after adapting, she began to try to stimulate Yakumo blood inheritance ability. Almost instinctively, this body released a powerful illusion technique. This was the blood inheritance of Yakumo. In exchange of physical prowess, it could be said to be one of the most terrifying illusions of Ninja World. Ito sneaked out, staring at Kazue's soul with fear and malice, drooling, but was forced back by a casual look from Kazue. In the soul state, Kazue also had Mangekyo Sharingan, so dealing with Ito was simple. Illusion and reality. Yakumo, you control this body and show me your ability. Don't worry about Ito. If that ghost dares to make a sound, I will beat it to a pulp even if you are seriously injured and on the verge of death. The two of them began to use this body. After a while, Kabuto silently walked over and stared at Kazue's body without stopping, his eyes flashing. Don't do that. Compared to Mangekyo Sharingan's research, your life is obviously more important. Yuuji reminded. Kabuto looked regretful. Yuuji looked at the body of Yakumo. Yakumo's biggest weakness is that his physical fitness is too poor. Kabuto, after these two people are finished, Yakumo will be handed over to you. Think of a way to improve her physical fitness. Yuuji ordered. I understand. If I'm not wrong, Yakumo blood is mainly digging up the yin ability of the body. I just need to add some yang ability to him. Kabuto pushed up his glasses. He had a lot of materials that could supplement the yang style, such as Hashirama's cells and Atsutsuki's genes. Time passed. The entire Konohagaku moved as soon as it heard the news, and it became lively. There was only one reason. The graduation exam for the 6th grade had arrived. In the past few years, every graduation exam was extremely hot, and it became a hot topic in the entire village. For the vast majority of people, the content discussed by them was to predict who was stronger and who would become the first. In every winehouse in the village, there were also a group of gamblers who secretly opened the game, but as they drove, a group of people began to talk loudly, making it extremely noisy. Aya, it's so noisy. Can't these guys just open a shop to gamble? Jiraiya drank up the wine glass in one gulp. His cheeks were red, obviously he had drunk quite a bit. Crash! Two figures walked in one after another, and the person behind them was still holding a little pig. Why are you here? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya drinking and frowned. Then she sat next to him. Lord Jiraiya! Shizune shouted. Oh, it's the two of you. I didn't expect you to come back at this time. It's really surprising. Did you also come back to watch the graduation exam? Jiraiya's eyes lit up and quickly glanced at Tsunade. Hiss, it seemed to be a little big. Are you kidding? What is there to see in the graduation exam of a group of little brats? It is just playing house. Tsunade picked up Jiraiya's bottle, drank it all in one breath, and crushed the bottle. Also, if your eyes look at something you shouldn't look at, I will crush your skull. This fierce scene frightened the innocent bartender, who couldn't help but take a few steps back while holding the wine jar. The other guests obviously didn't pay attention to what was happening in the corner, arguing as if no one was there. This time, the first place will definitely be Uzumaki Naruto. The second nephew of my uncle next door will be teaching in the school. Uzumaki Naruto will be one most of the time, and this time will not be an exception. Humph, that is only in the past. Sasuke's strength is not bad. He has the strongest bloodline in the village, and that is a high-level blood inheritance that can lead straight to Rin-Egan. And don't forget, Sasuke's sensei is that one. It is only natural for Sasuke to bring out his hidden strength after the graduation exam, right? Nonsense, who told you that Sasuke is hiding his strength? Even if he really hid it, then Naruto has no trump card. I bet 20,000 taels on Naruto. Humph, poor bastard, I bet 30,000. Shut up. You clearly only have 1 million more than me, but how did you manage to shout out 100 million? Well, I think it's not bad to be at your beck and call. Although you have just returned to school, you are definitely outstanding to be able to catch the eye of Lord Kazue. You will also be participating in the graduation exam this time, and you might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The entire winehouse was in an uproar and noise, and there were people everywhere who were all red-faced and red-eared. It's true. What's there to be excited about? A bunch of idiots. Tsunade frowned and dug her ears impatiently. She was not happy with these people and even felt that it was a little noisy. Seeing that Tsunade was about to go crazy, he quickly comforted her. This is already a relatively quiet wine house. Didn't we see it all along the way? There are too many people in the other wine houses to squeeze in. Tsunade and Shizuan, who had just returned to the village, were puzzled by this nonsensical scene. It was just that the battle between the brats was worth the attention of the entire village. This village had become a little unfamiliar to them. Ha, you've been away for a while. In Yuuji's words, this is called participation and substitution. Jiraiya shook his head. In the past few years, he would go out for a period of time and return to the village to take a look. It could be said that he had witnessed the changes in the atmosphere in the village. The graduation exam of the kids gradually became a contest of interest in the whole village. Even the heat of Chunan's exam could not match the heat of the graduation exam. Don't you think this is good? The cohesion in the village is stronger, and the villagers are more willing to let their children become ninjas. Jiraiya said. Tsunade took a bottle of wine from the bartender and listened to the conversations around them. She used this method to obtain information. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Yakumo. These names were mentioned repeatedly in their mouths. Humph, are these people the most talented in this year's competition? Tsunade curled her lips. Listening to the continuous howling and the shouts of betting, she felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, gambling was the most attractive thing to Tsunade. As for those little brats, she was really not interested. After seeing the growth of Yuuji, Kazue, Kakashi, and the others, I turned back to look at these little brats. I really can't find any interest in them. Tsunade drank a glass of wine, stretched out his evil hand, inserted it into Shizuan's arms, and groped fiercely. Hey! Tsunade-sama, please don't do this. Noisy, do you want to resist me? But, in this kind of situation. Shut up. How much money do we have left? Take it all out, I can barely join in the fun. Shizuan was on the verge of crying, but, this is the only money we have. We borrowed it from Yujiri. Tsunade didn't listen. She touched her hand on silent and took out a handful of money. She nodded with satisfaction. Jiraiya smiled and said, how about it, who do you plan to suppress? Just remind me, either Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata or Yakumo, other will not have a chance. Compared to Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke, Yakumo, who had just returned to school and was about to participate in the graduation exam, were a lot worse. The descendants of Uzumaki and Uchiha. Tsunade tapped his fingers on the table, and after pondering for a while, he shouted, very well, I'll just choose Naruto, isn't he always number one? And Sasuke is that guy's disciple, I don't believe that his ability to teach disciples is so strong. Naruto, tisk, I think highly of this kid. I originally wanted to bet on him, but since you chose Naruto, I will choose Sasuke. Jiraiya took the money from Tsunade and took out a stack of money from his own body. He threw it from afar, past the crowd, and 2 stacks of money accurately smashed onto the table. One is Naruto, and the other is Sasuke. All right, Lord Jiraiya, you bet on both sides. A drunk customer shouted. Suddenly, the customer rubbed his eyes and stared at Tsunade's back, deep in thought. The blonde woman with the word gambling on her clothes. Could she be the fat sheep with a high status? She went back to the village. But between these 2 stacks of money, which one was the money of Tsunade? You should thank me. If you go and bet on Naruto, I'm afraid that a bunch of people will go against Sasuke. Jiraiya whispered. He understood Tsunade's luck. Tsunade snorted and thought while drinking. Uzumaki Naruto, you said. Do you want to go and take a look? Forget it, it's just the son of Yandere and Kushina, it's not a big deal. As the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, with Yandame's hand-in-hand guidance, he must have grasped the power of the nine-tailed? Tsunade knew very well that if Jinchuriki did not have a good relationship with Bijuu, it would be extremely difficult for him to extract chakra. Even if Naruto was the son of Yandere, it was the same. Since Naruto was called the #1 genius of Konoha's new generation, there was no doubt that he had reached a preliminary consensus with Kyuubi. Kyuubi, that dangerous and violent fox will help Naruto. Tsunade calculated in her heart. As for that Sasuke, what did he have? Not even a single thing. Without Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no Bijuu in his body, so Sasuke used his head to beat up Uzumaki. This was a win. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she could win. When is the graduation exam? Tsunade asked. Soon, tomorrow. Well, then I will reluctantly go to see them tomorrow. I don't care about those kids. I only care about whether I can get the money this time. Tsunade said. The next day. The ninja school was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with people, making people wonder if all the villagers in the village had crowded here. The roof of each room was full of people, making Enbu and Roots ninjas have no place to stay, so they simply took off their masks and mixed into the crowd to be on guard. This is really amazing, this kind of situation. When Minato took over the position of the Hokage, there were not so many villagers involved, right? Tsunade was stunned. Jiraiya smiled and said, that's why the atmosphere in the village has changed a lot. We squeezed in and the school arranged a place for us. 2 veteran experts squeezed into the crowd and were recognized by the villagers. They shouted. It was not easy for them to reach the wall of the school, so they directly jumped over the wall and entered. The school was heavily guarded, and the people sitting on the sports field viewing platform were even more powerful. Uchiha Fugaku, Abarame Shibi, Narashika Issa. The patriarchs of various families had actually come. There was no need to say anything else, like Uchiha Kazue, Shisui, Hatake Kakashi, and the others. Including Namikaze Minato and Shiranui Yuuji, who were sitting at the head of the table together, immediately blew up the whole place, and countless people were cheering crazily. Outside the school, the villagers who were not allowed to enter either climbed up the roof or moved the ladder to stand on the wall to watch, all of them were crazy. At a glance, just the luxurious lineup in the school made people's scalp numb. If anyone dared to make trouble at this time, they would really die without a complete corpse. Oh, even the soul could not return to the Pure Land, and even die. This year will be more lively than the past few years. Minato revealed a gentle smile, waved around, and said. Next to him, Yuuji, who was sitting in the deputy seat, smiled and said, after all, the graduates that are going to be tested today are extraordinary. The son of the Hokage and my disciple, everyone is very curious about who can get to the end. Minato nodded and looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. I didn't expect that Sensei and Tsunade seniors would also come. Just to join in the fun. Tsunade sat on the empty seat and looked around with her sharp eyes. This kind of prosperous situation was really shocking. Since everyone is here, let's begin, Yamato. Yuuji shouted. Yamato directly landed in the middle of the playground. This time, he came to be the referee. Oh? Is this little devil who met Mokuton? I wonder how many abilities he inherited from his grandfather. Tsunade stared at Yamato. She knew that this Yamato's body had transplanted Senju Hashirama's genes to awaken Mokuton. It was a miracle that was 1 in 10,000, but it did not really withstand Hashirama's genes and died without the collapse of his genes. Facing the eyes of so many experts in higher UPS, Yamato was very calm, without any mood fluctuations. This caused many people to praise him. To be able to maintain such a mentality in this sort of situation, it was either because he was experienced or because he was extremely proud of himself. When it came to Yamato, it was obviously the latter. Yamato had never been a judge, nor did he have the opportunity to show his face in front of so many experts. I, Shiranui Yamato, will be in charge of Konoha's 60th year graduation exam. All candidates will enter the stage according to the results of the lottery. Chapter 364, Phantasmagoria vs. Mokuton. In the school building. A group of 6th year graduates were so nervous that they were trembling all over. These young boys and girls who were on average 12 years old trembled when they heard the exclamations outside. Extreme excitement and extreme fear, two complex emotions intertwined. This was too exciting. None of them had experienced such a scene. It's so troublesome. Why did Yuuji-sensei put so much pressure on us graduates? We could have graduated without a sound. Shikamaru had a decadent look on his face and pursed his lips, still looking like he did not have any energy. However, the sweat on his forehead proved that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. No matter who it was, they would panic. There were so many powerhouses who had shocked Ninja World and even entered the school to watch the battle. This kind of thing. Shikamaru, you will definitely be fine. You are the best among us. Munch munch. Koji held several bags of snacks in his hand, his face ferocious. He used his other hand to grab the snacks one by one and stuff them into his mouth. He really didn't know what to do. He didn't need to relieve the pressure and divert his attention in this way. He suspected that even walking was a problem. Don't joke around. Although Shikamaru has a high IQ, when is he the best? Isn't the most outstanding one Naruto and Sasuke? Inyazuka Kaiba touched the Akamaru in his arms. You don't understand. What I mean is that Shikamaru is the best of the three of us. Koji mumbled while chewing. Ah. Kaiba tilted his head, unable to understand. Idiot Kaiba, the three of us are me, Koji and Shikamaru. After this exam, no matter what the results are, the three of us will definitely be a team. Next to him, Ino said, our three families, Ino Shikacho, have always been standing together. From the beginning of Warring States period's era, our three families have been working together. So that's how it is. I almost forgot about this. We still have to split up. After the exam, we will be official ninjas. Kaiba was deep in thought. Who would he be in the same group as? At this time, Niji, who was in charge of maintaining the order of the graduates, walked over. Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. As soon as they appeared, it caused a stir. Hey, look, it's the strongest team from last time. It's actually the three of them. These three people were the strongest in last year, and their talent was also eye-catching. However, it also depended on who he was going to compete with. Compared to Naruto, this year's competition wasn't very eye-catching. Even if he pierced through the heavens, he would only be a second-rate match. Another year has passed. I really miss it. I wonder how much Sasuke's strength has grown. Lee clenched his fists, flames burning in his eyes. Tenten covered her head. When you were in school, you were not confident in defeating Sasuke. Not to mention now, it is not shameful. Sasuke's background is too good, and his sensei might be the strongest person in Ninja World. No, I have been practicing hard this year. I learned Guy's forbidden technique and went out to carry out many tasks. I must be stronger than Sasuke. After they finish their examination, I will challenge Sasuke immediately and defeat him face to face. Rock Lee said solemnly. Niji did not participate in the discussion between the two. He just walked down the steps, entered the crowd, and stood in front of Hinata. Miss, if you meet an invincible opponent, you can directly forfeit. This is not shameful. Niji said in a low voice. Hinata nodded calmly. I know what to do. The two of them looked at the front of the group, at the position closest to the exit. Naruto and Sasuke stood out from the crowd, taking the lead and standing at the front, looking forward to the outside. Everyone was somewhat afraid of emotions. But these two did not. The two of them are confident that their strength is absolutely beyond ordinary people, and they will beat them to the ground even if the Jonin comes. With this kind of confidence, what was there to be afraid of? They only cared about whether they could display their talents as much as possible and whether they could defeat the enemies next to them. Enjoy the present time as much as you want. You only have this last bit of time to be called first by others. I will defeat you soon. Sasuke looked outside and sneered. Naruto grinned. It seems that you have prepared a big surprise for me. Can you defeat me just like that? But you have already said something like this for 6 years. How many times have you honored it? This time is definitely different. No matter what kind of power you use, it is impossible to defeat me. Because I have already grasped power that surpasses your limits. Sasuke lowered his head and looked at his open hands. The vigorous chakra surging in his body gave him a strong sense of power. As long as he used this chakra to call out that guy, Naruto was not his opponent at all. The crowd behind gradually quieted down, watching the two people once again speak fierce words to each other. They did not interrupt because they were not qualified. The gap between them and Naruto Sasuke was too big. But Yakumo, who was standing behind Naruto, smiled and said, "The two of you have such a good relationship. Do you usually look like this? How enviable! What nonsense are you talking about? Who has a good relationship with this bastard? I want to smash his face with a punch. Humph, this is what I wanted to say. Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you are the disciple of Senior Kazuo." The complexion of Naruto and Sasuke changed. They snorted coldly and turned away at the same time. "Your name is Kurama Yakumo? Although I don't know what Senior Kazuo has taken a fancy to you, you better be careful. Don't accidentally be tortured to tears by our current batch of graduates." Sasuke sized up Yakumo and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Yakumo was indeed a different kind of person. She was nameless, but he was suddenly chosen by the top expert in the family, Kazuo, and accepted as a disciple. In the end, she changed classes to the 6th grade as soon as she entered the academy, and even participated in the graduation exam with them. This was very magical, and it also meant that in the eyes of an expert like Kazuo, Yakumo, this new transfer student, in reality, wasn't at all inferior to this batch of graduates. Humph, even if she was extraordinary, she was only at the third-rate level. Yakumo only smiled. Her personality was very good. "I will work hard and try not to disappoint you." Naruto said, "You should try to avoid meeting the two of us." After a while, Yamato's voice came in. "They're here. We're going to enter the arena in order." The bodies of the examinees shook, and their breathing suddenly quickened. Under the organization of Niji and some of Sensei, these graduates formed a group of 5 and walked out of the crowd one after another, standing on the sports field. Of course, the graduation exam would not only take one test, but many other tests at the same time, including the sword throwing technique, concealment ability, battle, and so on. The key was still the battle. The first few tests were just a formality, making it convenient for the battle to be divided into groups. Shua, shua, shua. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a group of examinees went up to the stage, displaying their talents. Oh, the quality of the students this time is generally higher than the previous batch. That's right, all the results have broken the record of the previous batch. This batch might be second only to Lord Yuuji's batch. It wasn't just one person who liked to compare this batch with Yuuji's. Yuuji's batch had given birth to super geniuses like Yuuji, Kazuo, and Kakashi. Now, they were all super geniuses like Cage Level, supporting Konoha. Looking at the entire history of Konoha Gakure, it was an extremely rare situation. As for Naruto's batch, many people had high hopes, hoping that there would be 3 more experts who would start out from Cage Level. From the looks of it, Naruto Sasuke had the highest possibility. His talent and education were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Why is the examinee still pulling his crotch like this? That young girl is the new disciple of Lord Kazuo, right? How come she hasn't even grasped the most basic ninja throwing? As they watched, many people were confused. When the other examinees went on stage, they all played with throwing skills, and the weakest one could also hit the target. However, Yakumo was different. All the swords in her hands and kunai that she threw out missed the target, not a single one of them hit the target. This was very difficult. Even the most basic standing posture and throwing strength were very problematic, as if they had never learned throwing skills at all. It almost hit Sensei on the side of the field, making people drop their glasses. Just this? Just this? This was Uchiha Kazuo's disciple? This was the genius who had just entered the ninja school and entered the 6th grade, directly participating in the graduation exam? Kurama Yakumo. 0 points. Yamato looked at Yakumo with an expressionless face. Yakumo still maintained a gentle expression, without any shame or uneasiness. With a calm face, she went down and waited for the next test. That child is the legendary Kurama. It is said that because of physical problems, she cannot become a ninja. Looking at the stage, many people were already discussing in low voices. Of course, their knowledge would not be so shallow, because the performance of the throwing technique was belittling Yakumo. These distinguished people had already gathered some information about Yakumo when Kazuo took in Yakumo. What really made them curious was that since the basic skills of Yakumo were so bad, how could they pass this graduation exam? It had to be known that not all graduates could pass the graduation exam smoothly. Some people looked at Kazuo from the corner of their eyes. Kazuo nodded slightly. It seemed that she was not surprised by Yakumo's performance. Kazue, in such a short time, you can raise the body of Yakumo to such an extent. It seems that you have spent a lot of energy. Minato said to Kazue. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. Kazue looked straight ahead and did not explain too much. The reason was very simple. Yakumo's physical condition could be improved a little. It was all because of human experiments. And this kind of thing could not be said on the surface. Very quickly, the tests ended one by one, and the scores of each examinee were released one by one. The real segment of the battle with an acute objective arrived. According to your performance, I will divide all of you into seed groups and ordinary groups. In each match, there will be 2 matches. The method of the seed candidates fighting ordinary candidates will be elimination. The other sensei present will record your performance in detail. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. If you perform well, it will not affect your graduation. The main point is to show your talents to your heart's content. Do not attack your vital points, do not kill them. As the referee, I can judge from experience that the competition can be terminated at any time. The release rights are in my hands. Yamato looked at all the candidates in front of him with a poker face. After the series of tests just now, these examinees had already calmed down a bit. Some of the people from the ordinary groups were very dissatisfied with this method of grouping. They stared at the rear end of the seed group and were eager to try. Competition was the true essence of this graduation exam. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama Yakumo. Oh! The first match is the first place. What's there to see? That girl called Yakumo clearly doesn't have the qualifications to become a ninja. Looking at her standard just now, it's too bad. She failed the physical body test and scored 0 points in the throwing technique. This kind of examinee. What exactly did Lord Kazue take a fancy to her? The people outside the school who were watching the battle with their necks stretched out were all confused. Even many of sensei in the school, as well as some people who didn't understand Yakumo, were very confused. Even if some people faintly speculated that the talent of Yakumo illusion should be very outstanding. Because in the past few years, Yui Kurane often went to the Kurama family, which should be teaching Yakumo who could not go to the ninja school. But no matter how outstanding she was, how strong could she be? The physical fitness is only at the standard of ordinary people. This kind of physical fitness can display a powerful illusion. It ended before it even started. Some people secretly shook their heads. With Yakumo's terrible performance, it was impossible for her to dodge Naruto's physical attack. Kurama Yakumo, last place, Lord Kazue's disciple, in the first match against the strongest Uzumaki Naruto, I'm afraid she will be instantly eliminated in one move. Mingren and Yakumo stood in the middle of the field, attracting the attention of everyone. I didn't expect your first opponent to be you. Your luck is really bad. Naruto looked at the weak Yakumo and reminded, you should give up. Naruto was really worried that with his physical skills, he could beat Yakumo to death with a single punch. What a surprise! Naruto has a gentle side? I thought you were a very cold person. Except for Sasuke, nothing can attract your interest. Yakumo pulled her long hair to her ears and said gently. She looked harmless and easy to bully. Naruto frowned and said impatiently, since you are looking for trouble, I will not be polite. Yakumo smiled and nodded. But let me remind you, if you have hidden power, it is best to take it out now. Otherwise, there will be no chance. Naruto's eyes narrowed and his expression changed slightly. After a cold snort, he immediately rushed forward, his speed astonishing. He planned to use his body technique to attack Yakumo. But after the kick, Naruto directly passed through Yakumo. Clone? No, it's an illusion technique. Naruto quickly turned around. Several Yakumo slowly appeared around Naruto. Not a clone. So many of you are also part of the illusion. Naruto frowned. But in the eyes of the spectators, Naruto was like a fool as he muttered to himself. The kick just now directly kicked the air in front of him. What happened? Naruto is. Everyone was discussing. I'm going to go. Naruto. Illusion, Terror Illusion Realm. After Yakumo said this, their figures immediately disappeared. Naruto felt that he had fallen into a dense and unknown space. Looking out, there was chaos. Moreover, strange shackles appeared out of thin air and stretched towards Naruto. This is also an illusion technique? It's very strong. There's no way to break it with normal methods. Naruto said to himself, but no matter how powerful the illusion is, it is useless to me. I don't intend to use ordinary method to break the illusion. Big Fox, help me. I know, what a troublesome little brat, but you still have to be careful. The illusion of the other party is indeed unusual. Kurama stretched out his claws, and released a large amount of chakra to pull Naruto out of the illusion. The current Yakumo still had no way to break through the seal of Naruto and 8 trigrams, and control the 9 tails. Naruto easily broke free from the illusion, and suddenly attacked, grabbing the neck of Yakumo. No one knew when, but Yakumo had arrived in front of Naruto, holding a handful of kunao in his hand. Physical skills are not worth mentioning, and you probably don't know ninjutsu. The most skilled genjutsu are ineffective against me. Yakumo, you lost because you met me. Naruto was about to exert his strength and force Yakumo to admit defeat. Is that so? As expected of Naruto, then I have to be a little more serious. Genjutsu, illusion, true life. Yakumo said, and her body began to disappear. Naruto's expression changed, and he suddenly looked around. Yakumo appeared out of thin air and slowly walked over. They turned into flames that seemed to have a life of their own and surrounded Naruto. What's going on? Where did this flame come from? I didn't see Yakumo use ninjutsu. Even on the viewing platform, many people couldn't sit still and were shocked. This battle had been very strange from the very beginning. A person of such quality like Naruto had actually been hit by an illusion silently. After quickly breaking free, he grabbed onto Yakumo. Logically speaking, this should not be a problem. However, the disappearance of Yakumo and the creation of so many flames that seemed to be alive was very unusual. Some of the elite jonins did not understand. Yakumo, who only knows illusion techniques, did not form seals, but summoned flames. It looks like a ninjutsu. Fugaku Itachi and the others opened Sharingan to observe. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. It can only be an illusion technique. These flames are still illusions. Itachi suddenly thought of something. However, all of us can see flames. There is no such illusion technique. Even my Tsukuyomi cannot use it on so many experts, so. Is it a technique that can turn illusions into reality? It is like Izanaga's reverse usage. Senior Kazue, no wonder you are tempted. Shisui said in a low voice as he turned to look at Kazue. The crowd turned their gazes over in unison, unable to conceal their shock. Turning illusions into reality? This kind of ability was ridiculous. Uchiha clan's Izanaga was outrageous enough, but Yakumo ability was even more inconceivable. No wonder even an expert like Kazue couldn't help but step forward to accept a disciple. Looking at all of Konoha and even all of Ninja World, wasn't the person who was best at changing between real and fake the most, Uchiha Kazue? Then doesn't this mean that whatever you think in your heart will reveal something? Naruto is in danger. Might Guy couldn't help but say. Kazue said lightly, young man, take a closer look. This is just the beginning. Yakumo's ability is not just like this. Naruto won't be defeated so easily. Sure enough. In the sports field, numerous flames began to twine, turning into one sky fire after another, spinning at a high speed, even creating a strong wind. Just from the power, the scale of these flames was comparable to A-level ninjutsu. Naruto was surrounded and had nowhere to run. Facing these flames, he couldn't avoid them. In the end, he was completely engulfed. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the famous Uzumaki Naruto had lost just like that? Humph, how boring. That idiot Naruto wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sasuke snorted and looked at the battle impatiently with his hands on his hips. Yakumo's performance was indeed beyond his expectations. This kind of illusion was too strange. Sasuke felt that even if he went up against Yakumo, he would not be able to win easily. But Yakumo wanted to defeat Naruto so easily. Come on, Naruto. Let me see your strength. What kind of strength have you gained during this period of time? Sasuke's eyes were filled with anticipation. Just when people thought that this competition would become the biggest cold door of this year. Phew! The flames suddenly began to twist, as if something had suddenly appeared inside, and the flames were forcibly pushed away. Under the stunned gazes of countless people, a black tree started to grow from nothing to nothing, and it abruptly turned into a towering tree that lay across the middle of the field. Chapter 365, False Divine Void Strike. The giant black tree that suddenly grew out stood in the middle of the field, violently blocking the terrifying flames. This scene stunned everyone. For a moment, they lost the ability to speak. After a long time, there were bursts of screams. People really did not know how to express the shock in their hearts. This is Mokyuton. This is the Mokyuton that Uzumaki Naruto used? Isn't he a descendant of Uzumaki? How could he awaken Mokyuton's blood inheritance? This is undoubtedly Mokyuton's technique. Moreover, this strange black tree is clearly the style of that person. The entire Konohagakure seemed as if it was about to explode, and they cried out in unison, as if the earth was about to shatter. At this moment, even the experts and nobles on the viewing platform couldn't sit still. Mokyuton, Naruto actually mastered Mokyuton. More importantly, this Mokyuton. Doesn't this mean that Naruto can only learn this kind of Mokyuton from that person? So that's how it is. This is Naruto's trump card. Amazing. Even if Naruto immediately used Bijuu's outer clothing, I wouldn't be too surprised, but it's actually Mokyuton. These people more or less had some secret information. They clearly knew that in theory, Naruto had no way of obtaining Mokyuton's blood inheritance. Even if he really wanted to awaken, he should be a descendant of Senju Hashirama, or someone like Yamato who possessed Hashirama's genes should awaken. Minato was stunned as he stared at this extremely unique giant black tree. Mokyuton's blood inheritance. Minato was confused. When did Naruto have Mokyuton as a blood descendant? Senju. What did he teach Naruto? How did he do it? This scene that went against common sense made Minato dumbfounded. Many people asked Minato. However, Minato could only smile bitterly and did not answer because he did not know what was going on. Minato, when did this happen? Jiraiya asked in surprise. Minato. It has been a while. Minato, why does Naruto have Mokyuton? That is clearly my grandfather's blood inheritance. Tsunade opened her mouth wide, unable to hide the shock and complexity in her heart. Should she be happy? Maybe she should be happy. Minato said, well, since it has come to this, there is nothing to hide. The sensei of Naruto is actually the one you think of. All these years, Naruto has been following that one to cultivate. Everyone had a look of sudden realization on their faces, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The significance of Mokyuton to Konoha was extraordinary. The son of Yondaime, the descendant of Uzumaki, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, actually controlled Mokyuton. The political impact was needless to say. To be more practical, Naruto had mastered Mokyuton, so didn't that mean he had the ability to easily suppress Bijuu? The control of the nine-tailed, the strongest Bijuu, would definitely surpass ordinary people. He might become the first nine-tailed Jinchuriki in history who could perfectly control the nine-tailed. Even Uzumaki Minato and Uzumaki Kushina had relied on powerful sealing techniques to suppress the nine-tailed, so they probably couldn't compare to Uzumaki Naruto. The future is promising. Speaking of which, does Naruto have Senju's bloodline? Otherwise, why would he randomly awaken Mokyuton? Kushina is a pure Uzumaki clan who came to the village from the kingdom of Maelstrom. There won't be a problem. That means Yondaime has the hidden Mokyuton bloodline? Does Yondaime have a bloodline connection with the first generation? Some people whispered and looked at Yondaime with strange eyes, full of hesitation. Because of various reasons, the powerful Senju clan had long been disbanded during the second generation, turning into pieces and disappearing in the village. Even Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation, never said that her surname was Senju. Well, it is not impossible to leave some blood behind. Could it be that Lord Yondaime, whose surname is Minato, is actually... Well, things are not what you think. Let's stop this topic. Minato covered his head, feeling a headache. His head was a little confused. However, although he did not know how Naruto had Mokyuton's blood inheritance, it was a good thing that there was no genetic conflict or cell corrosion. What Minato hoped to have was perfect, and not like the Danzo of the past, brutally implanting Hashirama's cells into his body, to achieve the effect of Mokyuton. At this time, Uzumaki was standing with his arms crossed, proudly standing at the top of the 20-meter-tall tree, looking down at the small Yakumo. The raging flames around him were comparable to the lethality and scale of Grade A fire release ninjutsu. At this time, it seemed like a joke. No matter how much it burned, it could not hurt this giant tree in the slightest. On the branches that spread out, there was a large number of leaves emitting a cold light swaying in the wind, making people feel scared. Without a doubt, if someone accidentally touched these leaves, they would be dismembered on the spot. It's actually Mokyuton. Yakumo was also stunned, staring at this scene in a daze. Originally, I planned to use it when facing Sasuke. I didn't expect you to let me use part of my strength in advance. Naruto looked down at Yakumo and clapped his hands together. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience my Mokyuton technique. Swish! A large number of branches began to grow and quickly grabbed Yakumo. The dense spread seemed to cover the entire field. If you are hit by my Mokyuton, you will die. Naruto said. At the same time, he seemed to inadvertently glance at Sasuke. Sasuke, who was watching the battle, naturally noticed Naruto's posture and immediately snorted. This bastard, he didn't forget to threaten me with this kind of thing. What a fool! But, is it Mokyuton? Sasuke was deep in thought. He finally knew who the mysterious sensei that Naruto had been talking about for so many years was. He was actually on the same level as his sensei. However, even if he had control over Mokyuton, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for him. Shua, shua, shua. Large amounts of branches spread out, and sharp leaves covered out at the same time. Yakumo continuously created more flames, but the damage it dealt was minimal. There was no other way. Only a ghost would know how long it would take to use fire release to deal with this special Mokyuton. Yakumo was helpless. Her living space was getting smaller and smaller. She would be covered by these branches sooner or later. At that time, if she did not want to die, she could only be eliminated. She once again chose to attack Naruto. A large number of illusions were turned into reality by him. Flames, ninja tools, lightning, and so on all rushed towards Naruto. However, after the bombardment, Naruto turned into smoke and disappeared. It was a shadow clone. This guy is simply the type that restrains me the most. Yakumo had a helpless expression. Even the most skilled illusion techniques could not do anything to Naruto, and there was no way to destroy Mokyuton. I admit defeat. The original body of Yakumo appeared in the corner of the field, helplessly raising its hand. Yamato entered the field, clapped his hands, and a large tree wood technique appeared. The lush tree grew all the way in front of Yakumo, blocking the black branches that were constantly extending over. This was a battle between two types of Mokyuton. And the result was obvious. The tree that was filled with vitality and green was severely injured the moment it touched the black tree. In terms of hardness, the difference was like heaven and earth. Naruto wins. Yamato's heart skipped a beat as he spoke expressionlessly. When Naruto saw this, he immediately removed Mokyuton from his body and slowly stuffed the giant black tree back into the ground. He did not even look at Yakumo as he walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke, I will wait for you in the finals, Naruto said. Sasuke sneered, with just this move, Mokyuton, you would never be able to win against me. You should think about how to release the 9 tails. This way, there might be a chance. Humph, let's talk about it when we fight. Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. I wonder what kind of power Sasuke has grasped to actually make him use the power of the 9 tails directly. Naruto knew very well that the 9 tails that were released here were actually Bijuu. A group of ninjas rushed up and repaired the arena as fast as they could. After the next match began, everyone still hadn't recovered from the first match. They even lost interest in the other matches and started to discuss Naruto intensely. In this battle, the effect of Mokyuton's ability that Naruto displayed was explosive. Even the people on the viewing platform could not help but be moved. The next battle was very boring, making people sleepy. The elimination rounds continued. The seed group indeed displayed a crushing posture against the ordinary group. Those who could enter the seed group were either geniuses or from the ninja clan. They naturally formed a suppression on those ordinary children who did not have outstanding talent. Next match, Sasuke vs. Hinata. Yamato shouted. 2 figures walked onto the arena. Only then did the crowd regain their interest. This is so annoying. They did not come to see us in the first place. After Naruto displayed Mokyuton's ability, we all became foil. No one will look at us. Shikamaru sat on the ground, holding his cheeks with one hand and looking at Sasuke and Hinata with dull eyes. These people were here to buy soy sauce, to serve as decorations for these geniuses. Isn't this a good thing? I was relieved instead. Ino patted her chest and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Are you okay, Sakura? We have all made it to the second round. But, the reason we can pass the first round is purely because the opponent is from the ordinary group. In the second round, Sakura was very worried and felt that she would be eliminated easily. She looked at Naruto out of the corner of her eye and then looked at Sasuke. These two people were so handsome and cool. Unfortunately, they also would not look at her directly. Sakura was very injured. The theoretical knowledge she was best at was not worth mentioning in front of these two people. She could answer the questions she knew, Naruto could do it too. As for strength, it was even less worth mentioning. Sasuke, I think you can easily defeat your opponent. Sakura said. You can win, but it may not be easy. Because Hinata is not weak. A voice came from behind. Senior Niji? I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. As a mediocre player, you often judge geniuses with your narrow eyes. I won't blame you. Niji also regarded Sakura as heir, and his body exuded an ice-cold temperament, causing these examinees who were younger than him to be filled with awe. Niji looked at Hinata with a pair of white eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. Before Miss came to school, she ate 30 people's worth of food in one go. She is finally going to show her talents. 30 people share. The little friends were all stunned, their faces full of question marks. So good at eating? Oh no, what does eating have to do with strength? Niji did not explain, but only whispered, for the potential and talent of the young lady, Naruto knows it better than me. Naruto stood at the front and also heard the conversation behind him. But he didn't turn around and just said calmly, yes, that girl is not simple. She always watches me train secretly and likes to work hard in places where no one is around. Naruto looked at Hinata. Byakugan. Dense blood vessels appeared around Hinata's eyes, and Byakugan suddenly opened them. Sasuke also expressed his respect and opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. A duel between Hitomi's techniques is really rare. The blood inheritance of these two families is very strong. I am really looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? It must be that Sasuke's eyes are stronger and can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. But Byakugan also has the potential to advance. That Hyuga Hoito. Don't talk about that guy. That is the taboo of the Hyuga family. Everyone raised their spirits and paid close attention to this battle. In the past few years, Byakugan had been completely suppressed by Sharingan. However, this could only be said that Sharingan was too strong, and his blood inheritance potential was too high. It could not be said that Byakugan was too weak. Sasuke-kun, I never thought that I would meet you in the second round. Hinata made a soft fist gesture. Sooner or later, even if you don't go against me, you will fight Naruto. No matter what, you will be eliminated by one of us. Sasuke said. Hinata said lightly, is there nothing else in your eyes other than Naruto? But I want to tell you that Naruto is mine. Everyone was confused. Ordinary people could not hear the conversation, but some strong people could hear and look at the mouth shape. They were immediately confused in the wind. Lord Yondame, my daughter was rude. I am sorry. Hayashi, who had no eyes, took the initiative to say. No, it's okay, after all, it's normal for young people. Minato waved his hand. It seemed that he had neglected Naruto. He didn't know when he had grasped Mokuton, but there were already girls who took the initiative to express their love. On the side, Naruto frowned slightly, calmly facing the strange gazes, and snorted in his heart. The meaning that Hinata expressed was not like or love. It was purely admiration and trust. Although they both admired each other, there was a fundamental difference between the feelings of a man and a woman when they were young. Naruto was clear about this, and Hinata himself was clear about it. However, Sasuke's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. I was really discussing this with you, but you're telling me this? Don't think that you can fool me just because you hid some of your strength. Sasuke was a little angry. As long as someone said that he was very close to Naruto, he would be angry. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Sasuke had yet to finish his sentence. Hinata suddenly struck out with his palm. 8 trigrams. False Divine Void Strike. Chapter 366, Change the Venue. What is this, the new physical skill of Hyuga's soft fist? Using an illusory palm from a distance, is the usage for 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven after further development. No, the key is this kind of strong chakra. This is the amount of chakra a 12-year-old girl can have? Other than Naruto and Sasuke, this is the first time I have seen such a genius. Some people looked at it in surprise, extremely shocked. The amount of chakra consumed by this palm strike was extremely astonishing. Hinata was also a super genius? They had never seen this palm strike from a distance. However, her speed and power were extraordinary. Without the strength of a jounin, he could not even dodge. The strength that Hinata displayed shocked everyone, and they all widened their eyes. Hayashi, I did not expect Hinata to still hide this kind of strength. He is really amazing. Hinata is worthy of being the third in the grade. It is beyond my expectations. Minato did not hide his appreciation. Well, if Hinata can really get together with his son and tie Hyaga's clan to the Hokage. Swish, very beautiful. Hayashi was also stunned. Although he couldn't see, through Minato's exclamations and praises, he already knew what had happened. He was extremely puzzled. A technique to cast an illusory palm? If not jounin, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Hyaga's clan didn't have this type of body technique to begin with. Moreover, Hinata's strength was actually this strong? Where did she learn it from? This technique. Kazue was deep in thought and subconsciously looked at Yuuji out of the corner of her eye. She roughly guessed what it was. It was clearly Iroha's divine void strike. Was it Iroha teaching Hinata? Interesting. Although he learned 4 different things, Hoito didn't even understand it himself and even taught it to Hinata. Yuuji nodded repeatedly and praised him a few times. Hoito had been taught a lesson by Iroha. In addition, he was eager to get Iroha's Jougen eyes, so he naturally had to stare at Iroha. Imitating the divine void strike was what Hoito had been trying to do during this period of time, and then he taught it to Hinata. However, this fake divine void strike was nothing to a top expert, but it was extremely powerful in other battles of this level. An illusory palm print was suddenly slapped out by Hinata, and went straight for Shizuke. This attack was very abrupt, the speed was astonishing, and the attack was very wide. A huge palm appeared in the entire playground, causing bursts of exclamations. This is soft fist. Shizuke observed with Sharingan, looking at the rapidly approaching chakra palm, his expression was cautious. Very strong, this is suspected to be the strengthened version of 8 trigrams palm's revolving heaven soft fist technique, which has brought a trace of threat to Shizuke. Lightning release, lightning stream. A large amount of chakra gushed out from Sasuke's body and continued to flow in front of his body. It was like a violent current that collided with the illusory palm. A loud explosion sounded. After the collision of the 2 techniques, a large amount of lightning shot out in all directions, tearing open a ravine in the ground. Hinata took advantage of this opportunity to attack, and her palms condensed chakra. A pair of Byakugan watched everything around her, and quickly rushed to the front of Shizuke. Just as I guessed, you plan to use physical skills to deal with me. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan accelerated the rotation. The strongest younger generation of the 2 great clans of Hitomi were fighting physical skills under the watch of everyone. Every movement was extremely swift. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 2 had already turned into afterimages. They was originally unable to see clearly. And those who could see the movements clearly would discover that the confrontation between these 2 bodies was rather strange. Often, one side would immediately change their moves before they even kicked the other. That's right. If Hinata's palm were to touch it, Shizuke would be very troublesome. There is no need to mention the status of Hyaga clan's soft fist and body techniques. As a result, Shizuke did not dare to directly hit Hinata's body. His Sharingan had super strong insight and could completely see through Hinata's backup. He was waiting for Shizuke to attack, even if both sides were injured, he would still touch Shizuke. This was Hinata's only chance. Body technique was the only way she could defeat Shizuke. Humph, I won't let you succeed. Shizuke sneered in his heart. He had completely seen through Hinata's tactics. He stared at every subtle move of Hinata's. After a high-intensity physical confrontation, neither side really hit the other's body. Instead, they were frantically dodging and probing. After a while, Hinata was already panting, sweat dripping from her forehead. She could not hold on any longer. Swish! Shizuke threw out several times, and when Kunao hit each other, he used the tip of his foot to hit Kunao. He took the opportunity to retreat and successfully opened the distance. Even if you hide your strength, there is still a huge gap between you and me. In terms of physical strength alone, I haven't even started, and you are already dead. Shizuke looked at the exhausted Hinata with an arrogant face and said. Shizuke, stop talking nonsense. You are wasting time. If it is so difficult to deal with Hinata, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Naruto shouted impatiently. Apart from Sasuke, who was capable of fighting, he did not put anyone else in his eyes. He quickly eliminated all these weak chickens. He directly entered the finals with Sasuke, and then, under the gaze of the entire village, he decided to be the first in the new generation. Tisk, what an annoying idiot. You saw it too, I don't have time to waste on you. Sasuke said. Hinata took a deep breath and rushed over. Facing Sasuke, who was retreating again, she found an opportunity for Sasuke to strike again in the air. The huge illusory palm constantly enlarged and attacked. It seemed that Sasuke was going to be sent flying. Amidst the exclamations, Sasuke just calmly made a hand seal. Lightning chakra and fire chakra began to change in nature at the first moment. Forbidden technique, lightning release, lightning Godzilla technique. Whoosh! Countless bolts of lightning surged out, incomparably violent, perfectly fusing together the destructive power of lightning and the violent nature of fire. In an instant, countless violent bolts of lightning gathered into the shape of a Godzilla. This lightning Godzilla let out a crazy roar, rushing out with a ferocious expression, colliding with Hinata's false divine space attack. In an instant, the entire playground was ravaged by terrifying lightning. Even if each bolt of lightning was insignificant to the lightning Godzilla, when it struck an ordinary person, it could easily turn an ordinary person into charcoal. Many of Anbu immediately moved and used a spirit formation technique to block the violent lightning. Looking out, the several meters tall lightning Godzilla was filled with everything. He carried countless lightning strikes and placed them on the illusory palm. After a second of stalemate, he shattered the false god void attack on the spot. He roared and charged at the tiny Hinata. The deafening thunder made people even more confused and blank. What kind of technique is this? A Godzilla formed from lightning? Sasuke actually knows this kind of technique. This must be Kinjutsu, and it is a forbidden technique that has never been heard of before. Sasuke is worthy of being Lord Yuuji's disciple, he actually mastered this kind of technique. Not good, Hinata is in danger. Everyone was shocked. While they were shocked that Sasuke could use this kind of terrifying forbidden technique, the first thing they did was to protect Hinata. In the face of this kind of attack, Hinata originally had no way to resist, perhaps she would be killed. This was Kinjutsu, moreover, a forbidden technique that was full of lethality and destructive power. Sasuke, you have grown up, but you are too impatient, there is no need to use this kind of dangerous technique to deal with the companions of the village. Itachi instantly opened Mangekyo Sharingan, his figure slightly moved, wanting to rush into the battlefield, using Susanoo to protect Hinata. There were many people like him who wanted to make a move. Fugaku, Shisui, Gai, Kakashi and the others all planned to come out. But at this moment, as the referee, Yamato moved the fastest. Pa! Mokuton, Wood Dragon Art. Rumble! A wooden dragon suddenly drilled out of the ground and quickly wrapped around Hinata, protecting her in this way. After a loud noise, the dazzling thunder almost blinded people's eyes. The explosion hurt the eardrums of many people. The playground was a mess. The lightning Godzilla slowly dissipated. Half of the wooden dragon's body was also shattered. Only a small half of its body was wrapped around it, protecting Hinata. Uchiha Sasuke, victory! Yamato announced the result expressionlessly, as if he was mentally prepared for everything that had happened on the field. Many people looked at the result in shock. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Shiranui Yamato had already developed Mokuton to this extent? He could already use the wood dragon art? That's Xiao Dai Hokage's wood dragon art. Yamato actually mastered it. Oh, although this wood dragon seems to be a little small, considering this occasion, it definitely isn't Yamato's full strength. Amazing! Who would have thought that the child who survived Orochimaru's experiment back then would actually grow to this extent? Lord Yuuji is really amazing. The Yamato and Sasuke he taught are both terrifying. If everything goes smoothly, they will become the new Kage level in the village. Everyone recalled the scene just now and still hadn't come back to their senses. It was too shocking. Many people also thought about the situation. What level had that amiable young man grown to now? At this moment, Shiranui Yuuji's teaching talent was fully displayed. The one who condensed that lightning-style forbidden technique was Godzilla, right? It is definitely an S-class forbidden technique. Sasuke is only 12 years old. Many people were discussing in surprise, glancing at Yuuji from time to time. From beginning to end, Yuuji was sitting in his seat, very calm. On the sports field, many Earth-release ninjas immediately came up and repaired the flat ground at the fastest speed. There was no doubt that this sports field was almost impossible, and it had to be completely flattened and rebuilt after the competition. Now, they could only respond to the emergency. Sasuke and Hinata walked out, facing the cheers of countless people and the awe of graduates. Although Hinata's performance was a bit bad, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that it was not that she was not strong, but that Sasuke was too strong. With a backhand, he pulled out a terrible S-level forbidden technique to clear the area. Who could stand it? Naruto, I lost. Hinata said in a low voice. Naruto nodded. It's normal for you to lose. I'm the only one who can defeat Sasuke. Stand down, I'll blow him up. Hinata did not say a word and stood behind Naruto. Humph, well done. Why didn't you just take out this technique from the start? Naruto crossed his arms and snorted at Sasuke, who was walking over. I originally prepared this for you. If you hadn't urged me repeatedly, I wouldn't have used it now. Speaking of which, weren't you forced to use Mokuton by Yakumo? Sasuke said. Naruto said coolly, this is different. I used Mokuton to defeat Yakumo because I don't care if Mokuton is exposed or not. As for you, you must have suffered a lot in order to master this technique, right? But let me tell you, it is impossible for you to defeat me with this kind of strange technique. Humph, you think I will defeat you with the Thunder Godzilla technique? Don't joke around. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. The surrounding people automatically moved away, so scared that they did not dare to speak. At this moment, these graduates clearly understood what was called disparity. In the past, even if they had never won against Naruto and Sasuke, they had only regarded these two as super geniuses of the same age. But now, looking at it, Mokuton was also an S-level forbidden technique. This gap was too exaggerated. Even if it was Jounin, he might not be a match for the two of them. Kaiba was so scared that he rubbed Akamaru's head and subconsciously said. The pattern is too small. It's not enough for Jounin. The two of them can definitely fight against Jounin, right? No, what I mean is that Jounin is no match for them. It's good enough for ordinary Jounin to master a grade ninjutsu, but these two guys. Naruto has Mokuton and Kyuubi, Sasuke has Sharingan and S-class forbidden arts, and they want to fight? Shino pushed his sunglasses, and his forehead was sweating. The insects in his body were restless with fear at this time. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress them, he would have already gone berserk. These two monsters had already exceeded the dimension they could imagine. Even Yakumo and Hinata had already left them far behind. The difference is actually so great? In my father's active era, Lord Yuuji rose to prominence. When he came to me, he actually had to face such terrifying peers. The more Shino thought about it, the more pressure he felt. Abarame Shino vs Haruno Sakura. Yamato shouted calmly, and the next duel started directly. The cruel elimination round continued steadily. After watching the battle between Naruto, Sasuke, Yakumo and Hinata, everyone felt bored. The gap was too big. Naruto-kun, I am looking forward to the final confrontation between you and Sasuke. Yakumo came over at some point, and said with his head deeply buried. Her voice was a little strange. I know, I will win. Naruto frowned and waved his hand impatiently. He looked at Yakumo, and for some reason, he felt a burst of irritation. It seemed that deep in his heart, a cold mood was constantly rising. The nine-tailed in his body suddenly opened his eyes. Kurama Yakumo, the darkness in this kid's heart. The nine-tailed fox wagged its tail. It turned its head to look, and through the cage, it saw the place covered in darkness. It was the dark side of Naruto's heart, and at this time, it actually began to stir restlessly. It seems that this little brat noticed something, so it took the initiative to approach Naruto. It's really interesting. Originally, I wanted to find a chance to kill this little brat with amazing attainments in illusion techniques, but now it seems that I can slow down. Nine-tailed laughed in a low voice. Naruto did not know about all of this. After a round of battles. Next would be the most anticipated finals. Let's go and watch. Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Yamato stood in the middle of the field and shouted. However, the two of them did not move. Instead, they looked at each other. Humph, looks like we thought of going together. That's right, we can't use this kind of place to begin with. If he accidentally hurts the villagers outside, then it will be troublesome. The two raised their hands at the same time. We applied to play in another place, and there is no way to show my strength here. Let's go to Konoha Forest. There is a large forest and wilderness there. One after another, they looked over in astonishment. They wanted to change the venue? They couldn't even use such a large field? Although he didn't know what the two of them were up to, it seemed like it was very exciting. Chapter 367, The Seventh Tale. This was the first time that a candidate had proposed to change the venue. Yamato looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and finally looked at Yuuji. Yuuji nodded. This request is very reasonable. If I let you two fight with all your strength, not to mention that this school will be demolished by you, half of the village will probably be smashed to pieces by you. Ha! Everyone was stunned and looked at Yuuji in confusion. Letting these two youths fight would result in this kind of result? Since Lord Yuuji said so, then it must be true. But how is this possible to be able to cause such great damage? They must be at least a Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke are still so young, do they have this kind of ability? Hey, you still haven't figured out the situation, but Lord Yuuji's words directly proved that both of them are hiding more power. But, what kind of power could cause such great damage? How did the two of them have this kind of strength at this age? There was an uproar, and the sound of intense discussions resounded through the entire audience. Countless people were shocked as they looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were raising their hands. Humph! Ha! Naruto and Sasuke only revealed proud smiles at Yuuji's evaluation. Their young faces were full of pride. Destroy the school? Heavily injuring Konohagakure? This is a matter of course. If they did not have this kind of power, how could they have confidence to defeat the other? Yes, although the strongest power they have mastered is strictly not the strength they have directly grasped, but the power that their partner possesses. But it doesn't matter. As long as they can be summoned, they will be recognized as a part of their own strength. A 12-year-old teenager has this kind of strength. Yuuji, did you know long ago? Minato asked doubtfully. The others also looked over and listened attentively. If it was true, it would be too inconceivable. Yuuji smiled. I know one thing. Naruto and Sasuke are definitely the strongest of the new generation. There is no doubt about this. However, even if these two youths are cultivating with all their might, how could they have the power of a Kage at this age? Could it be that it was achieved through Bijuu? Shibi pushed his sunglasses. Isn't this a bear Mei Shibi? When did he come? That's right, that's right. I didn't notice anything at all. Some people looked at Shibi in surprise. Shibi pushed his sunglasses. Bijuu. Some people's expressions became serious, and they exchanged glances. No way. Doesn't that mean that Naruto is already able to use the power of the Nine Tails at the age of 12? This kind of thing. Is Naruto's body sure to be able to hold on? The Nine Tails temper is also the most violent of all Bijuu. It is also possible that it is not relying on the Kyuubi but the wood dragon art. What about Sasuke? Sasuke does not have Bijuu, nor does he have Mangekyo Sharingan. What does he rely on? A trace of worry appeared on Minato's face. He was not worried that the Kyuubi rampage would harm the village. There were so many experts present, and they rushed forward and blew up the Kyuubi. He was more worried about Naruto. He felt a deep sense of loss as a father. First, it was Mokuton, now it was the Nine-Tailed. Naruto has become so powerful, but he never told me about it. Minato looked lonely, but he quickly hid his expression and slowly got up. Then, let's start the operation now. Anbu and the ninjas of Root set up an isolation zone, forbidding the villagers and genin to get close to Konoha Forest. The noble people on the viewing platform also stood up, turned into afterimages, and went to Konoha Forest. Sasuke, it's finally our turn. I can't wait to defeat you. Naruto and Sasuke too also moved. Only the students on the playground and the villagers outside the school were left, looking at these people who were quickly moving away. Some people also wanted to follow, but they were quickly informed that they were not allowed to approach Konoha Forest, otherwise they would die. This made people even more confused. All candidates stay in the school. You are not allowed to leave the school until the winner is decided between Naruto and Sasuke. Yamato announced with a paralyzed face. Referee, we also want to watch the battle. Sakura could not help but protest. Yamato shook his head. If those two go all out, just the aftermath alone can kill all of you. Perhaps only Hinata can barely survive. Even Yakumo can't do it. Her body is too weak. No matter how good her illusion technique is, she can't escape immediately. Many examinees were in an uproar, and many of them had shocked expressions. Referee, Naruto and Sasuke already have the strength of Jounin, right? Isn't this their full strength? Of course, they still have the real terrifying strength. Yamato said, in the ninja school, there are always people protecting you and ensuring your safety. The graduates were puzzled and didn't believe it, but they still calmed down and waited for the result. Yakumo looked in the direction of Konoha's forest, and occasionally there was a ferocious expression on her gentle face. Ito was stirring in the depths of her heart. It was keenly aware that Naruto, a person whose heart was filled with dense darkness, was very interested in him. Konoha Forest. Naruto and Sasuke each stood on a tree, confronting each other. After a while, Yamato also rushed over. There are many strong people here. No matter how you two fight, we can control the situation. So don't have any psychological burden. Show us your talents as much as you want. Yuuji looked at the two of them and said slowly. Of course, Yuuji-sensei. Even without you two, I can still control my power. Sasuke raised his chin proudly. Are you sure? Yuuji asked sharply. Sasuke suddenly thought of the sub-body Godzilla who was indifferent to him, and immediately fell silent. Naruto opened his mouth, but when he thought of the angry Kyuubi, he was also somewhat uncertain. Big Fox, you have to help me well later. Don't do anything, understand? In the sealed space, Naruto looked at Kurama suspiciously. Kurama was annoyed. You bastard, do you need to remind me about this? There are so many dangerous people outside, what can I do? Mentioning this, Kurama was unable to be furious. Look at the luxurious line-up outside, Yuuji, Minato who has mastered Corpse Ghost Seal, Mangekyou Fugaku, Kazue, Shisui, Itachi, Shibi who has the Big Bug, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and Jiraiya who knows Sage Mode. This. A hammer. Living creatures like humans, die. That's good. We are partners. Don't make me lose face at a time like this. Naruto thought about it and felt that it made sense. He felt a little relieved in his heart. Then, his consciousness left the sealed space. Nine-tailed lay in the cage, staring at the darkness with bloodshot eyes. Naruto, the reason why I helped you is not because I like you so much, but because I want you to die. The you I like has not really been born yet, and you still do not understand what is really going on with your real self. Kurama looked at the large dark area in the sealed space with eyes full of malice. The current Naruto, strictly speaking, could only be considered half. The other half, for some unknown reason, was so difficult to produce, as if it had a natural instinct of righteousness, and was suppressing the birth of the dark side with extraordinary toughness. Ninetales had studied it for 10 years, but he still couldn't figure it out completely. That little devil called Kurama Yakumo is very interesting. A dark personality is brewing in her body. It might be a breakthrough. Ninetales slowly closed his eyes. As the strongest of the 9 Bijuu, it was born to be able to sense the malice in the hearts of humans. Because of this, it was better at guiding the dark side than the other 8. In the outside world. The finals, Uzumaki Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Yamato announced the start of the competition. Many distinguished guests also stared with wide eyes, wanting to see what kind of strength these two youths, who could make Yuuji think they were powerful, had. It has finally come to this moment. 6 years, a whole 6 years, I have almost never completely defeated you once. Sasuke felt that his fist was hard. At most, he had a tiny bit of an insignificant advantage in theory classes. However, the defeat of the actual combat lesson directly crushed this advantage. Finally, in front of so many higher UPS in the village, he wanted to defeat Naruto. Humph, bring it on. I will tell everyone that I am the real number 1. Naruto snorted. Sasuke was the first to make a move. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What kind of move will he use for his first attack? Is it still that lightning Godzilla? It is obviously not enough to use that kind of technique to deal with him. But Sasuke did not use the lightning Godzilla technique. Instead, he bit his finger and gathered most of the chakra in his body. Then, he fiercely slapped the ground. Summoning technique. A huge cloud of smoke rose into the sky. It's actually a psychic skill. So Sasuke's trump card is a psychic skill. Looks like my guess is correct. Sasuke has signed a contract with Godzilla's sacred land. The problem was, what level of spirit beast could Sasuke summon? No matter if it was Naruto or Bijuu, they were both very powerful. Without Mangekyo Sharingan, how could Sasuke fight? As the smoke slowly dissipated, a shocking roar rang out, as if it wanted to shatter the entire forest of Konoha. It's a big guy. Just this cry alone is comparable to a vibration wave. The vibration wave that Yuuji used in the 3 battles field was a very practical area of effect ninjutsu, and many people still remembered it. Shiranui Genma also studied this technique hard and turned it into his strongest ninjutsu, so he became a superior ninja. Finally, the giant beast that walked out of the smoke entered everyone's eyes. Just this size alone already shocked everyone. This size is a bit too big. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that this Godzilla is about the same size as Yuuji in the chaos of the 9 tails? Everyone was extremely shocked. The size of this Godzilla was actually no less than that of the 9 tails. Sasuke stood on the head of the sub-body Godzilla, crossed his arms, and looked at Naruto with confidence. Even if 90% of the chakra in his body was used up, and he was trying his best to refine new chakra, he still had to pretend. And everyone's performance also made Sasuke very satisfied. So that's how it is, it's actually Godzilla, and also such a strong Godzilla. Naruto's expression turned solemn as he looked at this huge monster. The oppressive feeling that rushed towards his face directly pointed towards his soul. He never expected that Sasuke's trump card was actually this. A powerful giant beast that was summoned from the legendary Godzilla Holy Land? Big Fox, how much do you know about the Godzilla Holy Land? Naruto asked. I don't know anything about it at all. I've never even heard of this Holy Land in the past. It's as if it appeared overnight. Kurama narrowed his eyes. It also felt that Godzilla was very difficult to deal with. Even you don't know? It seems that you are ignorant. Naruto looked at him with disdain. Kurama was so angry that he really wanted to tear open the cage and beat Naruto. It really knew nothing about Godzilla's Holy Land, but the strength of this Holy Land was so strong, it was obviously impossible to be born in a short time. In short, Naruto, be careful, the opponent is not weak, but certainly not as strong as this old man. Nine-Tailed coldly snorted. Then give me your chakra. All right, if you insist. Nine-Tailed stretched out her claws. Chakra that far surpassed the past crazily poured out like a sea, along the hole in the seal, and poured into Naruto. Naruto, take out your full strength. If I kill you in an instant, the scene will be ugly. Sasuke said in a condescending manner. Humph, stinky fellow. Seeing your attitude, I want to beat you up. Naruto sneered. Everyone was also paying close attention. What kind of power would Naruto use to deal with this huge Godzilla? Wood Dragon, or Bijuu? Who? A large amount of red-colored chakra immediately gushed out from Naruto's body. It's Bijuu's outer garment. Naruto has really mastered this mode. It's actually true, but using such a large amount of Kyuubi's chakra, this kind of risk is a bit too big. Naruto had more and more chakra on his body. The number of tails behind him was also increasing at an astonishing speed. 2, 3. Then it stopped moving. Big Fox, what about chakra? I might not be able to defeat Sasuke with this level. Naruto was a bit annoyed. Nine-Tailed said, the quantity of 3 tails is more suitable for you. If you continue to increase it, it will cause great damage to your body. It doesn't matter. I am a descendant of Uzumaki and I have Mokuton's blood inheritance. My self-healing ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. I don't care about the damage to my body at all. Alright, since you insist. The tail behind Naruto increased again. The 4th tail grew out. The half-transparent Bijuu coat on the surface of Naruto's body also began to solidify at this time, and its color deepened. Naruto's body had already turned into a small 9-tailed with a 4-tail. The tyrannical chakra was increasing at an astonishing speed. The 5th tail, the 6th tail. Minato, it's already the 6th tail. Jiraiya said in a low voice. Minato pondered for a moment and did not make a move. Instead, he tried his best to restrain himself. The 7th tail grew out. Naruto's body also began to expand. Sasuke waited patiently. Is this power of the 9 tails? Chapter 368, Kyuubi vs Sub-Body Godzilla. The two giant beasts were confronting each other in Konoha's forest. Is this Bijuu's transformation? It finally looks a bit like it. Sasuke took a deep breath and looked at the roaring 9 tails in front of him. Just 7 tails had this kind of terrifying power. If all 9 tails appeared, how strong would they be? Roar! The sub-body Godzilla roared, and a large amount of heat radiated from his nose. He looked at Naruto with a tyrannical gaze. Its rare sense of danger was threatened. Let's go! Sasuke shouted in high spirits. The sub-body Godzilla immediately rushed forward. The 9-tailed Naruto was also roaring loudly at this time. He bared his teeth as if he had lost his mind and violently pounced on the sub-body Godzilla. The two giant beasts that were dozens of meters tall collided with a loud bang. In an instant, terrifying shock waves wreaked havoc, pulling up mountains and overturning trees. Hey, Big Fox, why can't I control my body? Naruto's consciousness was a bit panicked, and he could only reluctantly watch his body launch an attack out of control. Of course you can't control it, idiot. You have never received such a large amount of chakra. That bit of consciousness of yours was directly suppressed by me. 9-tailed said. It was controlling Naruto's body to fight with the sub-body Godzilla. Damn it, of course I have to control my body. Are you sure? You have no experience in controlling such a huge body, let alone the ability to control such a huge chakra. If you insist on coming in person, I'm afraid even the most basic movements will be deformed. Kyuubi snorted coldly. Naruto scratched his head and did not refute. Then you can do it. Anyway, Sasuke is the same as me. He can't control that Godzilla at will. That's right. I will personally go up and definitely help you defeat Sasuke. Moreover, I can do my best to reduce the damage to your body. 9-tailed began to focus on this battle. It hadn't been intimate with it for 12 years. Whoosh! After the two giant beasts collided, they immediately began a brutal physical confrontation. Each of them stretched out their sharp claws and ruthlessly clawed at the other. Every time they attacked, they would leave terrifying scars on the other party's body. The tail was also waving wildly. With a casual sweep, it was a natural disaster. After cleaning out the ferocious blank space on the ground, it fiercely slapped onto the other party. The sub-body Godzilla looked at the scratches on his body and became more and more furious. He directly hugged the 9-tailed and immediately threw the 9-tailed down, pressing the 9-tailed down below him. Then, he opened his mouth and fiercely bit down on the 9-tailed. The pain made the 9-tailed cry out in pain. It wasn't just the Kyuubi that was crying out, Naruto also felt a sharp pain, and this was his body. The advantage in weight is very obvious. Yuuji looked at it with interest. This was a battle that shocked most people, but in his eyes, it was only worth watching. Cage Level, who was present, had mastered a powerful technique and was also able to maintain his composure. I am not worried about Sasuke in this battle. I am more worried about how long Naruto's physical strength can last. Minato said worriedly. Everyone looked at Sasuke, who was holding the sub-body Godzilla tightly. In this kind of fierce battle, all Sasuke could do was to attach himself to the sub-body Godzilla, so as not to be thrown out by the terrible impact. This point, Sasuke undoubtedly has the upper hand. Although he summoned this Godzilla, he must have consumed a lot of chakra, but at least he won't be hurt by the sub-body Godzilla. Tsunade pondered. She was relatively calm about the attitude of these two giant beasts. If she really wanted to attack, she could punch one at a time and use violence to suppress violence. Rumble. At this time, the sub-body Godzilla had already grabbed the tail of the 9-tailed fox. He swung it wildly and threw it into the distance. Obviously, in terms of physical skills, the 9-tailed fox did not have the advantage. Instead, it suffered more blows. Damn it, how dare you humiliate this old man? 9-tailed was flustered and exasperated. It was the mighty strongest Bijuu that had lived for 1,000 years, yet it had actually been knocked down by a large lizard? Shoo! Behind 9-tailed, the 8th tail began to slowly grow out. However, its growth speed was very slow, because Naruto's body was unable to bear the burden. 9-tailed looked up to the sky and opened his mouth. A large amount of chakra crazily gathered and condensed into a single Bijuudama. Just the size of this Bijuudama made many people change their expressions. What was even more shocking was that not only did the sub-body Godzilla not retreat, but he also opened his mouth, and terrifying blue light began to gather in his mouth. Hey, can you send that ball flying? If you can't stop us, then it will be troublesome. Sasuke stood on top of Godzilla's head and shouted loudly, his heart trembling with fear. Only those who faced Bijuudama could truly feel the sense of suffocation. If you can't block it, you will die, probably. Sasuke's heart beat wildly, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart and clenching his teeth. The sub-body Godzilla did not directly respond to him, but the blue light on his dorsal fin was flashing crazily, and the blue light in his mouth was becoming more and more dazzling. Bijuudama and atomic breath? Not good, quickly set up the enchantment. This kind of attack strength, the 4 purple flame array might not be reliable. At this time, Yuuji said lightly, all of you, withdraw. Let me do it. As he spoke, 4 clones immediately appeared on his body, moving at an astonishing speed. He sat on the 4 sides of the 2 giant beasts and clapped his hands. 4 Crimson Sun formation. Crimson flame-like barrier immediately extended into the sky. All of this was completed in an instant. Oh! It's the 4 Crimson Sun formation. This is a rank A spirit formation technique that only 4 experts of fire cage level can use. However, Lord Yuuji actually. To be precise, he relied on 4 clones. Everyone was unable to conceal their shock, because this was truly too exaggerated. 4 top-grade world spirit techniques that only cage level could use, and Yuuji casually threw out 4 clones to do it. Those 4 clones already possessed the strength of cage level. At least they also possessed cage level's chakra. At this moment, people had a more vivid understanding of the strength of Yuuji. This is the level of surpassing the shadow level. He has the strength to easily crush cage level. While everyone was exclaiming, Kazue slowly frowned and her expression became serious. Yuuji was already so strong, but he was still preparing to fight with Itsutsuki's clan. How strong was an enemy that Yuuji valued so much? Do I have the qualifications to participate in that kind of battle only after I have the ability of Yakumo? A deep sense of anxiety suddenly rose in Kazue's heart. The clan of Otsutsuki simply shattered her old knowledge. If I really want to be qualified to participate, I'm afraid I have to awaken Rinnegan, just like Rikuta Sennin. Kazue racked her brains but still could not figure out what she should do to have Rinnegan. Yuuji knew, but he refused to tell her. He was definitely not worried that her strength would expand too quickly, because since Yuuji had said it, he would definitely not care that she had Rinnegan. What kind of price do I have to pay to have Rinnegan? Kazue thought hard. The soaring crimson color barrier also scared the people in Konoha. Because this barrier that rushed straight into the sky was too conspicuous. The students in the ninja school also saw it and cried out in alarm. This is 4 Crimson Sun formation, the strongest barrier technique. Yakumo and Hinata spoke one after the other. From just now, the earth has been faintly trembling, as if some terrifying monster is awakening. Now, a barrier of this level has appeared. Is this caused by the battle between Naruto and Sasuke? But how is this possible? How can they be so strong? Many of the examinees were shocked. Shikamaru, do you have any clues? Koji ate the last piece of potato chips and asked anxiously. Shikamaru slowly opened his eyes. Ah, I've roughly analyzed something. It's even more terrifying than I thought. I knew it. You are the smartest one among us. Even Naruto Sasuke can't compare to you. Ino had a face full of anticipation. First of all, as the strongest formation technique, the basic requirement to successfully activate the 4 Crimson Sun formation is to have 4 strong practitioners of fire cage level. Even Bijuu can easily control such a strong formation, so Naruto and Sasuke must have used strength comparable to Bijuu. The earth shook and the inexplicable loud noise were caused by the two of them. Shikamaru wiped the sweat off his forehead. Naruto is regarded as a monster by the big people. He even told us not to play with Naruto when we were young. That Naruto is Jinchuriki. As for Sasuke, as a disciple of that person, I am not surprised at all that he could obtain the spirit contract of Godzilla's Holy Land. This was equivalent to 2 Bijuu fighting with their lives on the line. Moreover, it was the first tier, the strongest Bijuu. After Shikamaru finished speaking, many people looked confused. Many things they did not understand. But Shikamaru was not interested in explaining. He just said, everyone, be prepared. There should be a big explosion next. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud noise. A terrifying explosion was following the barrier of the 4 Crimson Sun formation and rushing into the sky. In everyone's vision, they saw a terrifying beam of light shooting straight into the sky and into outer space. Everyone was scared silly. At this time, Konoha Forest was even more unbearable. The earth shook violently, as if it was going to be overturned. The power of the collision between Bijuudama and the atomic breath was more terrifying than many people imagined. If not for the 4 Crimson Sun formation, who knew how many people would die? Back then, Yuuji had said that Naruto Sasuke's all-out fight was enough to heavily injure the entire Konohagakure. Some people still did not believe it. But now, it seemed that it was true. Naruto and Sasuke had done what many adults could not do, and the power they displayed was something that even Cage level had to face. The terrifying explosion lasted for a long time. Within the 4 Crimson Sun formation, it was as if it had turned into hell, and the chakra storm that crushed everything was raging, and the astonishing radiation was raging in the same place. After a long time, this horrifying fluctuation began to slowly calm down. Fugaku directly stood up, and looked at this scene with a serious expression. In his eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan quietly appeared. Itachi's complexion was extremely ugly. Naruto is easy to talk about, but what does Sasuke have? Sasuke would probably directly face such a terrifying attack at such a close distance. What could he use to block it? Father. Itachi couldn't help but say. Yes, I know. Fugaku used Mangekyo's Hitomi technique and saw a corner of the future. He immediately closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke is fine. A few seconds later, the scene of the inner realm came into view. It was a mess. However, the 2 giant beasts were still standing there. This level of attack was far from enough to make them fall. Naruto is fine. What about Sasuke? Where is Sasuke? Many people's expressions changed. They saw Godzilla open his mouth and spit Sasuke onto his claws. Well, other than being a little embarrassed, Sasuke was not seriously injured. And from beginning to end, he had been using chakra to protect himself, isolating the radiation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, in fact, no one cared who won or lost. Even the one who lost had already proved to everyone that he was a powerful ninja. Who? The sub-body Godzilla breathed heavily. His body was covered in wounds and looked ferocious. However, the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, the Kyuubi was in a sorry state. Several of its tails had been blown away and it could only grow back. Damn it, the strength of this lizard is not inferior to this old man. Second, Godzilla, who can only rival Bijuu, has appeared. The Kyuubi crawled up with anger and looked at Godzilla with hatred. Their Bijuu's position was shaken. No matter how one looked at it, the strength displayed by a creature like Godzilla was no less than that of Bijuu. If this old man is still in complete form and not only half of it is left. Nine-Tailed was so angry that he roared towards the sky. If it was in its complete form, it could blow up this lizard in minutes. But now, it only had Yang Chakra, but there was nothing it could do. Even the tail could only maintain 7, and the 8th tail was already enough to make Naruto unable to hold on. Even the Kyuubi could not use its full strength. Hey, Big Fox, hurry up and take out more chakra. At this time, don't be stingy. Naruto shouted. Little devil, I know more than you. If you increase the number of tails, you will die. Nine-Tailed roared angrily, it's because you are too weak. Otherwise, how could this old man suffer such humiliation? I was actually defeated by this lizard. Naruto had a face full of unwillingness. So that's how it is. I was too weak. If I could be stronger, I would be able to obtain enough strength from the Kyuubi and defeat that fellow, Sasuke. I was clearly the undisputed number 1. I was clearly using my powerful talent and strength to obtain everyone's recognition and praise, but Sasuke was actually stronger than me. Naruto had been tormented. If he wasn't number 1, didn't that mean that many of his efforts in the past, using his strength to block the mouths of those who rejected him, were actually wrong? No, it was only because he wasn't strong enough. In the outside world, sub-body Godzilla had already rushed towards Nine-Tailed. Let's go, completely defeat him. Sasuke shouted loudly, panting heavily. His hands formed seals, and a large amount of lightning surged out from his body. Chapter 369, Number 1 End Placement. Thunder Godzilla. Sasuke used the last of his chakra to cast the Thunder Godzilla technique. In addition to the sub-body Godzilla, 2 Godzilla rushed towards the Kyuubi. And at this time, the Kyuubi was already spent. The power it could unleash through Naruto was limited, and its body was heavily injured. Facing this kind of attack, it was unavoidable. This old man can still struggle a little longer. The nine-tailed snake dragged its tattered body and was about to stand up, but in the face of the attacks of the two Godzilla, it was instantly swallowed up. Thunder Godzilla was the first to rush to the nine-tailed snake. After roaring, his several meters tall body collided with the nine-tailed snake, turning into a terrifying ball of thunder that scattered. Following that, the sub-body Godzilla swung his tail and fiercely whipped the nine-tailed fox. He then stretched out his claws and ruthlessly slapped it down. After a loud noise, the nine-tailed fox's figure began to dissipate, leaving behind only the scarred Naruto. You lost. Sasuke looked at Naruto with exhaustion, his face full of excitement. This is impossible, Naruto felt pain all over his body, and every piece of skin on his body had changed color, as if he had been burned. Compared to the wounds on his body, what made Naruto feel more pain and unwillingness was the mental frustration. He had won against Sasuke so many times, but he had been defeated in the most crucial and most important battle. The huge sense of humiliation tormented Naruto. Swish! In the surroundings, the four Crimson Sun formation barrier also began to dissipate. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Yamato stood up and announced the result. Many powerhouses gathered around Naruto and Sasuke. Tsunade-sama, Minato said quickly. Tsunade had already knocked away the people blocking her way. She came to Naruto and said, I know what to do. At this age, you dare to perform half Bijuu transformation. You're crazy. She stretched out her hand and began to treat Naruto's injuries. Even Tsunade was shocked. The injuries were too serious, and there was almost no place in his body that was intact. You haven't passed out yet. Your willpower is beyond my imagination. Although you made me lose money, I still have to praise you. Tsunade snorted and tried to treat him. At the same time, she also found that Naruto's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. A large number of cells began to regenerate. This kind of self-healing ability. The others also noticed it, and they all showed looks of amazement. The self-healing power brought by the combination of Uzumaki and Mokuton and the Nine Tails was simply terrifying. Maybe in a few years, Naruto's self-healing ability would reach the level of Shoude Hokage in the past, and even if he did nothing, he could heal all the injuries in his body in a few seconds. Roar! Roar! The sub-body Godzilla lowered his head and looked at these people fiercely. His focus was on Naruto for a long time. Everyone became nervous and guarded against the sub-body Godzilla. We have won. They are not enemies. There is no need to be so vigilant. Sasuke shouted. Humph! The sub-body Godzilla looked extremely impatient. With a bang, he directly dispelled the psychic and disappeared into smoke. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had to be cautious when facing this kind of strong big guy. Sasuke, how do you feel? Itachi and the others left Sasuke's side. I feel very good. Father, brother, I have finally become the first. Sasuke clenched his fists. The excitement in his heart was unprecedented. Defeating Naruto in front of all the noble people in the village and letting everyone witness his strength, was there anything more satisfying than this? Well done, as expected of my son. Fugaku praised. At this time, Tsunade had also completed the preliminary treatment of Naruto. It's done. At least it won't continue to deteriorate. With his physical condition, it won't take long for him to recover. Tsunade stood up and looked at Naruto seriously. Naruto was very similar to his grandfather in many aspects. Mokuton had a strong vitality. Naruto, you should form a seal of reconciliation with Sasuke, Minato said. Naruto staggered to his feet and looked at Sasuke with a numb expression. After Sasuke stretched out his hand, Naruto also stretched out his hand. Just when everyone thought the matter was over. Pa! Naruto slapped Sasuke's palm away. Humph, I lost because I wasn't really prepared. Don't think that you can really beat me. Naruto's face was cold. He completely ignored Sasuke's shocked expression and limped away. This kid's personality is not the same as my grandfather's at all. Tsunade shook her head. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. How could it be possible for him to possess outstanding talent and strength, as well as an extremely strong affinity? I'm really sorry. Naruto has been used to it since he was a child. He probably couldn't accept it for an instant. Minato sighed. We should be the ones apologizing. Fugaku hurriedly said. Sensei, I won. Why aren't you saying anything? Sasuke ran over to take credit. Well, in fact, no matter who wins between you and Sasuke, I am not surprised. The gap between you two is actually very small. Sasuke, don't relax your demands on yourself. Naruto will definitely work harder. He will find a chance to defeat you. I will not give him this opportunity. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling extremely excited in Shin's heart. Yuuji looked at Naruto's back, deep in thought. This battle had exceeded his expectations. But forget it, he was not interested in interfering with Naruto Sasuke. Not long after, the result of this battle began to spread throughout the entire village. All the villagers were stunned. It was only at this moment that they really were Shin. That terrifying vibration just now was caused by Naruto and Sasuke. But the two of them were only 12 years old. If they had this kind of strength at the age of 12, what kind of child would they grow in a few years? I can't believe it, I can't believe it. The two adults of the same age, Yuuji and Kazuo, had this kind of performance at the age of 12. Could they be as powerful as Naruto Sasuke? This can't be compared. At that time, Lord Yuuji did not have a powerful sensei to rely on. Lord Kazuo also did not have the help of Fugaku and Itachi's family. No matter what, the facts prove that the new generation of our village is extremely powerful. Our village will still be the real first ninja village in the future. The graduation exam came to an end, and the entire village fell into a frenzy. There were people talking about this battle everywhere. Unfortunately, not many people really saw the decisive battle between Naruto and Sasuke. They could only imagine it. In the ninja school, Sensei immediately calculated the ranking of this year's graduates for everyone to see. As for the results of the class allocation, after the Hokage-sama and Mr. Yuuji have a comprehensive consideration, Yu Mingqian will announce it. Sensei said. Lee, do you still want to challenge Sasuke? Tenten asked as she sat down on a chair. Rock Lee shook his head bitterly. Sasuke has already surpassed me. With my current abilities, I still can't defeat him. Opening the 8 inner hidden gates, how many would he have to use to defeat Sasuke? Well, probably 8 doors. What's more, he can't open the 8 doors. When Naruto walked on the street with a gloomy face, there were enthusiastic villagers greeting him everywhere. It's so noisy, these guys. Naruto looked impatient, but he was in a much better mood. As expected of Naruto, he is really popular. 3rd and 4th place, 2 excellent girls are following him. Some villagers praised. You too, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, then stay away from me. Naruto frowned. Women are really troublesome creatures, affecting my speed of beating Sasuke. Naruto, what you need now is to recuperate. Is it really okay to just leave like this? Hinata said. Yakumo had a strange smile on his face. You just lost one match. You just have to win in the future. Naruto was getting more and more irritated. I'm not that weak, and I don't need your comfort. If I have the time to listen to your nonsense, I'd rather cultivate. Then let's cultivate together. I want to accompany Naruto. As for you, Yakumo, please leave immediately. Hinata said without hesitation. He, really cold. The corners of Yakumo's mouth curled up, looking even more strange. At this moment, Kazuo suddenly appeared, staring coldly at Yakumo. Sensei. I am sensei of Yakumo, not your damned sensei. It seems that you still lack poison. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out so casually. Kazuo sneered, his eyes turning into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he shot at Yakumo. Yakumo screamed, and all kinds of illusions began to appear around it, and these illusions were gradually turning into reality. It felt that it could still be saved. If it didn't resist, there would be no chance for it to be saved forever. It wasn't easy to find someone like Naruto with 9 tails, how could she give up? However, Kazuo only threw a glance at him and immediately distorted the reality back into an illusion. Against Kazuo, Yakumo's ability was simply countered. Lord Kazuo, what are you doing? Naruto frowned. It's not a big deal. There's something wrong with this kid. I need to teach him properly. Kazuo looked at the terrified Yakumo with a cruel face and reached out to drag her away. Obviously, what awaited this girl was a vicious beating. Naruto, this guy seems to like you very much. It's not without reason. You, better pay attention to your state. Kazuo looked at Naruto meaningfully. I don't want anything to happen to Hokage's child. You are the new generation of the village with great foresight. No one wants anything to happen to you. After saying that, she dragged Yakumo and left. They left behind a bewildered Mingren and Hinata. Lord Kazue, what is he talking about? Big Fox, do you understand? I don't have much of a relationship with her. She shouldn't be so bored as to remind me. Naruto asked in confusion. Ah, who knows? Nine-tailed lay in the cage, her eyes opening slightly as she stared at the dense darkness. Silently, something was condensing. Nine-tailed held a deep expectation. Naruto, you are too weak now. Your body can't even carry more chakra, so you need to work harder. I know, so long-winded. Naruto's face was gloomy, and he ignored Hinata, and directly went to the training ground. He was too lazy to go home, and he was unwilling to talk to his father, and wanted to improve his strength. Hinata followed behind him like a guard. Naruto ignored Hinata and began to cultivate. After it was dark, Naruto walked back home without even looking at Hinata. Tisk, what an indifferent kid. What the hell did Yandere do? Such a sunny person actually raised his son to such a state. Hoito stood next to Hinata and clicked his tongue. I have already understood the general situation. It is good that you can get third place. Hoito praised Hinata. Hinata looked calm. The divine void strike you taught me seems to have been recognized by someone. When I used this move, I saw the expressions of some people on the viewing platform change. This is very normal. After all, this technique was imitated by me from the hands of ghosts, Hoito said lightly. He temporarily couldn't use the real divine void strike, but there was no problem in teaching it to Hinata after imitating it. False god void strike, its power already surpassed Hyuga's clan's soft fist. You seem to be very close to Naruto. This is not a good thing. He is the son of the Hokage, the center of attention. The closer you get to him, the more attention you will receive. Hoito said. Hinata said, are you worried that you will be exposed? If news of you in the village gets out, you will not be able to escape. Hoito nodded and said frankly, yes, I am indeed worried about this. I did not expect you to repay me for teaching you, but if you hurt me, I will kill you. Hinata nodded silently and ignored Hoito. He turned and left. Hoito looked at Hinata and secretly shook his head. Exposed? He had already been exposed. Even if others did not say it, at least Yuuji definitely knew that he was with Konoha. That man had terrifying perception. Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the branch family. What kind of path will you take? Hinata returned home. Hayashi had been waiting for a long time. Who taught you the technique you used during the exam? I comprehended it myself. It was further development of 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. So it's like this. Although it's incredible, considering the explosive growth of your talent in the past 2 years, it doesn't seem impossible. Hayashi nodded. He didn't know if it was the real or fake. Then, as a ninja of Hyuga's clan, you should contribute the body technique you developed yourself. The clan will not treat you unfairly. Contribution. Who should I give it to specifically? Hinata said calmly, as if he had expected all of this. Your sister, the future chief of Hyuga's family, Hanabi. Sure enough, it's her. But she can't learn this technique. Let's wait until she grows up. Father, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Cultivation is more important. Hinata knelt down, her etiquette impeccable. Hayashi suddenly sighed. If you had shown this talent a few years ago, it would not have become like this. Hinata paused and said lightly, Father, you might have forgotten that back then, Lord Kazue only showed her talent when she was 10 years old. I did not dare to compare myself to Lord Kazue, but I have always been following her as an example. Chapter 370, Separation. Hinata openly opposed clansmen. Even if she was the daughter of the head of the clansman family, as a member of the branch family, she should still be severely punished. Hayashi hesitated again and again, looking at Hinata who was calm and revealed a sense of distance. In the end, he still did not use caged bird curse. If it was any other branch family, they would have been tortured and lectured by Hayashi using the bird in the cage. However, Hayashi did not do this to his daughter, Hinata. He also had a feeling that Hinata did not seem to care whether he would use the caged bird or not. He was even prepared to be punished by him. Forget it, you can leave. Hayashi sighed. Hinata knelt down again, got up, and left the room. Wait for Hinata to leave. Crash. A door opened and Hanabi carefully walked in. Father. As you can see, Hanabi, your sister refused to hand over that powerful physical skill. Since she became a branch family member, her heart has been filled with resentment towards her family. You must pay attention to this. Hayashi said. Hanabi was silent for a moment, then whispered, I won't become like my sister. No, you don't understand what I mean. I mean, as the next patriarch, you should be alert and alert every branch family. Don't give them any chance. Hanabi looked up in shock and saw Hayashi's cold face. Maintaining absolute control of the branch family was what clansmen should do, and also the mission and responsibility of the patriarch of Hyuga. Especially after the incident with Hoito, the internal rift and division of Hyuga's family was no longer a secret. Now, they just suppressed this opposition. I have lost my eyes. This is the end of my life. I still have to rely on you to shoulder the heavy responsibility of my family. Hanabi, I will never allow you to lose to Hinata. Hayashi shouted. Hanabi replied respectfully, but her face showed a deep sense of loss. Do you want to compete with your sister? Compete with the sister who was so gentle and kind before, but now she has become so cold and numb but showing talent? Several families were happy and worried. Few people would care about what happened inside the Hyuga clan. The others were concerned about what they were concerned about. In the Hokage building, Minato and Yuuji were making a list of teams. Well, the other young people are almost ready. Only these few. Minato rubbed his forehead and let out a long breath. He had obtained a rare moment of free time from the heavy work. Yuuji sat in the deputy seat and nodded, no matter how much we value this time, this batch of genin is too outstanding. At this time, two figures pushed open the door and walked in. I heard that you want to confirm the list? Then we will definitely help you. We are very experienced in this area and will help you. Yes, Yandere. I think we should separate Naruto and Sasuke. We absolutely cannot let the super genius of Uchiha clan have the chance to get close to the Kyuubi. Koharu and Midokado Himura were like sharks that smelled blood and hurried over. Only power could make these two old guys accumulate so much. Hey, the two of you are still alive. I almost forgot about you two. When Yuuji saw that the two of them had arrived, he was too lazy to move. He sat on his seat and mocked them. Humph, don't go too far. We won't harm the village. You don't understand. The matter of class allocation is extremely important. It is also the best opportunity for these young people to establish a bond. We must not be careless. The two of them were in harmony, hoping to obtain more power like before. As early as the 2 years when Yandere first went on stage, the two of them were the remnants of Sandame's era, holding a flag for Yandame's good, not abdicating, cutting off Yandame's authority. Logically speaking, when Yandere went on stage, he should promote a few people of the same generation as his assistants in the Hokage. However, these two old fellows did not have any self-awareness at all and just took up the position. He refused to give up his position to the young man. Only Yuuji would not pay attention to these two highly respected people. He would argue with them when they met, and he would also interfere with them. He would not give these two people any chance to exploit any loopholes. Over the long term, he took over the power of these two old relics bit by bit. Yuuji only focused on the absolute control of Root's forces. He was not interested in anything outside of Root's forces, so the power that was seized naturally returned to the Hokage. My opinion is completely different from the two of you. We should form a team with Naruto and Sasuke, Yuuji said. What? What nonsense are you talking about? How can the first and second team form a team? There is no such practice. The first and last team should be arranged with an excellent companion as a supplement to form a team of 3 people. Moreover, Sasuke is the most outstanding descendant of that clan. His father and brother have Mangekyo Sharingan. It is very likely that Sasuke will open Mangekyo and put the 9-tailed Jinchuriki beside this clan. It is too dangerous. Koharu and Midokado Himura turned around and shouted. Minato also looked at Yuuji, wanting to hear what he said. What do you two know? You clearly don't know anything, yet you are still blindly commanding. Yuuji sneered, because Mangekyo Sharingan is very dangerous, so he chose to escape from the beginning? Sasuke hasn't opened Mangekyo yet. He's just 3 tomo. He doesn't even dare to form a team here. This is different. Same, I said the same. The two of you are very unnecessary. Leave this place. Yuuji directly slapped the ground. In an instant, the ground under their feet suddenly collapsed and fell to the first floor. Yandere, it is the best thing to form a team with Naruto and Sasuke. These two have been fighting for 6 years and have developed deep feelings for each other. Yuuji said. You. Minato looked at the big hole in the office and shook his head with a wry smile. The method was a bit rough, but without the two old fellows pointing fingers, it was much quieter. Only Yuuji dared to do such a thing without restraint. Then, Naruto and Sasuke form a team. Who is the third person? Hinata or Yakumo? My suggestion is Hinata. Hinata's Byakugan can bring good perception to this team and make up for the shortcomings of Naruto and Sasuke. Yuuji said. If he had to find out one of the shortcomings of these two, then it would undoubtedly be their perception ability. Ninjutsu and physical skills, these two people had full energy value. In terms of illusion techniques, Sasuke had Sharingan, Naruto had 9 tails that could be immune to illusion techniques. Moreover, these two people both had astonishing chakra capacity. If Hinata was stuffed in, it would be very easy to make up for it. Then it's decided. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata will form a team. Who should the leader of the team be? Kakashi. Minato muttered. Kakashi was his disciple, and from the perspective of his master, it was extremely suitable. Moreover, Kakashi was the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and he was able to guide Naruto in controlling the power of the 9-tailed fox. However, the problem was that Kakashi was not the kind of person who had affinity, so whether or not he could guide Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata well would be a question mark. Let me think about it. Minato did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he asked about another matter. What do you think of Naruto's strength at this age? Yuuji was stunned. This is a good thing. It's better to control the Kyuubi sooner than later. Minato hesitated for a moment. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about many things that happened to Naruto. Even I don't know much about them. Mokuton and Bijuu. Minato had a headache. He suddenly felt that his son was so unfamiliar. How did Naruto have Mokuton's blood inheritance? How did he reach a consensus with the Kyuubi to obtain the power of the Kyuubi? Was there any conspiracy in this? Was there a possibility that Naruto was deceived and used? Everything else can be false, but only power cannot lie. Yuuji only said this sentence, then nodded slightly, turned around and left the office. He knew what Minato really wanted to ask, nothing more than what he thought about the mysterious sensei of Naruto being Akatsuki. What could Yuuji think? He could only look at it with his eyes. Minato sat alone in the office in a daze. He hesitated for a moment and went home early, intending to talk to Naruto. However, Naruto was not at home. Instead, he was training. Shiu. Minato used Flying Thunder God to appear next to Naruto. You just finished your graduation exam and fought with Sasuke in such a fierce battle? Your body has not recovered well. Minato said. Naruto didn't even blink as he said indifferently, I'm still far from it. I definitely won't be satisfied if I lose to someone like Sasuke. Minato sighed. In the past 6 years, you have always been number 1. No matter how hard Sasuke tries, he is no match for you. It doesn't matter if you let him win once in a while, right? Moreover, Sasuke himself is very outstanding and can rival you. Naruto said coldly, Sasuke surpassed me. I can't accept it. I should be stronger than him. Minato said helplessly, as my son, can't you afford to lose? You don't understand. Naruto's words made Minato speechless. The father and son froze in place, the atmosphere oppressive. After a long time, Minato slowly said, since you are so keen on cultivating, then I will teach you a very practical technique. That technique is called Raise Nan, a seal grade ninjutsu. No need, you are very busy, go and busy yourself with your own things. Even if I want to learn ninjutsu, I can also find my sensei to learn. Naruto concentrated on refining chakra, continuously creating black trees, training Mokuton. Minato was really at his wit's end. Speaking of which, a 12-year-old teenager had already entered the initial stage of rebellion. No matter what his parents said, his children would like to argue and prove that they could do it. It could be foreseen that in the next few years, the relationship between Naruto and Minato would be even more distant. Minato also realized this and sighed deeply. Back then, when your mother was still pregnant with you, she had high hopes for you. I hope you can become a great ninja. When he heard his mother, Naruto stopped and looked at Minato silently. Mother, a strange term. He had never shouted this word before, nor had he ever seen the woman who had died of a serious illness and gave birth to him. I am walking on the road to becoming a great ninja, Naruto said. Minato shook his head slightly. You are still far from it. Your control over the Kyuubi has not reached the level of your mother. How did my mother control the big fox? The big fox? Minato paused. She can use absolute power to forcibly extract the chakra from the Kyuubi. You can use the power of the Kyuubi at this age, so you must have communicated with the Kyuubi, right? You actually don't have the ability to control the Kyuubi. Humph, don't listen to your father's nonsense. So what if you forcefully control me? I'm still looking for opportunities to take revenge all the time. Nine-Tailed had a ferocious expression. The two women, Mito and Kushina, brought too much pain to it. Mito was too strong, and even when she died, the Kyuubi could not find a chance to retaliate. However, Kushina's strength was a bit lacking, and he used Vajra sealing poison to hit it. Was it very powerful? How did she die in the end? Naruto, you are very much to this old man's liking. As long as the two of us get along well, you do not need to worry about anything. The only problem between you and me now is not that this old man is unwilling to help you, but your strength is too weak, and you are unable to carry more of this old man's chakra. Nine-Tailed said. Naruto remained calm, but he agreed in his heart. Although he and his mother, who had died young, were both nine-tailed Jinchuriki, they had embarked on different paths. I will surpass the two of you. In my own way, I have already embarked on the right path, Naruto said to Minato. That's true. I have another question. How did your Mokutan's blood inheritance come about? Sensei helped me develop the awakening. He said that I have always possessed Mokutan's talent. Naruto said coldly. Minato frowned and pondered. Mokutan had blood support, and only the first generation had it. Senju and Uzumaki were distant relatives, and had a blood connection. That Naruto awakened Mokutan blood support, which was barely acceptable. Pa. Minato placed his palm on Naruto's body and checked with his chakra, but he didn't find any problem, so he was relieved. You really don't want to learn from me? This is a very powerful ninjutsu. I don't want to learn it, you go quickly, I want to continue to practice. Naruto said. The results of your class allocation have already come out. You, Sasuke, and Hinata have joined class 7. Minato sighed and flew raging away. Me and Sasuke in the same team. Naruto's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Very good. This way, I will have a chance to defeat him. Naruto did not return on the black path, and continued to cultivate even more desperately. That night, Yuuji welcomed a visitor. Uchiha Itachi. It's actually the two of you, who came for the matter of Sasuke. Yuuji smiled. Yes, no. I found something very strange and wanted to ask you for advice. Itachi was very respectful. Ask for advice? Interesting. It seems that you have discovered something. Tell me, what is it? May I ask if there are any problems with Sasuke and Naruto? For example, Naruto. As the descendant of Uzumaki clan, he suddenly awakened the blood inheritance of Mokutan, who was only at the first generation. This is different. As for Sasuke, there seems to be some conflict between him and Elder Setsuna. Itachi hesitated for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. His heart was perturbed. Chapter 371, Travel. Yuuji looked at Itachi, who was kneeling in front of him, and sized him up with interest. You actually noticed it so quickly and found the correct direction to analyze. It can only be said that you are worthy of being called Uchiha Itachi. Lord Yuuji is not willing to speak for a long time. It seems that my guess is correct, and there is a small part that is correct. Itachi's heart sank, and his heart was in turmoil. He still said respectfully on the surface. Strictly speaking, you found the right direction. Among these people, there is indeed a very secretive connection. Yuuji replied. Itachi was silent for a moment and was slightly anxious. Let's not talk about the relationship between Naruto and the first generation, but what about Sasuke? Why is he related to Indra? Compared to this, he was more concerned about his younger brother. Even after racking his brains, Itachi still couldn't figure it out. He even specially went to the South Peace Shrine to study the stone tablet passed down from generation to generation many times. He even used Mangekyo Sharingan to read the words on the stone tablet over and over again. What Itachi regretted was that he didn't have Rinnegan, so there must be a lot of crucial words that he couldn't see. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Sasuke is already 12 years old. In a few years, this information will no longer be a secret. Sasuke, to a certain extent, it is because of Indra. Yuuji sat on the chair and said lightly. Itachi's expression changed slightly. Because Indra was the ancestor of Uchiha's clan, but Uchiha's clan did not have any records about Indra. If not for the fact that Setsuna had obtained information about Indra from the Chest of Bliss, the ancient ninja clan wouldn't even have known that this person existed. This in itself is very strange. The Uchiha clan can't save any information about their ancestors, as if this information was deliberately covered up. Moreover, it was because of Indra's absurd words. Reincarnation? Or not reincarnation? Itachi quickly thought of something, and his eyes revealed killing intent. He suspected that his younger brother had been possessed, just like the person Orochimaru seized. Strictly speaking, it is not. Because Indra's own soul is still sleeping in the Pure Land, Sasuke only obtained Indra's chakra. As long as that old man Rikuta Sennin does not release Indra from the Pure Land, Sasuke will be the current Indra of Ninja World. Yuuji looked at Itachi's constantly changing expression and smiled. Itachi's mouth was very tight, and he would not report his confidential information to the higher UPS like Shisui. Even if I don't tell you, in a few years, you will be able to find some clues. Yuuji smiled. Itachi frowned and thought hard. Sasuke had Indra's chakra in his body. It was good that he didn't possess or reincarnate. At the very least, Sasuke was first, then Indra. I understand. That's why Sasuke showed extreme disgust and hatred towards Elder Setsuna. He wished for Elder Setsuna to die. It turned out that Elder Setsuna's eyes were indirectly waiting for Sasuke. Itachi raised his head and looked at the smiling Yuuji with an inexplicable gaze. Did Lord Yuuji already know this truth, or did he only know about it recently? He also mentioned Rikuta Sennin and the Pure Land. He knew that Indra's soul was in the Pure Land. Does this mean that Lord Yuuji has already been in contact with Rikuta Sennin? Itachi's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Otsutsuki's clan that had appeared in succession in Ninja World. Because Indra is a direct descendant of Rikuta Sennin and has established Uchiha's clan? This is the reason why our clan's Sharingan can evolve into Rinnegan in the end. Itachi murmured. He immediately understood many things. That's right, Sharingan. In essence, he is only a part of Rikuta Sennin's bloodline. He is the incomplete version of Rinnegan. Then you have your eyes on Sasuke. I have my eyes on him because of Sasuke's talent. At my level of strength, I won't look down on him just because he has connections with some old guy. Even if Indra is revived now, he is not my match. Yuuji's voice was calm, filled with great arrogance. Itachi believed it immediately. The strength of beyond cage level, presumably, Indra would not be stronger than this. It seems that Naruto's situation is the same. Thank you for clearing my doubts. I have another question, what kind of effect will Indra's chakra have on Sasuke? Itachi was a little hesitant. Chakra was a product of the combination of body and spirit, and it naturally carried the will and spirit of the creator. This was also the reason why Rikuta Sennin founded the ninja sect in the past and hoped that people could understand each other's thoughts through the medium of chakra to achieve peace. Because chakra carried the amount of spiritual force and could affect people. This was also the reason why the reincarnation of Indra and Asura would mutate and distort at the level of their personalities. The normal transmission of chakra between ninjas would naturally not affect each other's character, because this was a temporary act. The chakra of ordinary ninjas also did not have strong resilience and synergy. But if Sasuke carried the chakra of others in his body for a long time, what kind of impact would it have? This was what Itachi was most worried about. Itachi still doesn't know that chakra can affect people's thinking and character, but he still has doubts in his heart. Maybe, but whether it is you or me, neither of us can remove Indra's chakra. Moreover, with Indra's chakra, Sasuke can reach a higher position. Itachi, Sasuke's talent are actually far inferior to yours. Yuuji shook his head. Sasuke compared his head to Itachi. Originally, in the timeline, Itachi opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13, and Susanoo automatically hung up 3 divine tools, filling up his combat strength at the beginning. If not for his blood disease, which caused his body to collapse prematurely, Sasuke would never be able to catch up to him for the rest of his life. If not for the fact that Indra's chakra had increased Sasuke's upper limit, Sasuke would absolutely not be able to reach Rikuta Sennin level. To be able to cross the lower limit of cage level by relying on Itachi's eyes was already enough to burn incense. At the very least, Rikuta Sennin wouldn't distribute Rikuta Sennin's power to Sasuke. Retreat, this is an established fact, and also one of Sasuke's talents. It is not something that you and I can change. Just wait and see, I will also pay attention to the growth of Sasuke. Yuuji gave the order to leave. Itachi answered respectfully and left Yuuji's home. He walked on the big street, his mind in a mess. He was absent-minded all the way back home slowly. Before entering the house, Sasuke ran out first and was extremely excited. "Brother, where did you go? The results of the class allocation are out. I was assigned to class 7. Unfortunately, I have to be with that annoying fellow Naruto." Sasuke's mouth was full of disdain, but it could be seen that he was very satisfied with this kind of grouping. Naruto and Hinata were both geniuses. If they participated in such a team, there was no need to worry that the other two would be in the way. And there was Naruto. Sasuke decided that he would fight for the position of captain and suppress Naruto. "Really? Then you must have a good relationship with them. They are your companions." Itachi took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. Sasuke nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Even if something happens to that idiot, I will definitely risk my life to save him." Itachi stared into Sasuke's eyes and nodded with a complicated expression. "Brother, what's wrong? You don't look too happy." "Ah, I know something, so I have a headache." "What is it?" "I can help you. I am very strong now, no weaker than you at all. Maybe I have already surpassed you." Sasuke patted his chest. "Promise me, don't get into a conflict with Elder Setsuna." Sasuke was startled and immediately hesitated. Itachi said helplessly, "Are you really planning to cause trouble for Elder Setsuna?" "Well, I just don't like that old bastard." Sasuke hesitated. Itachi felt a headache coming on. One was Hitomi, and the other was because of Indra's chakra. Conflict didn't seem to be surprising. "Promise me, don't do this." "All right, since Big Brother said so, then I'll endure it. As long as that old bastard doesn't bother me. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that old man for a while, and I don't know what kind of shady business he is doing. Don't say that to the elders of your own clan." In fact, Itachi also had some doubts. Even during the graduation exam, Setsuna did not appear. Did he go to carry out the mission of the Eye Organization? But Shisui did not receive the order of the Eye Organization at all, only let Setsuna do it. He couldn't understand. Early the next morning, the list of students in the class division was officially announced. This year's graduates were all assigned to their respective teams, waiting for the command of the leader of the team. I, Hatake Kakashi, am under the command of the Hokage to serve as the leading ninja of Class 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata, you three come with me. Kakashi entered the classroom and coldly announced the order. There were already countless people who cried out in alarm, but there was a hint of realization in their shock. It's actually him. The village's cage level is here to be the leader of the group. This is very reasonable. The average ninja can't beat Naruto and Sasuke. Look, for example, our team's Jounin Sarutobi Asuma. I suspect that he will be beaten down by Naruto or Sasuke. Hey, I'm listening next to you. Is it really okay to make up me like this? Asuma, who had just left the 12 guardians and returned to the village in a hurry, suddenly darkened. You three little brats, you just make up stories about me like this? However, Naruto and Sasuke triggered a huge commotion. If we really fight? Asuma pondered for a while and dejectedly found that he would lose very badly in a normal battle. Whether it was Nine-Tailed or Godzilla, they could beat him up in minutes. Unless he directly launched a sneak attack on Naruto and Sasuke to carry out the beheading operation, but it was not a life-and-death battle. Doing this was equivalent to losing. Being surpassed by the little brats in the village, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Asuma was a little suspicious of himself. Was it really right for him to follow the famous name in the past few years? Back then, he had argued with Sandame and left Konohagakure in a fit of anger. Now, it seemed that he had made a big mistake. The more Asuma thought about it, the more depressed he became. On the training ground, Kakashi looked coldly at the three geniuses in front of him. The main point was to observe Naruto and Sasuke. I've already learned about your strength. The average Jonin will not be your opponent. If this is the case, there is no need to do extra things. I will take you to the task from this afternoon. Kakashi said indifferently. Hinata raised her hand coldly. Kakashi-sensei, normally speaking, shouldn't we have a battle to improve our understanding of each other? That is a default process to let the Jonin lead a team to better nurture his 3 subordinates. You don't need this. Our class 7 is very strong. If we cooperate well, we can kill cage level from other villages. Kakashi said. This kind of speech was extremely arrogant in the newly established new team. But in class 7, the 3 new students nodded in agreement. The Jonin came and was beaten to death by them in minutes. Only those who had mastered a powerful secret technique, the elite Jonin, were qualified to be their opponents. Cage level came, and the 4 of them attacked together. Their odds of winning were not low. That afternoon, Kakashi led these people to accept the D-level mission frantically. Yes, it was a garbage mission to find cats and grass in the village. Wow, I can't take it anymore. Why should I come to find a cat for rich people? And this family is so strange. The cats in the house are thrown 8 times a day. What is going on? As they did, the 3 of them could not continue doing it. What kind of garbage task is this? With the time to do these garbage tasks, it is better to cultivate. This is the rule of the village. Only after completing a certain number of D-level missions can you accept high-level missions. Minato looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled slightly. It was normal to be dissatisfied. Any young man with a goal would not be satisfied with doing these meaningless missions. Forget it, I will use my shadow clone to do it. Tisk, looks like I have to learn multiple shadow clone techniques. Forbidden technique. Naruto made a series of hand seals, and with a bang, more than 50 shadow clones appeared, but he was not satisfied. The shadow clone technique was only a B-grade ninjutsu. The multiple shadow clone technique recorded in the Book of Seal was AA grade forbidden technique. If Naruto was to use it, then it would be easy for him to split up thousands of clones. But Naruto had never learned from multiple shadow clone technique, and now he was seriously considering whether he should learn it. A few days later, Class 7 wiped out almost all the D-level missions in the village, and then began to madly accept C-level missions to clear the calendar. With the shadow clones of Naruto and the other 2, their efficiency exploded, and they snatched up all the missions from the other teams. Phew, we finally gathered enough. This way, we can take missions above B rank. Let's start. I have been waiting impatiently for a long time. This is more suitable for you, the mission of Varan Kingdom. You are responsible for investigating the seal I arranged back then. Minato picked and chose a B-level mission. Varan. 17 years ago, Minato went to Varan as Konoha Jonin to perform a mission. For some reason, he left a huge sealing technique in Varan Kingdom, which was used to seal something. However, Minato couldn't remember what exactly happened. He only knew that after he completed this mission, he used a seal technique in his brain to erase some of his memories. Chapter 372, Confrontation of the Broken Indra. The Varan Ruins. Kakashi looked coldly at the information in his hand. Without a word, he led the 3 of them into action. Kakashi, remember to be careful. This place might be unusual. I can't explain the specifics. Minato specifically reminded. During the few years of peace between World War II and World War III, Minato took Chaozu and Shibi to Varan to carry out a mission, but the 3 of them could not remember what they had done at that time. In the heads of the 3 people, there was the seal technique that Minato had set up. Obviously, something important had happened back then, and the impact must be very great. Minato used the seal technique to seal the memories of the 3 people, including himself. Since he had done it, he chose to believe himself. Got it. I will be careful. Kakashi nodded and pushed the door open and walked out of the office. The 3 of them hurriedly followed. Minato pondered for a while and knocked his head. What kind of memory did I seal? What can such a memory affect? It needs to be specially sealed. Do you want to secretly open it to take a look? He was really curious. However, after thinking about it, Minato still gave up and chose to believe his own decision. On the other side, Yuuji also learned that the 4 of them were going to Varan. Ancient Varan, that is an unusual place. Yuuji narrowed his eyes. That place was sealed with a dragon vein. As for the dragon vein, it possessed extraordinary amount of chakra. If it was just the amount of chakra, it was not enough to attract Yuuji's attention. What really caught Yuuji's attention was that the dragon vein contained the energy to travel through time and space. This was the key. The 16-year-old Naruto had traveled back to 20 years ago and met the young Namikaze Minato. However, the insensitive Naruto noticed that Minato was somewhat similar to the statue of Yandere on the rock, but he did not realize that Minato was Yandere. However, Minato knew that Naruto was his son, and he also knew that he would become the Hokage in the future. Therefore, after leaving the Rouran Kingdom, he chose to erase his memories so as not to affect the future. Dragon Vein, time travel. Yuuji pondered. After he dealt with Otsutsuki, he would carry out a crazy plan. At that time, he could use the Dragon Vein as a backup plan. Naruto Sasuke has graduated and officially became a genin. Urashiki will come at any time. I have to be ready at any time. Yuuji directly threw the matter of the Dragon Vein to the back of his mind. To be honest, the Dragon Vein was completely useless apart from being able to travel through time. That huge amount of chakra was even less in Yuuji's eyes. Suddenly, Yuuji's expression changed slightly. Rinnegan quickly opened his left eye and used Takamagahara's technique to release Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru's soul was currently in a muddled state and was instinctively drawn to the Pure Land, but it was suppressed by Yuuji using Rinnegan. His soul has moved, and it seems to be struggling. Has Orochimaru been resurrected? A strange smile appeared on Yuuji's face. It was really too interesting. He had sealed Orochimaru's soul in order to wait for this moment. Two Orochimaru appearing at the same time must be very interesting. In the end, Orochimaru's curse seal was not the karma of Otsutsuki's clan. It was still lacking in the defense mechanism. Land of Rice Fields underground base. Yugo moved his palm away from Gurren's neck, watching Orochimaru come out of the curse seal on Gurren's neck bit by bit. Humph, I didn't expect that I would still come this far. I was resurrected by the two of you. Orochimaru was sticky all over, recalling his memories before he died, his face full of unwillingness. His mechanical Godzilla had been destroyed, and he himself had died in the holy land of Godzilla. Orochimaru-sama, who caused you to become like this? I will avenge you. Gurren took a step forward and volunteered. Orochimaru glanced coldly at Gurren. It's not anyone else, it's Uchiha Sasuke, who has always wanted to challenge me. It's actually him? He's only 12 years old like me, right? Gurren was struck by lightning. How could he kill an expert like Orochimaru-sama? Yugo was also shocked. Sasuke actually has the strength of a kage at this age. Strictly speaking, it is not at the level of Jonin, but the power he has mastered is unusual. I died in the hands of that power. Orochimaru's face was gloomy as he recalled the fear of being dominated by the sub-body Godzilla. That kind of monster, even among the 9 Bijuu, could definitely rank in the top 3. The mechanical Godzilla that he had painstakingly cultivated was actually unable to really hurt the sub-body Godzilla, and was instead blown up. This made Orochimaru very uncomfortable. Orochimaru suddenly lowered his head and felt his own state, and his face gradually revealed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why do I feel like there are two of us? Orochimaru was extremely confused. This feeling was very strange. It was like a sensory system, and he could sense two individuals at the same time. But soon, that strange feeling disappeared again. Orochimaru thought for a while, but he could not figure it out. He could only suppress his doubts in his heart. You two, have you collected any materials during this period of time? Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice. Gurren hurriedly said, we followed your instructions and never stopped collecting all kinds of ninja tools. Very good, immediately take out all the reserves. I want to create an even more powerful mechanical Godzilla. You want to create a new one? Then wouldn't the old one be? Yes, it has been destroyed, but it is not meaningless. Anyway, it is more clear that this is the right path. I want to cultivate at least 70 meters tall mechanical Godzilla's second generation. Orochimaru's cold eyes swept over Gurren and Yugo. The two felt a chill in their hearts, and they did not dare to say anything. They immediately went to prepare. Orochimaru left the base and went to an even bigger and more secretive underground laboratory. Here, the cultivation of the foreign magical golem fragments and Godzilla fragments had never stopped. During this period of time, a large number of unconscious life tissues had been cultivated. With the experience from last time, this time, Orochimaru would develop the mechanical Godzilla very quickly, and the fusion of the foreign magical golem fragments and mechanical Godzilla would be much smoother than last time, Although Orochimaru was more suspicious, he could not find the problem, so he could only continue to push forward the research and development. The first generation mechanical Godzilla had an experimental nature, and he was an experimental product. He could not reach the peak of all his indicators, and his body size was only about 50 meters. Mechanical Godzilla had more room for improvement in his creation. Humph, wait until I develop a stronger mechanical Godzilla. He will definitely shock the world. Orochimaru was full of anger. However, the stronger Godzilla needed more chakra to drive, and this would require a lot of effort. In this world, besides Bijuu and natural energy, what else is there? Orochimaru had a headache. The four of them were not ordinary people. They moved quickly and arrived at the Rouran Kingdom in 2 days. Is this place? There are deserts everywhere. It is really desolate. There are broken walls in the distance. It looks very bad. But according to the information given by the Hokage-sama, when he was on a mission here, this place was obviously very prosperous. There were groups of buildings and a large population. The few of them braved the yellow sand to inquire about the situation. They were very suspicious and found some civilians to inquire about the situation. Sure enough, just as the intelligence said, the Rouran Kingdom has already perished, leaving only the buildings and ruins. These years, the desert has become more and more barren, and the land cannot grow food. Maybe it has something to do with the dragon vein. They analyzed the information in their hands. 17 years ago, an internal strife broke out in the ancient kingdom of Iran. Minato and the other two helped the queen to pacify the rebellion and seal the dragon vein. The four of them came to Iran to check whether the seal was strong or not. Go directly to Iran city. That is the core of the entire country. The sealing technique that the Hokage-sama set up was also there. Kakashi directly ignored these trembling civilians. He did not care about these people at all. He only cared about missions. Kakashi-sensei, there is explosive chakra in front of us. There are experts fighting. Hinata used Byakugan to look at the ruins of Iran and quickly said. The expressions of several people changed. Humph, fighting? Our luck is pretty good. We met an enemy the first time we went out of the village for a mission. Naruto was a bit excited and rushed out first. Sasuke frowned. Hey, let's observe first. Hinata's Byakugan-kin. We are so strong, what is there to worry about? No matter who the enemy is, it is impossible to be our opponent. If you are afraid, return to the village yourself. Do not drag the team down. Naruto shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke was a little angry, but he quickly followed Naruto and rushed to the ruins of Iran. Before entering, there was a burst of rumbling. There were puppets dancing in the air, fighting a black-clothed man. Is it only to this extent? You'd better get out of here if you're an old man, otherwise the old man will accidentally kill you. Who would have thought that the majestic Cho has weakened to such an extent? Where did you get the face to call me old? You are clearly older than me. Ha, so what if I am? This old man has a young body at the age of 20, what about you? Cho was controlling the puppet with a gloomy expression, launching attacks again and again, but he was unable to find an opportunity. I never thought that I would meet that old bastard Setsuna in such a place. Chiyo's heart was heavy. Especially when he saw that Setsuna was recklessly displaying his young body, Cho felt even more angry and jealous. She was over 70 years old and had lost her hands in the 3 battles. But Setsuna, this old bastard, logically speaking, should be over 80 years old, even older than her, but his body was like that of a 20-year-old young man. Setsuna, why are you here? Are you here as a member of the I organization, or are you representing Konoha on a mission? Cho shouted. Setsuna sneered, old bastard, this is also the question I want to ask you. In this kind of desolate ruins, what is worthy of someone of your status to personally make a move? It seems that you are also here for the dragon vein. Chiyo's heart sank. Dragon vein? This old man has never put that thing in my eyes. I'm afraid that only you, Suna Ninja Village, who is so poor that you eat sand, would stare at a mere dragon vein. I guess that you can't do anything about the dragon vein, right? Information about the dragon vein was not a secret in the eyes of experts of their level. They all knew that the dragon vein was the convergence of a large amount of chakra. But even if they knew, there were few people who were interested in the dragon vein. The dragon vein was essentially a regional convergence of earth energy. It was far inferior to Bijuu and nature energy. Even if someone absorbed the dragon vein's chakra, it wouldn't be of much use. Once they were far away from Iran, the dragon vein chakra they absorbed would constantly flow away. There was no way to replenish it. Jinchuriki and Sage Mode were far more superior than the dragon vein. Moreover, after the dragon vein was sealed by Namikaze Minato, its value as a regional weapon was also ruined. No one had the chance to get their hands on this thing again because no one could crack Minato's sealing technique. Especially the Suna ninja village. It was poor to begin with, and Konoha didn't dislike the dragon vein. Their Suna ninja village didn't dislike it and wanted to get it. However, they couldn't do anything about the advanced sealing technique left by Minato. They could only watch. Setsuna naturally looked down on the dragon vein. He did not come to Iran for the dragon vein, but purely to find Akigan and the descendants of Kitsuryuho clan. If the Lord wanted to try his luck. In the past few years, he often left Konoha to wander around Ninja World in order to complete the organization's mission and find the descendants of the two missing Hitomi arts families. Cough. The puppets made a strange noise, and rushed towards Setsuna. Whoosh! Amaterasu. Setsuna cast a glance over, and the Amaterasu fire began to burn, instantly igniting several puppets. The powerful puppet that made countless enemies tremble with fear instantly collapsed in front of Setsuna, and the poison smeared on it was eliminated before it could be used. Chiyo's face darkened, and she had no choice but to take out a new batch of puppets. The consumption of my puppets is far lower than yours. If you use Mangekyou's Hitomi technique so recklessly, I want to see how long you can last. Stupid, if this old man wants to kill you, I can do it in an instant, but I don't want to waste my energy on an old woman like you. Setsuna sneered again and again, no longer wanting to waste any more time. He came to this place where birds did not shit. After searching for a while, he did not find any traces of pupil's blood inheritance. He was already planning to leave. Just as Setsuna was about to turn around and leave, he was stunned. In his Mangekyo Sharingan's field of vision, he caught a few traces. How could there be Konoha's ninjas here? Are they here for this old man? Setsuna frowned. After seeing Sasuke, his frown became even tighter. What the hell is this? Why is the little devil of Fugaku's family here? Old man Setsuna. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and a strong hostility immediately appeared on his face. It was almost instinctive. Especially after looking at Setsuna's Mangekyo Sharingan, looking at the pupil of Indra, which exudes sin and ominousness, Sasuke can no longer hide the disgust on his face. Chapter 373, Urashiki arrives. Little brat Sasuke. Setsuna looked at Sasuke with an ugly expression and immediately sneered, from the looks of it, have you graduated? Are you following your team members on a mission? Ha, what I do has nothing to do with you. As for you, what are you doing here? Sasuke's face was cold and he did not back down. Setsuna sneered, how dare you speak to this old man in such a tone? Kakashi, is this how you bring new people? Kakashi said coldly, I'm just an ordinary leader, nothing more. I won't interfere too much with what he wants to do. As long as he can pay the price himself in the end, it will be fine. Kakashi's cold personality made him feel too lazy to care about unnecessary things. His mind was full of tasks. Including Naruto, the three of them were also part of the task. Hatake Kakashi, suspicious by-tailed Jinchuriki. Chiyo's face changed, she hurriedly retreated, pulling out a few puppets to block in front of her. She was extremely nervous. It was troublesome. Konoha's Uchiha Setsuna and Hatake Kakashi, these two people were very difficult to deal with, 1 against 2, she might die here. Moreover, Hatake Kakashi was suspected to be the two-tailed Jinchuriki, it was very troublesome. Suna Ninja Village could no longer lose a cage level like her. But in reality, Konoha and the others were all in no mood to pay attention to Cho. Sasuke stared at Setsuna. 3 Tomo faced Mangekyo, but he did not reveal any fear. Instead, he was eager to try. Are you going to challenge him here? He is insignificant. Isn't the mission more important? Naruto said. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. I know we have to prioritize the completion of the mission, but since we have already entered the ruins, completing the mission is only a matter of time. With our strength, it won't affect us if we do something along the way. Setsuna laughed in anger. Good, good, good. The little devil now is really amazing. Both of you just graduated from school, but he dares to treat the strong in the village like this. The school reform led by Yuuji seems to be a failure, because he did not teach you the most important things, fear. You are not qualified to judge my sensei, and you are the one who does not know fear. If you watch our graduation exam, you will understand that I have the strength to beat you, and you better be respectful to me. Sasuke stepped forward, and the disgust on his face was not concealed. Setsuna was stunned, suppressed his anger, and looked at these people suspiciously. Kakashi had a cold expression on his face. Naruto crossed his arms and looked impatient. Hinata, on the other hand, looked calm. There was no nervousness on her face. She was completely calm. What happened during the graduation exam? Setsuna had already left the village a month ago, searching for the descendants of Katsuryuugan in Raran Kingdom, and indeed did not watch the graduation exam. Could it be that these little ghosts had the strength to compete with him? What a joke! Are we going to fight? Hinata asked. Kakashi reminded, it's best to hurry up and end the battle as soon as possible. We are going to investigate the seal left behind by Yandere. I hope you can get rid of the opponent. If you waste too much time, I don't care if you complete the mission yourself. Very good. Since Kakashi-sensei do not object, then I have nothing to say. Sasuke clapped his hands, his face full of excitement. Naruto snorted coldly, his gaze swept past the suspicious Setsuna and landed on Cho. If I remember correctly, old woman who is good at using puppets, you are Cho from Suna Ninja Village? Your hands were broken by Orochimaru, right? Naruto said coolly. Chiyo's face was gloomy, you little brat, it is not a good habit to randomly open other people's scars. You will die. The weak will die. I am very strong, so I will not. You are also a trouble. Sasuke, I will reluctantly help you to cripple this old woman, so that she won't stop you. Naruto began to shake his arms, moving his joints, and stepped forward at the same time. If not for the fact that Suna Ninja Village is Konohagakure's subsidiary village, you old woman would have died today. Cho immediately exploded, subsidiary village? Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Naruto took the lead and rushed towards Cho. Whoosh! Puppet technique, attack blade. Several puppets flew over, spitting out a large amount of poisonous gas and poisonous needles. Generally, if a ninja was hit, they would be unable to move on the spot. However, Naruto didn't take half a step back, and continued to charge in a straight line. The instant he was hit by the poison needle, a large amount of chakra gushed out from Naruto's body. Bijuu's outer clothing. All the attacks were unable to penetrate this fox demon outer clothing, let alone injure Naruto at all. So it's nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Can you master Bijuu's outer clothing? You are the son of Yandere, Uzumaki Naruto? No wonder you are so arrogant. Cho had a look of understanding, and she was relieved in her heart. For ninjas, the greatest fear came from the unknown. Since he knew Naruto was nine-tailed Jinchuriki, then it was simple. After thinking about it, Naruto had mastered nothing more than Bijuu's transformation and Yandame's technique. Raise Nan? Considering the huge amount of chakra this little devil has, it should be Big Jade Raise Nan? Humph, as long as you judge the ninjutsu in advance, you can launch a targeted tactical arrangement. Little devil, your arrogance will kill you. I will teach you what a real ninja is. Chiyo's face was full of joy. She did not dare to kill Naruto, but taking the opportunity to beat Naruto up, there was no problem for her to teach this kid a lesson. If he was lucky, he might be able to steal a portion of the nine-tailed chakra. Naruto snorted coldly and rushed over. Relying on his fox demon coat, he violently smashed apart the defense of several puppets. This rude and unreasonable collision smashed one of the puppets into pieces on the spot, and parts flew everywhere. But Cho obviously did not care about this loss. Her fingers moved, and the puppet arms immediately opened layer by layer. Since you can't wait to rush over and fight with me, you must want to use Raise Nan. There is no such thing as a close combat ninjutsu that can compare to this technique. But even if it is Big Jade Raise Nan, it is impossible to hurt me. You are too naive, boy, I have seen through all your tactics. Bijuu transforming into Big Jade Raise Nan was indeed a simple and crude but powerful combination move. But Cho threw out two scrolls from the puppet's arms and suddenly opened them. On the two scrolls were the words Father and Mother. These were the two strongest puppets in Chiyo's hands. The 10 puppets that numbered close to 10 people could not compare to Father and Mother in terms of quality. Bang! Bang! Two special puppets appeared, standing on the left and right sides of Cho, at the same time stretching out their arms to protect Cho. Puppet technique, machine shield seal. Chakra gushed out, transforming into a blue translucent shield of chakra, blocking in front of Cho. This was Chiyo's strongest defensive ninjutsu. Even if it was Big Jade Raise Nan, it was impossible for him to break this level of seal. Next, as long as he took advantage of the moment when this little demon used Big Jade Raise Nan to hit the shield, he could control his father and mother to launch a counterattack, and he would be able to take down this arrogant little demon in an instant. In a flash of lightning, Cho looked at Naruto, who was close to him, and extended his hand. His heart calmed down, and the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. This is the crushing experience of the older generation. Little brat, even if you are the son of the Hokage, no matter how talented you are, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape my judgment of you. Come, use Raise Nan or even Big Jade Raise Nan to ravage me. Cho looked at Naruto with a grin. But the next moment, Naruto stretched out his hand, but it was not to condense Raise Nan. She did not know this technique in the first place. Instead, he formed a seal with one hand. Mokuton, Big Tree Wood Spell. Cho. Boom. A large black tree mysteriously emerged from the ground, the dense branches extending crazily, wrapping around Cho and the two puppets. In an instant, he broke the shield of light. Cho. My mother? This was reasonable. Mokuton. How can you use Senju Hashirama's Mokuton? Cho shouted in disbelief. Not far away, Setsuna also looked like he had seen a ghost. He looked at Naruto in shock and was immediately dumbfounded. This was Mokuton. From ancient times until now, only Senju Hashirama and Yamato possessed special blood inheritance, yet it actually appeared on Naruto now. Moreover, looking at Naruto's casting process, it was clear that he was already able to activate Mokuton with great familiarity. Naruto was expressionless. I just told you that I would cripple you. Do you think I'm joking? He controlled the black trees to continuously extend, and those branches carried terrifying cutting characteristics, so sharp that it was unimaginable. Father and mother, these two puppets, were gradually unable to bear the great power and sharpness of this giant tree. Soon, they made a creaking sound and began to collapse bit by bit. The shield of the shield of the shield of light shield was also broken bit by bit. Hey, Naruto, don't be so wishy-washy. When I beat Orochimaru into a sorry state, it wasn't as difficult as you. Hurry up and get rid of this old woman. Setsuna and Cho were extremely shocked. However, Sasuke couldn't stand it any longer and shouted. Has Sasuke defeated Orochimaru before? Hinata took the initiative to ask. Sasuke nodded reservedly. Ah, that was something that happened a while ago. Orochimaru came to find trouble with me, but I easily defeated him. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him. It's a pity. These two brats. Setsuna was shocked and did not dare to look at Sasuke and Naruto. Are you kidding? Are all the little brats so fierce now? One is confident that he can drive away Cho, and the other boasts that he has defeated Orochimaru? Damn it! Cho looked at the broken father and mother, and really had no choice but to throw out the 10 people. The 10 puppets brandished their weapons, half chopping at the trees, and the other rushing at Naruto. Facing Naruto, who had impeccable defense and attack, Cho could only use very limited methods. Humph! Struggle to the death. Naruto attacked coldly. Mokuton once again spread out his technique. A large number of branches quickly expanded and covered them, fighting against the group of 10. However, everyone could see that it was a matter of time before all 10 of them were destroyed. Kakashi-sensei, since Naruto has made his move, then if I also make my move, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Sasuke stared at Setsuna, revealing a strong hostility. It doesn't matter. This is your own business. Kakashi had an indifferent expression on his face, and he had no intention of interfering at all. Sasuke immediately rushed out and pounced towards Setsuna. Sasuke, you asked for it. Even if you can really defeat Orochimaru, don't think about using the same method to defeat me, because I am much stronger than Orochimaru. Setsuna sneered, and the hexagram in his eyes began to spin rapidly. The disgust in Sasuke's heart grew stronger. Every time Setsuna used Mangekyo Sharingan, he became extremely irritable. It was as if he hated seeing Setsuna have this pair of eyes. Setsuna quickly threw out dozens of kunao and the sword in his hand, blocking all of Sasuke's movements. Sasuke quickly made a series of hand seals, and lightning was released from his body, shattering kunao and the sword in his hand. You have developed the nature of chakra to such an extent that the old man can hardly believe that you have fought against Orochimaru. Setsuna said in a deep voice. Old guy, I don't need you to believe me at all, I just want to blow you up, especially so that you can't talk to me in that condescending attitude. Whoosh! With the help of lightning release, Sasuke increased his physical fitness and rushed towards Setsuna at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the speed of his hand seals increased once again. 5 seals in a second, and the process of hand seals just left behind after images. One after another, lightning release ninjutsu was thrown out, smashing towards Setsuna. Setsuna had no choice but to retreat in a sorry state. How can you have so much chakra? Setsuna's face was black, and he was constantly forced to retreat by a little brat. He was incomparably annoyed. Seeing Sasuke crazily throw out all kinds of lightning style, that violent lightning attack made Setsuna extremely passive. Setsuna seriously suspected that his chakra might not even be as much as Sasuke. What the hell? What's wrong? Is this all you can do? Where is your Mangekyo Sharingan? If you use him like this, his eyes will probably cry. Sasuke laughed and chased after Setsuna excitedly. His hand speed became faster. You forced me to do this. If I die here, don't blame me. Setsuna glared with his left eye, and blood flowed out. Amaterasu. Sasuke clapped his hands, and a large amount of lightning gathered in front of him, condensing into a lightning barrier. At the same time, his body began to move horizontally. The flames of Amaterasu instantly ignited the lightning. Humph, no matter how fast you are, how can you be faster than this old man's line of sight? Setsuna had a fierce expression on his face, wanting to teach Sasuke a lesson. But at this time, Kakashi turned around, no longer interested in staying here. Kakashi-sensei. Hinata, you stay here and keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, so that these two people won't be impulsive and kill each other. Kakashi said without turning his head. Just this one sentence made Cho and Setsuna so angry that they almost vomited blood. Then what about you, sensei? I want to complete the task. I just need to confirm that there is no problem with the seal. Kakashi walked into the ruins. He really didn't want to continue wasting time. Naruto and Sasuke liked to play, so he let the two of them play. After more than 10 years of weathering, the once prosperous buildings of ancient Ruran had already turned into broken walls and ruins. Kakashi shuttled back and forth, using lightning to directly blast through the largest building ruins and walked in. It's here, where the dragon vein is. Kakashi looked down at the still intact seal and nodded slightly. The seal was intact. He directly sat down, patiently waiting for Naruto and Sasuke to arrive. But waiting and waiting, Kakashi did not wait for Naruto and Sasuke, but for an atomic breath. The blue light beam bombarded everywhere, causing huge damage. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even that big guy was summoned. Sasuke played a little too much. Feeling the earthquake, Kakashi gently retreated and avoided the heat waves of the atomic breath. Oh! The sealing spell left behind by Sensei was hit. Kakashi suddenly frowned. The seal that should have been preserved was inevitably affected by the atomic breath attack. However, according to common sense, this would not damage the seal. This was a seal left behind by Namikaze Minato. However, an accident happened. A corner of the sturdy seal was strangely broken. The dragon vein that had been immersed for almost 20 years began to stir restlessly and crazily drilled out of the gap. A strange light also burst out at this moment, carrying a power that Kakashi could not understand. What kind of technique is this? Kakashi observed carefully. He did not know that this was not the power of the technique in the conventional sense, but the power brought by time. Yuuji, who was far away from Konoha, exclaimed softly and slowly got up. This abnormal movement. I did not expect that guy to use this method to arrive at this time node a few months earlier. It really surprises me. Chapter 374, Urashiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki. Urashiki was a very polite young man with grayish-blue hair, a ponytail, and a long white robe. In his pair of Byakugan, there was an extreme malice brewing, and there was even a terrifying Hitomi power quietly surging. He hated Momoshiki and Kinshiki very much. When he thought about it, he felt very irritated when he wanted to meet these two old-fashioned and arrogant old fellows. Well, I'm going to see Momo and Kin next time, I really don't want to see their ugly faces. Urashiki grinned at the person in front of him. Sir Otsutsuki Tonari, it seems that my perception is not wrong. There is actually a pure-blood Otsutsuki like you on the moon. Facing Urashiki, Tonari was under great pressure. All of his precautions were as tender as a child in front of this high-level life form. In terms of age, Tonari was indeed a child in front of Urashiki. Calculating his age, he was only over 30 years old. As for Urashiki, it was already thousands of years old. You finally appeared. The person in the sky? I have been waiting for you. I will definitely not give you the chance to hurt this world. Tonari gritted his teeth and quickly rushed to the Urashiki, trying to knock it down and protect the planet in the sky. However, it was easily grabbed by Urashiki. Well, your chakra is not quite right, it has super strong characteristics, and you have lost your eyes. It seems that something interesting has happened to you, can you tell me? Urashiki was very polite, but his hands were very fierce. He kicked Tonari away, and the terrifying force kicked a mountain. At random, he reached out and grabbed, and a strange red fishing rod appeared in his hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, he used the fishing rod to catch Tonari. After a light tug, he fished out Tonari's chakra, and with a pinch of his other hand, this chakra turned into a medicinal pill. Such a small medicinal pill, it must have been hard on you. Let's talk about whether you have it or not. Urashiki swallowed the ant-sized black ball in his hand into his stomach. So that's how it is. You are the direct descendant of Miss Kaguya, and have once grasped extremely powerful strength. Tenseigan. Urashiki tilted his head, a look of surprise on his face. He was not as arrogant as Momoshiki and Kinshiki. He preferred to gather as much information as possible before making a move. No wonder Kaguya had not handed over the chakra fruits to the main family over the past 1,000 years, causing the main family to send them to this planet. Just as he guessed, Kaguya turned her back. She actually developed feelings for the natives of this planet, trying to use God Tree's power to rebel against the clan. I really don't understand what this woman is thinking. Urashiki didn't understand what Kaguya was thinking. The next thing he needed to do was to collect the chakra within Ninja World. This is not a place you should come. Tonari staggered to his feet. His current strength was very poor. He had no eyes and no giant Tenseigan. He was not a match for Urashiki. But we still came. We have no choice. We can't resist the family. Everyone on this planet must die. Urashiki walked gracefully to Tonari, speaking of which. As a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, why do you care about the lives of those lowly natives? It's simply an insult to your noble background. I'm not noble, and those natives aren't lowly either. They also possess a strength that makes others revere them. Tonari was not to be outdone. How stubborn! Are you talking about that Byakugan woman? Or is it Uzumaki Boruto, who you are extremely concerned about? Or is it Uzumaki Naruto? You only said this because you were defeated by those natives, but I won't. I won't kill you, I will only seal you for 10,000 years. With Rikuta Sennin's strength, he wanted to seal the weak Tonari. Tonari roared and tried his best to resist, but it was too late. The surface of his body showed signs of ice and quickly spread. This is the power that can freeze time. After sensing for a while, Tonari was shocked. This was a domain that he could not understand at all. Don't try to resist. Your Excellency Tonari, you don't have Tenseigan. You can't be my opponent. Please sleep in RYGJ for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, maybe I have already brought you back to the main house. Urashiki smiled and looked at Tonari, who had turned into an ice sculpture. Well, in this case, when Momo and Kin came, there was no way to find Tonari. This was an unexpected surprise that he had discovered, and he couldn't give it to the two of them. Just like that, this descendant of Otsutsuki, who had once caused Naruto to fall into a bitter battle and split open the moon, was frozen in front of Urashiki without being able to fight back. I'll take these puppets as well. Then, Urashiki looked at the puppets on the moon, smiled lightly, and immediately accepted it. Although these puppets were very low level, they could be used as relieving boredom. He swung the fishing rod and flew up, bringing these puppets to the blue planet above him. It's about time to meet up with Momo and Kin. It's really troublesome. Rinnegan. Byakugan quickly transformed into a blue Rinnegan. Then, he used his eyes to cast the Yamatsu Hirasaka technique and opened the spatial tunnel that led to other areas. Soon, two figures, one after the other, crossed the tunnel and appeared in front of Urashiki. Momoshiki and Kinshiki were already impatient from waiting. Too slow. What are you delaying for? Momoshiki's voice was cold and full of impatience. Momoshiki was petite and had a transparent gauze veil over his head like dew. He was also dressed in white, and on each of his palms was a red-colored rinnegan. On the other hand, Kinshiki was the other extreme. He was extremely strong and covered half of his face. At a glance, one could tell that he was a guard. Well, especially when he appeared with Momoshiki on his shoulder, he still looked like a mountain. In fact, in the eyes of Momoshiki, this big fool Kinshiki was still a food, and could be made into a chakra fruit to eat when necessary. Momoshiki did not care about the life and death of others, so naturally they would not have a good face for Urashiki. Oh, I have worked very hard. The three Otsutsuki stood in outer space, and under their feet was a blue planet, exchanging information with each other. The two of us went to Kaguya Castle. That was the shrine where the natives worshipped Kaguya. We managed to find some fragmentary information. Kinshiki also fought with a guy named Uchiha Sasuke, and one of his horns was cut off. That Sasuke also has a rinnegan, Momoshiki said. Oh? To actually be able to make the powerful senior Kinshiki suffer a small loss. It seems like these indigenous people cannot be underestimated. Urashiki was surprised. Humph, Kinshiki is really a waste. However, Sasuke Uchiha? He also awakened the eyes of reincarnation. That woman Kaguya actually left offspring on this planet. In simple terms, God Tree was divided into 9 monsters. The natives on this planet call these monsters Bijuu. In order to control this power, they integrated Bijuu into the human body. This native who fused with the monster is also called Jinchuriki. Momoshiki said slowly. Urashiki smiled. Oh? Combining God Tree with a living being is really interesting. We don't seem to have this technology, do we? We can pay attention to it. Momoshiki was non-committal. There are only 2 Jinchuriki left on this planet. Attack these 2 first, then search for the other 7 Bijuu. Then, let's begin. The figures of the 3 disappeared. Urashiki moved the fastest. One shot of Yamatsu Hirasaka and no one knew where he went. Lord Momoshiki, Urashiki can't be trusted. Kinshiki said. Momoshiki said impatiently, of course I know that he can't be trusted. On the surface, he is respectful to me, and his etiquette is impeccable. When he turned around, he called me Momo behind my back. Do you really think I don't know? If not for the fact that the family asked us to not kill our own kind in this operation, I would have killed him. Angry. The 2 of them went to Kumigakure first and went to find Killer Bee. You are one of the only 2 remaining Jinchuriki? There is indeed chakra in your body that is beyond the standard of a low-level creature like you. Momoshiki looked at the old Killer Bee and said. Killer Bee paused for a moment. Hey, 2 strangers. I am indeed Jinchuriki. One person can fight against 100 people. It is me, oh yet. Forget it, this guy seems to have a bad brain. Let's directly extract the chakra. Momoshiki said. Kinshiki immediately made a move. A thick arm grabbed out, and red axe instantly appeared in his hand, and he fiercely chopped down at Killer Bee. After a loud noise, Killer Bee hurriedly dodged, and the rock under his feet had been split open. Killer Bee also took the opportunity to enter perfect body Bijuu. Be careful Bee, there is something wrong with these 2 fellows. Haxabi reminded. Tisk, this is it, such a beautiful sacred tree has turned into such an ugly appearance, it's really disgusting. Momoshiki stretched out his hand, and in an instant, hundreds of black sticks emerged, attacking Killer Bee densely like cannonballs. Just this move alone shocked the 2. This is Payne's black sticks from back then? And this number? Boom! Killer Bee was nailed to the ground by a large number of black sticks on the spot, unable to move, and the chakra all over his body was disturbed by the black sticks. Killer Bee gathered as much chakra as possible, and immediately opened his mouth, Bijuudama. Swoosh! The purple-black ball flew towards the 2 of them. Interesting. Momoshiki opened his hand, and the red rinnegan in his palm instantly absorbed the huge Bijuudama. The whole process was understated. It really is rinnegan. He actually absorbed Bijuudama in an instant. This kind of strength is too excessive. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been burst by Bijuudama's chakra. Momoshiki opened his hand again, and red color rinnegan shone with a strange light. Then, Bijuudama was created from nothing. What was even more outrageous was that this time, Bijuudama was several times larger than the one he had used just now, even larger than the original 8-tailed beast. Absorbing my technique in one go, and you can even increase it by several times? Boom! Momoshiki's Bijuudama exploded, and a terrifying mushroom cloud rose into the sky. By the time the smoke dissipated, the 8 tails were already lying on the ground, looking like they had lost consciousness. Momoshiki immediately began to absorb the 8 tails and used this chakra to create pills. Only 3 pills? What a joke! Momoshiki looked at the 3 small balls in his palm and was dumbfounded. This is it? Didn't they say that the 8 tails was only second to the 9 tails Bijuu? I shouldn't have expected this group of natives. If Kaguya had planted God Tree long ago, I wouldn't need to do such a troublesome thing. Momoshiki was very dissatisfied and immediately flew to Konoha, intending to capture the 9 tails. What are you doing? Why haven't you come back yet? I don't know. That guy is always like this. He does whatever he wants. Then let's not bother about him. We will retrieve the Kyuubi ourselves. Urashiki indeed did not follow Momoshiki and Kinshiki. In fact, if he did not have reliable information, he would have hidden behind the scenes and waited for Momoshiki and Kinshiki to finish fighting before he appeared. This time, Urashiki discovered something even more interesting, so he moved alone. Oh, I sensed the Karasuki. When that woman Kaguya was defeated, she actually left behind this treasure. It just so happened to be good for me. Urashiki flew excitedly to an ancient ruin. Here, Konohagakure's people were organizing the archaeology team to dig. Urashiki descended, easily swinging the fishing rod, fishing out all of the ninja's chakra, absorbing all of it, using this method to defeat everyone. He calmly entered the ruins, and after a few rounds of exploration, he dug out a strange turtle. The turtle shell emitted a faint wave of rhythm. Lord Otsutsuki Urashiki, I am a time artifact that only the Otsutsuki clan can activate. The turtle suddenly came back to life and said with a straight face. Obviously, this was a prop with its own program. Of course, I know what you are. I want to know why you released the power of time without the Otsutsuki clansmen activating you. Urashiki said. I detected a major change in time. It came from the past timeline. There was a major change in time and it was gradually distorting the time we were in. Oh. Urashiki immediately became interested. He was an expert in playing with time, and neither Momoshiki nor Kinshiki could compare to him. Logically speaking, any change would have an effect on the timeline. The changes in the past would eventually be borne by the future. However, as a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, he did not care about the change in time. His long lifespan and the powerful Rinnegan could make him offset the mutation from the time layer and fix himself to now. They, Otsutsuki, were also in time, but no matter how time changed, such as the appearance of a strong person in the past, then logically, there would also be a strong person at the time they were at. Urashiki did not care about this change. No matter how this strong person came, and why there was a point in the past, he just needed to kill him at this time. Time itself is a huge variable. Every subtle change is already a normal fluctuation on the timeline the moment it appears. It is going to be reasonable and the past and the future are not unchanging. It is constantly changing. However, to be able to make this precious treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, Karasuki, evaluate it as a major change. Interesting. Has there been a change in the past era? With this treasure, Karasuki, I have the ability to return to the past. If necessary, I can absorb the 9 Bijuu in the past and return before Karasuki's power runs out. As for the major changes that happened in the past, it is simple. Just kill the person who triggered this change. Chapter 375, Crossing Team. Just as Urashiki was thinking about starting the Karasuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki attacked Konoha. Coincidentally, it was Chunin exam, and the younger generation of each village was in the middle of a competition. The moment Momoshiki and Kinshiki appeared, they created a large amount of damage, and the entire competition venue collapsed in a large area. Naruto, it's these two guys. I fought with them in Kaguya City. Sasuke stood beside Naruto with a solemn expression. It's them? Kaguya is afraid and wary of them. He desperately created White Zetsu's army to resist these two. Naruto's expression became serious. It seems that you inferior creatures already have some understanding of us, so the rest of the things will be much simpler. You are the Kyuubi, right? I will recover the chakra in your body. Momoshiki said. Sasuke shouted, what is your purpose? Why are you targeting the Kyuubi? What is the purpose of Otsutsuki's clan? Of course, it is to plant God Tree again and harvest the chakra of your planet. Momoshiki looked at Naruto. Well, this guy made him satisfied, and he had unimaginable chakra in his body. Momoshiki opened his hand to Naruto, and from the red-shot Rinnegan, a huge Bijuudama appeared. You call the method of using chakra right? Then I will use the technique to kill you. Speaking of which, I learned this technique from the Eight Tails. Momoshiki said. The people in the audience were stunned. They looked at the huge Bijuudama in horror and screamed as they scattered. If this thing exploded, the entire Konoha would be finished. Boom! Bijuudama descended from the sky. Dad, sensei! Boruto clenched his teeth, a trace of fear in his eyes. This kind of attack completely exceeded Boruto's understanding. How could he resist it? Boruto, back off! Leave it to me! Naruto protected Boruto behind him, and his royal robe fluttered under the huge hurricane. Hoo! In the next moment, Naruto's body turned golden, and he entered the Nine-Tail Sage mode. The head of the Kyuubi condensed out of chakra, forcibly resisting the terrifying Bijuudama. Dad actually has this kind of power. Boruto was shocked. Sasuke took a step forward. I will also help you, expel the enemy as soon as possible. If we let them stay here, who knows how many people will die. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Purple Susanoo quickly spread, covering the Kyuubi. Really nostalgic, we have not worked together like this for a long time. Imposing Susanoo. The two of them held Bijuudama back, pushing him back into the sky bit by bit. Just by looking, they were about to push this huge Bijuudama into the sky and destroy him. Tisk, what can you do? It's beyond my expectations. Momoshiki curled his lips in disdain. The colored Rinnegan in his hand once again released a powerful Hitomi power, and countless chakra crazily gushed out. Bijuudama expanded once again. It turned into an indescribable colossus that covered the sky, and it was much bigger than the examination venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Then, what do you use to block this? Momoshiki sneered. Naruto and Sasuke looked at this super Bijuudama and were speechless for a long time. Sasuke, remember to use Susanoo to protect everyone. I got it. Naruto clapped his hands and roared loudly. Every tail behind him began to expand crazily. Nine-tailed directly stood up and held the hair of Bijuudama. Naruto used nine-tailed chakra to wrap around this Bijuudama. After a loud explosion, the terrifying explosion wave was directly pushed high into the sky. But even so, just the fluctuation that spread out triggered a terrible earthquake, a scene of the end of the world. Boruto passed out. When he woke up, he was already on the bed in the hospital. Sasuke was standing by the window, overlooking the outside world. Sasuke, sensei, where is Dad? In order to protect you, he was captured by the enemy. With his strength, he could fight the enemy head-on under those circumstances. There was no need to use this method to deal with it. Sasuke said lightly. Even if the power of Rikuta Sennin in Naruto's body was exhausted when he sealed Kagaya back then, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. It was only because Naruto used everything he had to forcefully tie up the shockwave of the explosion and push it high into the sky to protect the village, causing him to be temporarily exhausted. If he used Bijuudama against Bijuudama, Naruto wouldn't have suffered any damage. Dad, he. Boruto clenched his fists, his face full of worry and complexity. You must be very surprised. Your father, whom you usually dislike, showed such strength, said Sasuke. Boruto lowered his head, and after a while, he said in a low voice, Dad often deceived people. He said that he would celebrate my and my sister's birthday, but only sent his shadow clone to deal with it. He said that his family would go out to play, but when the appointed time came, he changed his words and said nothing. He was always like this. All day long, he sat in the position of the Hokage, but he did not contribute to this family. It was all his mother's work. He was too lazy to even deal with it, and he did not even bother to pretend. This was Naruto in the eyes of Boruto. He also likes to brag. He often boasts that he was the first in grade when he was young. He often defeats you, Uncle Sasuke. He is very popular with girls. I know that it is all fake. He is the last one. He has never won against you. He is hated by the girls outside his mother. Boruto buried his face into the quilt and was in a trance. But it was such a super unreliable father who showed such strength at such a critical moment. It was like a dream. Sasuke listened patiently. When he saw Boruto, he felt that this little fellow was the opposite of Naruto when he was young. Only this stubbornness was exactly the same. It seems that you are no longer clinging to your father's shortcomings. Let's go and save Naruto, Sasuke said. Boruto took a deep breath and got up very seriously. He put on his coat, a slightly tattered outfit that Naruto often wore when he was 12 years old. Sasuke nodded slightly and was about to use Rinnegan to open the spatial tunnel to save Naruto. But then, Shikamaru came in with the shadows of the various villages with a solemn look. Sasuke, there is a problem. There are not only 2 Otsutsuki who came to Ninja World, there is also a third one. What? Where is the third Otsutsuki? I just checked the surveillance. A guy with Byakugan just attacked an ancient city site that is being excavated. He used a strange fishing hook and easily extracted everyone's chakra. Shikamaru quickly said. Ruins. Sasuke's expression changed slightly. Ruins, without a doubt, was Kaguya City. In the entire ninja world, the ancient people from thousands of years ago crazily worshipped Kaguya, the god, and built several cities that worshipped Kaguya's statues in the world. Sasuke had been traveling around Ninja World all these years, mainly searching for Kaguya City and trying to find detailed records of that era. Because of this, not long ago, Sasuke met Momoshiki and Kinshiki who had also come to collect information in a city of Kaguya. After a few simple moves, Sasuke hurriedly activated the time and space ninjutsu to escape. Is there anything different about that ruins? That Otsutsuki's goal is very clear. He personally dug out a turtle from there. Turtle? Shikamaru, you should have already come up with a battle plan, right? The 4-Kage will go to support Naruto and buy as much time as possible, and you will immediately kill the third Otsutsuki. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and said. Then what about Dad? He will face 2 powerful enemies alone. Boruto shouted. Shikamaru's forehead was covered in sweat. He was obviously under a lot of pressure. But Naruto has 2 Otsutsuki. If we go, we won't have any advantage. If we can fight the time difference, we can quickly kill 1 Otsutsuki to reduce the number of enemies. This battle plan was very risky. However, if the 3 Otsutsuki were allowed to gather together, it would definitely be a matter of despair. Sasuke, you have the time-space Hitomi technique. Last time, you were able to easily retreat from the hands of 2 Otsutsuki, so it is even better to face 1 Otsutsuki. Even if you really can't defeat the other party, you can immediately retreat and turn back to support us. Shikamaru quickly said, Naruto himself has great strength. In addition, the 4-Kage are interfering with the enemy. At the very least, they can stall for time. Compared to Momoshiki and Kinshiki who had a clear goal, Otsutsuki Urashiki's strange movements were even more disturbing. Sasuke nodded. I understand. The key is that I have to kill the third Otsutsuki as soon as possible, right? If not, I have to disrupt his movements. Yes, I am also very worried about the turtle he found in the ruins. Shikamaru said. What was the reason for Otsutsuki to abandon Bijuu and God Tree and run to dig turtles? What the enemy wanted to do, no matter what, they could not do it calmly. I want to go too. I will definitely be useful. Boruto said. This is too dangerous. Gaara frowned. If I don't do it because of the danger, then I don't deserve to be a father's son. Boruto shouted. Humph, he really is that guy's son. He has the same temper. Kazekage, who was the most familiar with Naruto, revealed a smile. Let him go. Shikamaru, I will let him watch from afar. Sasuke said. The group immediately began to move. Sasuke first opened the space tunnel and sent Gaara, Kurotsuki, Kojuro, and Darui to the coordinates of Naruto. He followed his sensei and Sasuke to the ruins. To be honest, Sasuke was not sure if he could kill the third unknown Otsutsuki in a short period of time. If it was a one-on-one kill, Sasuke had confidence. He had fought with Kinshiki and had a preliminary understanding of Kinshiki's strength and skills. The mission this time is to first destroy that mysterious turtle, and the next is to kill the enemy, understand? After the battle, don't participate and hide in the distance to find an opportunity. Sasuke instructed. The 2 of them walked into the tunnel and disappeared. On Naruto's side, he was being tortured by Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Lord Momoshiki, are you still not done? This time, it took quite a while. I know, this is very wrong. What's going on with this guy? Why does Nine Tails have so much chakra? I've only drawn half of it for so long. Momoshiki, who lacked patience, was very irritable at this time. He was stretching out a hand towards Naruto's stomach, continuously extracting Kyuubi's chakra, causing Naruto to continuously scream. After a long time, he had only drawn half of it, and compared to him instantly absorbing Hakubi, this contrast was outrageous. I really want to know which idiot dismembered the sacred tree. Is this way of dividing chakra really reasonable? Why are there so many Nine Tails? The amount of Kyuubi's chakra was too much. At this time, the four Kage attacked together, attacking Momoshiki and Jinchuriki from four directions. Ah, a group of inferior creatures have arrived. Jinchuriki, take care of them. Momoshiki ordered. Jinchuriki agreed, and red axe appeared in his hand. He immediately slashed at the four Kages. The four Kages fought with Jinchuriki and could not break through to Momoshiki's side for a while. Look, your companion came to save you. This is useless. Momoshiki said to Naruto. Naruto raised his head slowly, but a smile appeared on his tired face. People like you don't understand anything at all. Gara. The soil under his feet suddenly split open, and a large amount of sand rushed out like a fountain, sweeping away Naruto. Escaped? How troublesome. Momoshiki frowned. He had only extracted half of the Nine Tails. Forget it, he would just kill these inferior creatures first. He didn't know where Jinchuriki went for such a long time and didn't show up. After he planted God Tree, he would teach Jinchuriki a lesson. On the other side, in the ruins of Kaguya City, Sasuke and Boruto walked out of the space tunnel and appeared in front of Jinchuriki. So many ninjas were sucked out of their chakra in an instant. Boruto's expression changed as he looked at the unconscious ninjas on the ground. Fortunately, they didn't die. Jinchuriki was too lazy to waste time killing these people. They came faster than I expected. Jinchuriki was holding the turtle, with a strange smile on his face, sizing up Sasuke and Boruto. Uzumaki Boruto, the young man whom Lord Tonari paid great attention to. Nice to meet you. Jinchuriki said. You mean Tonari? What did you do to him? What else can I do? I just froze the time on his body and hid his existence. It is also thanks to me coming earlier. If Momoshiki and Jinchuriki met Tonari first, I don't know what they would do. Jinchuriki smiled politely. Compared to Boruto, Jinchuriki was more interested in Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, the guy who made Jinchuriki suffer a bit, actually has Rinnegan. Jinchuriki was very surprised. Rinnegan, that was power from God Tree. If their Otsutsuki clan wanted to have Rinnegan, it would take a lot of effort. However, this native, no, to be more precise, he was a mixed blood, and he could actually awaken Rinnegan. He was truly amazing. You natives are not completely useless either. Whether it is Jinchuriki's technique or the technique that I found to combine natural energy and chakra, they are all abilities that we, Otsutsuki, do not have. Jinchuriki looked at the two with a smile, and then he officially activated the time-precious artifact Karasuki. However, I do not have the heart to waste time on you two. I will leave you to Momoshiki and Jinchuriki. I want to go to another place. The major changes that happened in the past had even made Karasuki activate it on his own initiative. That was definitely a huge fluctuation that happened on the timeline. Moreover, it was a fluctuation that should not have appeared. If he did not interfere, it would not be long before this wave that came from the past would reach his current location. Shua! The turtle exploded with intense light, and the gate of time opened, swallowing Jinchuriki. Boruto, you stay here just in case. I'll chase after him. I can't let him move. Sasuke immediately rushed in. Boruto hesitated for a moment, but did not listen to Sasuke. He also rushed into the light.